Sir. Morning, everybody. Welcome to day 5. Today we have a very distinguished resource person for us, and sir is my collaborator, but I consider him more my mentor. Sir, I just want to tell the audience that we have worked together on 1 or 2 very important projects, and interest you to research which you are doing. I mean, this is something, a passion-driven project, but I think you will all like to hear what he has to say. So I just want to brief you, sir. The last 4 days have been quite encouraging for us. First day we had, apart from the inaugural where we had Ambassador Bambawale, Mr. Jayant, Mr. Ramchandani, Arun Ramchandani from L&T, Shekatkar sir, of course, Mr. Mukesh Malhotra, Mr. Praful Talera. And then the rest of the day, my team and myself, we engaged in letting them know what is UDA. The second day was more to do with geopolitics and international relations. Ambassador Anup Mudgal was here. Then we had Kim Harriet from Australia. He spoke about Indo-Australia relation and the Indo-Pacific in the larger terms. Then we also had Commodore Vasan, who's Director General of the Chennai Center for China Studies, but he spoke more on a larger maritime canvas. Then every day evening, we've had our fellows making presentation on their work. The third day was Professor Radhika Session joined us, and she spoke on maritime history and how security or strategic security, the term evolved, and how former Defense Secretary giving us his perspective, and he spoke very specific to UDA, and it was very heartening to see the way he could kind of connect various aspects, and he very strongly talked about connecting it to the Gati Shakti initiative of the Government of India. I mean, there are different layers in that, as you are aware. And then we had Jeffrey Pine from the Northeast South Asia Center in US. We are discussing collaboration with them. And yesterday we had, in the morning, Admiral Verma was here. We spoke about indigenization and the challenges that we face. And then we had Ms. Lakshmi Krishna Kumar. She talked about connecting art and science and mention of oceans and water in Shakespearean lit. She's a Shakespeare scholar, so she talked about that. And then we had Praful Talera ji talking about logistics in general and the choke points and the master keys that run global geopolitics. And then we had, I think that's how we ended yesterday. So today it's your lecture, and then it will be followed by my friend from Japan, Dr. Tamori Yakamatsu. He is going to talk about underwater research and global policy on ocean governance. And then we have 1 or 2 presentations by our own fellows, and that's the close of the workshop. So I'll invite you, sir, to please come and take this to the stage.
Thanks, Arnab, and Maritime Research Center. And thank you for getting me here. And I've been asked to introduce myself, so I'll not take much time on it, don't worry. I teach in a place called Shivanagar University for last 10 years or so. And before that, I've been to various places, basically academic institutions, but also doing some field level researches into 4-5 major aspects that I'm interested in. Some of them may not be of any interest to this audience. They're very mundane subjects like history, hero stones, pastoral nomadism, etc. Tribal studies, some could be perhaps of interest. I do some work on the left-wing extremism. Some reports I have done for the Government of India for some years. I'm deeply interested in the Sino-Indian relationship, and I do work on that. And as a fallout, recent things that have happened between in the Middle East, the large Chinese shadow one can discern there. And maybe we can talk about that in the context of what I'm going to be talking today. I know that they're interlinked. How they're interlinked is what we can see. Anwar referred to the Everest story. That's a very simple story. 1924, two British mountaineers last seen 600 feet below the summit of Mount Everest and never seen. Mallory and Irwin, legendary figures. And Mallory's body was discovered in 1999, and many of us are engaged in finding out whether they made it to the summit in 1924 and back. It's a long story. I won't bore you with that, but I thought, since Arno asked me to do this, this is the range that I attempt. Today I'm going to be speaking about water security. And I'll also specifically then concentrate on Brahmaputra, Yarlung Sangpo Brahmaputra, to be exact. And I know that I'm speaking to the audience, which in many ways is at the cutting edge of many of the security concerns. And perhaps I would take that angle. Also, I'll be quoting only from, so as the figures are concerned, from Government of India Central Water Works Commission reports, specifically 2019 and 2021, which deal with water availability issues. And there are some conclusions that I have the permission to speak about from a report that Dr. Das and I did for various government agencies. So whatever can be put out in the public domain, we'll do that. So let us look at the overall context of India and water and where we stand today, and then we'll come to why Brahmaputra is so critical. Going ahead up to, people talk of 2050, but that's too far actually. We can let's concentrate next 6 years, 2030. And where are we in terms of water availability, both domestic and irrigation, that is agriculture. So domestic industry, irrigation, and some very broad sweep one can give right away. 89 to 90% of India's water, both surface and ground, goes for irrigation, agriculture. And only 10% is there, is used actually out of whatever is available to be used for domestic purpose and industry. This may come as a surprise, but this is what it is right now. So agriculture, therefore, becomes the greatest user of India's available water resource, both surface as well as groundwater. That's number one. There's some broad, let's say, backdrops that we should always remember when we talk of India's water security. First is, over a period of last 40 years, we can stretch it to 51, let's not go back there. You will realize that the number of days of rains has gradually come down. That is, if earlier the monsoon would be for 4 months, in some parts of the country slightly more, what they call the effective rainfall days, there's the days on which it actually rains, today has reduced significantly from there. It is roughly 2.5 to 3, 90 days. Now, what that does is that most of the rain that falls results in a massive runoff. That water cannot be used. It runs off into the rivers, flooding happens, siltation happens. Capacity of the soil to absorb water and recharge the groundwater aquifers, as well as the Government of India's logistic ability to harness that water through construction of various structure, therefore gets limited. It gets limited because of many reasons, especially the second one, the last structure one, and we'll come to that what is the actual capacity today of how much we have done, and what is the potential, how much actually, realistic speaking, we can do. But this is one very important fact to remember, because what is doing is that it is creating two issues. One, it is creating a issue of siltation on a scale that is unheard of. Second, because of the climate change, the glaciers in the Himalayan region are melting at a rapid rate. So what that will do is that it will accelerate the pace of inflow of water from the heights for the time being, till the glacier melt actually, runs its course. And then there will be a trickle from the glacier. Now that process, we don't know how long it will take. It may take 100 years, it may take 50 years. So in the short run, we must expect larger inflows at a faster rate from the glaciers coming into the subcontinent. And we can talk of primarily three major river systems, the Indus, the Brahmaputra, that is the Ganges, Meghna, Brahmaputra basin, which is the largest river basin. Within that, we'll concentrate on Brahmaputra, as I told you. Now, some very interesting studies have been done on this rate of glacier melting, especially by the EC-mod, which is based out of, it's a SARC initiative, but largely today the scholars and the researchers from other countries dominate it. We have some influence, I think India has, we fund it. But some of these studies are very interesting, and we need to do a bit of modeling looking at the rate at which the glaciers are going to melt, because that will have a huge bearing on the what we call the holding capacity of our dams. As you know, Bhakranangal today operates at what, 40% of what it was created for. If that siltation rate continues, then one day Bhakranangal will be useless as a dam. Now, why that has happened? Primarily, one reason is that the dams that got constructed in the 50s and 60s, maybe up to 70s, are constructed on old engineering principles. They are not they may be run of the river, but they are on surface. That is, the gates have not gone too below the surface soil. For the river to run, and whenever we want to power generate, we can close down the gates and stop the water, divert it, create power, and let the water go. Today, of course, all the dams in India are constructed on the run of the river principle. However, that has other issue, which is that we are a signatory on the Accord on Climate Change, and we are committed to bring down our level of emissions, and so is China. And we'll come to that issue. It is significant for us as well as, of course, for the Chinese. And that is where the conundrum happens. Now, if we were to meet the climate change goals, then we must switch from thermal to either hydel or nuclear and other kinds of energy resources. Solar is one, wind is the other. Now, we know that at the moment there are limitations in terms of both going nuclear in terms of harnessing energy, as well as solar and wind has its own challenges. It will take time. So in the next foreseeable future, we will have to be dependent on thermal, of which we have committed that we are going to shift because it is contributing to climate change. If we are to shift, then what is the alternative? One, of course, is that you increase the potential of your hydel power projects. That means that you go big on the hydel. You can't go big on the hydel due to various situations that arise. And therefore, there's some restrictions on the policy initiatives so far as power generation is concerned. Power generation, as you know, very critical. If any kind of sustainable growth rate is attempted. I'm using the word sustainable deliberately because uh, we today, in today's day and age, we cannot talk of growth which is unsustainable, in the sense that we cannot talk of growth that is not regenerative. Uh, Countries who have done that are in big trouble. And one can give an example of the Chinese, where, as we know, that most of their population is in an area which has run out of water. Uh, and therefore, these large water diversion, schemes that they have through three routes that they define, the central, western, and whatever. And they have exhausted their known water resource from the Mekong and so forth. They are in trouble. They are in trouble because of the kind of developmental model they adopted as well, export-oriented manufacturing growth, where the rest of the world is their market. And the ability of the rest of the world to buy, and the desire also to buy, is what Chinese growth depends on, which is a big problem for them today. We have not been there. Our manufacturing sector is not geared to service the demand for the rest of the world. And the world is also not in a situation to buy whatever India produces. Our domestic industrial growth will be dependent on our internal market, which is also huge, and that will have to be exploited. Now, why I'm saying this? Because it has a bearing on how we are going to use our water resources. Water is, as you know, absolutely central. And I don't have to, to this audience reiterate why it is central. It is central also because of the issues of agriculture. And water is critically tied to this emerging agrarian crisis that we see today. Because we are in a very piquant situation where our cultivable land is shrinking because of urbanization, not to quicker extent. It is shrinking, not so rapidly, but it is shrinking. Our population is growing still. We are today estimated at 1.4 billion plus. We will perhaps taper off by 2050, they say, at around 1.6 billion, and then it will start going down. The population growth rate has slowed down in India, but it is still growing. So we must estimate all our food reserves and water, which is the primary thing without which the country cannot survive, by taking into account the fact that we'll have to be catering to a population of roughly around 1.5 to 1.6 billion before it starts tapering off. So we are looking at the food production to the range of 250 to 75 million tons every year. That much of actual food grains need to be produced along with their ancillaries to cater to this population. We know from experience of 50s and 60s that there is no country in the world which will supply us with our food grain requirement of that quantity. They'll be very happy to attempt, but it will be very costly, and second, it is not desirable. We learned that lesson with PL 480 in the 50s and the 60s. We should not be, and we have achieved a level of confidence in our food grain production. Now, that level of confidence has come at a cost, and that is where water comes in. That level of confidence has come from what we call green revolution. And the green revolution got limited largely to Punjab, Haryana, and to some parts of the country where the local landed gentry was politically powerful and was able to mend the irrigation networks to their will. That is where the green revolution has happened. And now it has run its course. Today, as we know, 40% of Punjab lands are degraded. Water tables have gone down there. And I'll now, with that background, so let's see what I have said. Number one, India must have a sustained food grain production to cater to 1.5 to 1.6 billion people. That's number one, which is estimated to be around 250 to 270 million tons every year from now. Two, glaciers are melting. There will be a higher rate of water discharge from the heights, both into all the three major river basins that India uses. I'm not talking of the southern rivers. What matters here is the Indus and the river systems of the Indus, the five rivers, for which we have an accord with Pakistan, the Indus Water Treaty, which Government of India has asked for modifications in the Indus Water Treaty. Going ahead and looking at our requirements, there is the Brahmaputra and its basin, and there is the Ganges. So they, in their technical side, sometimes the CWC takes Ganga, Brahmaputra, Meghna as together. I think for strategic reasons, for more than anything else. I'll explain what that reason is. We don't want to, in public domain, talk much of Brahmaputra. I think that is the reason. And it's understandable. So that's the second, that this glacier melting rate is going to impact siltation. And third, due to climate change, rainfall days have constricted. Because they are constricted, the runoff has increased. Your topsoil is going away very fast, and the deposits are happening into all our major rivers. We have dammed the rivers. So as a result, the silt will one day accumulate in the dams wherever there is a dam. And the siltation rate in the dams is an issue that we need to look at very seriously going ahead. Or we look at the way the dams are being constructed. Is there any other way in which water can be harnessed? Is the third. So this is the given. This is happening as we speak. So against that, now how much water do we have? So CWC did some extremely credible work. They've been doing it ever since last 50 years, and they collated all of that, and then they did some new using the remote sensing technology in 2019 and in 2021. Both these reports are more or less type in terms of their figures. 21 is slightly better because they use new methods and did some modeling, but primarily that doesn't change the conclusions that they've reached. And these reports are available very publicly. Anybody can download. If you're interested, I can give you the references as well. So as per the CWC report, and I didn't want to go wrong on the figures, so that's why this is the only thing that I've written down. And I'm sorry I don't have a PPT because, that is too jarring. PPTs are not meant for me. So the total available flow, which is there, is 1,999 BCM. This is not the total usable water, mind you. This is the total flow, both surface and ground, out of which we can use around 690 BCM for surface. That is the potential. And we can use 436 BCM for ground. That is the potential. Total, we have available to be used 1126 BCM, which we can use. It is not that we are using it. It is that we can use this. This is the total water availability for India, both from surface and from groundwater. How much are we using? So we are, and that is where it becomes interesting. We have 257 BCM of storage facility created on surface water out of 690 that is available, 257. And going ahead, if the projects are completed, which I'm sure they would be, another 47 BCM would be added to it. So 257 plus 47 will come to 304 BCM we would have tapped from surface. Roughly out of 690, 304, roughly 45%, let's say 48%. Groundwater, we have 436 available, and the total extraction today is roughly around 230 to 40 BCM out of 436. So you can straight away see that India's dependence on groundwater is huge, right? Because there is a limitation on now. We, I think, are reaching our end of capacity on the existing planning process in terms of tapping the surface water. Well, where will we construct the dams? According to the National Register of Dams that is maintained, there are more than 5,300 large dams in the country. You'll be very surprised to know, maybe, maybe not, Maharashtra has the largest number of large dams in the country, 2,300 plus. But what is the total irrigated area that these dams have irrigated in Maharashtra? If you look at that figure, then there's a problem there. It is also because of the terrain that the state of Maharashtra has. So, in other words, we are not talking states here, but this is what it is in terms of water availability. So, 1,999 total water available today, ground and surface, 690 surface, 436 ground, out of which 304 we would certainly be able to harness. Meaning we'll have those kind of dams and structures which will store that water, and through the canal irrigation network, it can be let off into the canals. And then the rest, I said 244, is the ground. Now, there are two things here before we come to Brahmaputra Basin. This 690, out of which 304 we've used or will be using when 47 BCM is added. These are dams. And as we know, dams, because of the earlier two things that I've said, will face the issue of siltation. So what they do is they calculate the water availability in the dam at 75% dependability. That out of a total X storage estimated, they say that 75% is dependable storage. But that dependable storage every year goes down a bit. And they have worked out the siltation rates every year that happen. And let's not go into that technicality, but the siltation rates are what they are. We need to actually rethink on how to use the rest of the surface water. We'll have to use, and I'll come to that point as to why we will have to use. So as the groundwater is concerned, the issue is the recharge. The groundwater aquifers have to be recharged. We have used up now aquifers in such a manner that very old aquifers are now depleted. So today, as you know, entire Punjab, Delhi, these are water scarce region in terms of groundwater. Bangalore, we know the situation. Karnataka, the groundwater levels have gone down there tremendously. I'm told that in some areas in Punjab and in the south, the groundwater levels have reached a stage where uranium may enter the aquifers. So it's potentially a very dangerous situation because the way the depletion has taken. Now remember, most of this groundwater is used for irrigation and for domestic use, largely for irrigation. Our canal network is not that robust after all these years. We actually do not have a good canal system. We have dams, but how to take water out of these dams and let it go in the canals, which then can irrigate. Our irrigation potential has increased in India. What we started off with during by independence to where we are now, we have certainly improved our total irrigation potential. There is no doubt about it. But the manner in which we did it has created a problem. And we'll talk about it when we talk of agriculture, what to use. So, okay. So the second proposition, therefore, we have reached limits in terms of harnessing our surface water. 304 BCM we used out of 690. We have reached our limits in harnessing the groundwater. Now, those limits were reached not because what we did alone, but because of the way nature has also operated. Climate change, massive runoff, and faster discharge would mean that much very little time for the soil to absorb water. It will all run off to the sea and through the rivers. That's a problem. So in other words, we have reached limits on totally using from the available water resource how much we can use. That is the bottom line. 690, 436, 1126 can be used out of 1999. Out of that, 304 and 244 is what we have used. So roughly we managed what 50%, I think 55%, maybe 60%. 40% is still there. All right. Now where is this 40% is the question. And that is where Brahmaputra basin becomes important. And that is where the other transboundary disputes then come in the play. And that is where China then, and to some extent, Tibet, to a large extent actually, Tibet becomes important for us. So total Brahmaputra basin storage for India is 537 BCM total, right? Uh, how much we use? We used 24 BCM out of that 527. Rest is the potential, can be used. How it can be used is the question, because that is linked to the way the river flows. Now, as we know, Brahmaputra, 80% of Brahmaputra's water, 85%, I think, out of 634 or whatever measured at the Bangladesh border, the discharge into their side, from when it enters India, there is a massive discrepancy. So we know that 80 to 85% comes from the tributaries after the river enters India. So one line of argument can be that, all right, how does it matter, the Chinese? 80% we are getting from our own tributaries and tributaries from nations who are friendly to us, basically Bhutan. Now, Brahmaputra flows for almost 2,500 kilometers before it, 2,000 kilometers, I think, before it enters India at the Great Bend. And 20% of the total Brahmaputra water comes from Tibet. Yalung Sangpo is what they call it. Now that is critical for us because that 20% is critical due to the pre-monsoon times. Fresh water discharge from the glacier, it emanates from Kailas Mansarovar region, and then it enters India after that Great Bend. 20% of that water China actually has as a per riparian. Chinese lake claim only that much of the territory in which that river is flowing. Now, why is that 20% critical? And what is the Chinese requirement? And that is where this question becomes interesting. Why is Brahmaputra critical? As you see, roughly 2.4% potential use of the basin, of the water that is available in India. Out of 534 or whatever, 24 BCM is used only. So Brahmaputra can step in if the water crisis accentuates. The water reserve of the basin can be used for that. There are issues there, and we can come to the technical issues, but that potential is there. Why it is important? Because that kind of potential today does not exist in the other major river basins that India has. We use whatever is to be used from the Ganges basin. We use whatever is to be used from all the southern rivers put together. Maybe here and there we can call out something, but we are fast reaching our, age, our potentialities. Maybe Ganges we can do better, but there are other issues with regard to the Ganges River, especially on our side with the glacier melt happening very fast and glacial recession happening very fast. We see what the kind of flood situation that happens suddenly in the Ganges River. So the Brahmaputra is left as the only basin which has the potential to take care, not take care, but to be fallen back on as a reserve. Going ahead for next 50 years, 100 years. Policy planning must take into account not 10, 20, but 50 to 100 years. Because the country will survive, will thrive, people will change, but nothing will happen if there is no water. So if that is the criticality of the basin for us, then why China becomes important? Just because of 20% water that comes into Brahmaputra? No. If you look at the figures that emanate from China, which are available in the public domain, 600 plus of their cities are water scarce. In fact, they're water critical. They're completely run out of water. Therefore, they did 3 gorges, Mekong, but that is not enough, and they know it. So some years back, I think 3 or 4 years back, if I'm not wrong, they came out with their new 5-year plan. Was the first time they said that they'll put a dam on the Great Bend at Brahmaputra, ostensibly to generate electricity. And they gave some crazy estimate of 60 or 66 gigawatts, the largest ever. Now, 3 gorges does, I think, 30 gigawatts. 60 gigawatts is not required to Tibet. Whom they will use that electricity for. They said that they will supply the entire Northeast and Nepal. India will not ever buy. We don't need to buy our power use from the Chinese at the Great Bend. So obviously, there's something more to this. Maybe they'll do it, they'll not do it. But what they're actually saying is that we have the technical capacity and the will to divert that 20% of water from the upper side of Tibet itself. Now, they demonstrated that capacity with regard to the other rivers. They have that westerly route plan. Now, conventional wisdom will raise all kinds of issues. They know it is technically very difficult, extremely costly. It will change the ecological balance in Tibet forever, etc., etc., etc. Chinese are not bothered about that kind of a criticism, as we know. They already done it with Mekong. They already did it with the 3 gorges. And we know that the lower riparian countries and their interests. It's not working. Yeah, it's okay. So they are not bothered about the lower riparian countries and their interests. You need me to use this? Okay. Yeah, it's working. Yeah, okay. Now, how we know that they are not bothered? We know that they are not bothered because all the lower riparian countries from which they use that water, China has either forced them to sign a treaty based on their interests, or they're not signed any water sharing agreement. India proposed a water sharing agreement with China on Brahmaputra River. When I think in 2012, if I'm not wrong, Chinese said they'll consider it. And after 2 months, they flatly refused. We have hydrology information sharing agreement with China on Brahmaputra. Because what they do is they are capable of using water also as a weapon. They did it once when they have constructed 4 small or medium-sized dams, what they call the run-of-the-river dams on Yalung Sangpo up there. And suddenly from one dam, they let the water go without informing the Indians. And that created a massive flood in Assam plains. It also created a silted earthen dam temporarily in the Assam plains, and then that dam broke and it resulted in massive flooding. All this because they used water as, maybe they said it's a mistake, whatever, but they just gave a signal. Point to be noted, China desperately needs water. That water, only available water now they have in Tibet is the Yalung Sangpo, because they used up all the other potential sources. That is why their interest in Yalung, not just in Yalung Sangpo, but in Arunachal Pradesh. Of course, they keep on claiming that, Arunachal is part of Tibet, etc. That's why. But the real issue is that Tibet is the water tower of Asia. Anybody who controls Tibet controls waters of Asia. Because if you look at the river systems that emanate from Tibet, then all the major Asian river systems emanate from Tibet. What the Chinese have done in Tibet have also tilted the ecological balance in Tibet. And there are some very credible reports on this. So in our policy planning, we must take into account the fact that they might divert the water. They may not. But we can't rest on the laurel that they may not. What if they do? The fear is not what if they do, because our monsoon inflows will take care of the water levels. But what if they divert water in the lean season? If they do that, then the Brahmaputra basin will go dry before the monsoon hits. And that's a big risk that we cannot take. That's number one. Number two, what if they let go of water? Suppose they create that, dam at the Great Bend. Very unlikely, but suppose if they do. They claim it will be a run-of-the-river dam. That kind of a dam cannot be a run-of-the-river dam. That much space is not there at that Great Bend. If you see the river flow, it descends something like 2,000 feet from the Great Bend with that kind of force. There's a massive power generation capacity there, of course. The third thing is China has signed on the climate change accord, which commits China that it will reduce its emission level, and it will reduce it in such a manner that China will 15% shift from thermal to other energy resources. So in their minds, obviously, hydel. Because if that 15% target has to be achieved, they must open up, because they reached the limits of potential hydel power use from their other river systems. So the only one that is now left is this one. Given all these compulsions, we cannot assume that the Chinese will not do anything. The Chinese reach also is something that we should not underestimate. And it is also linked to what we are discussing. The Chinese technological and more than technological, their strategic reach. And to that end, we will come to our part of agriculture and how we are to counter this. But just to explicate a bit on their strategic reach, we know what happened 3 days back, 4 days back in the Middle East, where the Iranian drone strike was touted as a failure and so forth. 98% of their drones were shot down. Maybe they say that 5 missiles got through. Now, it is good to, look at it at a face value, but some analysts believe that maybe the drones were meant to be discovered. That maybe Iran gave a 72-hour warning that it is going to do this. All these drones were in the air for 5 hours. So Iran played hooky. They wanted the missile defense systems to be uncovered on some useless drones which cost them some million rupees or whatever their currency is. The West had to expend, billions of dollars of their missiles in shooting down these useless drones. At the same time, they also wanted to send a message that they can hit at will if they want to, and they did. The Israeli airbase with 5 missiles. So they wanted to give a message. Now, why they could do that is the question, not technologically, but from where did the courage come? Because they shifted deterrence in the Middle East with this from Israel. The courage came because they have an iron pact with China and Russia. Chinese brokered peace between Saudi Arabia and Iran some 4-5 months back. Chinese are the major users of the Iranian energy reserves and oil, a deal that they had offered to India first, 35 years pipeline and all, which India refused under the US pressure, and the Chinese lapped it up. So they understand the issue of security at a global scale now, and they operate at a global scale. So therefore, when they will look at the water security from their perspective, they will have to, when they do, take into account the fact that they will not ever let go of any water reserve on which potentially they can lay their hands on. And also, they will want to control all the rice producing regions around the world. If you look at their footprint across Tibet and into other regions, it is all there for us to see what they are up to. There is a big population, largely water starved, largely concentrated in area where there is no water, and so on and so forth. Their agriculture is very costly. They also used up, most of their lands are useless. They have less cultivable land than India, but they're producing more and so forth. So this is their compulsion, they'll do it. Or rather, they'll also hold the threat that they will do it. And that threat manifests itself in various ways. So China is a major issue when we apply for loans in the Asian Development Bank on anything that we want to do to develop our water storage structures. Let's say in Arunachal Pradesh, Siang is held up because of that. One major reason is that Upper Siang is going to cost an arm and a length, and from where the money is going to come. Of course, India today is not what India was 40 years back, 30 years back. We have the economic muscle. We are a $3.5 trillion economy. We will be one day a $5 trillion economy. We can do the heavy lifting. If there's a political will, we certainly can do the heavy lifting on this, as on many other issues. Now, if that is the case, then how does one best ensure water security? First, we must ensure the security of the Brahmaputra basin. We must establish our upper riparian rights on Tibet. We have to do that. There is no escaping. It is not just Brahmaputra, mind you. Sutlej comes from Tibet. Indus comes from Tibet. China would be waiting to enter this bilateral arrangement that we have with Pakistan if we give them an opportunity, by claiming that since Sutlej and Indus emanate from Tibet, they emanate from China, and therefore they have a natural right as upper riparian to demand their share. Luckily for us, because of the Indus Water Treaty is bilateral, the Chinese have been prevented from doing so. But going ahead, who knows? We must take care in modifications to the Indus Water Treaty that we keep the Chinese out of that. Also, in the context of then Brahmaputra and the runoffs that we discussed, the issue of siltation becomes critical. Today, we do not have a credible mechanism to measure how the siltation is going to be first worked out, measured, the rates, and how we are going to take care of it. We don't know. We do not have the river management systems in place for it. I think that is where, from what I understand of MRC's work, the underwater domain comes into the play. We must have a credible idea of how the silt moves, how much it moves every year, every time there is a runoff, and only then many of these large projects can become viable, including river water transport, including storage structures, for instance. Where on earth we are going to create storage structures for Brahmaputra, unless we understand the flow of the silt. Bhutan is another, India has proposed to Bhutan that some storage structures we can construct in Bhutan as reserves. We also need to look at flood control in the northeast, and so far as Brahmaputra is concerned, our issue should not be power generation. Our issue should always be flood control, because of the situation that I just described. Now, if it is flood control, then silt becomes absolutely critical to be understood. Also the fact that given the way our dams are, many of them constructed, the large ones, last 50 years, 40 years back, when the new technologies were not known, how best we can incorporate the new technologies. Also, is the big dam the only solution? Is there any other way by which this 524 BCM can be used? Now, why that becomes critical? What is the per capita water need in India at 2050? If we look at that we must ask that question, right? So now some estimates of CWC suggest that we are already in water scarce zone. We are not water critical zone as of yet, but we certainly are in water scarce zone. So we may enter into water critical zone if we don't take into account and do some remission there. One line of argument that keeps on coming from some quarters is that let us change how we do agriculture. Because if 89% of water is going to irrigation and agriculture, then obviously agriculture is a major guzzler. If we reduce water consumption in our agriculture system, then we have enough water, is one line of argument. Now, what are the major crops that take water? Rice, sugarcane, primarily these two. So one line of argument is that let us shift rice cultivation to areas which are conducive to rice cultivation. By that logic, Punjab should not be growing paddy. It should go back to what it was doing, millets. It's very easy to say this. But over a period of 30, 40, 50 years, the economic structures that have got built on that cropping pattern, we'll have to put enormous resource so that the farmers not only are convinced, but when they shift, they get the same amount or slightly more income as a inducement for them to shift. And it is not going to happen overnight. It's a 10, 20-year project. So we must be prepared to put in that additional for 20 years into India's farming sector to enable this shift. We're talking here of not just the MSP. MSP then becomes a small thing. We're talking here of a shift the entire cropping pattern in India, which will cost a humongous amount. I'm not saying that it should not be done, but if we are to do it, then we have to plan for it in a manner that it does not harm the interest of the cultivating people. Because cultivators in India are also the major consumers in India. 50% still of India's population is still into the primary sector. Our workforce, almost 57% into agriculture and allied industries. They depend on this current economic structure that has emerged in the farming sector to survive. So it is not just the survival of the farmer when this shift occurs, but survival of the workforce also that depends on this. It's a huge undertaking. It may happen, it may not happen. And when it happens, in the process, what do we put in the PDS system in this transition process? Right now it is wheat, it is paddy. This is what goes into the public distribution system. Today the government is giving some 800 million people free rations, wheat and rice. What will it be replaced with? Millets. But when? Until then, what should we do? So it will have to be very gradual. It won't happen overnight, if at all it is to be done. And after doing all that, how much water are we going to save? That's the other thing. With 1.6 billion to feed and to provide water, with 260 to 70 million tons of food grain production required, you can imagine how much water it takes. Rough estimates do indicate that some tons of water are required to create 1 kg of grains. That much water it takes. So we are then back to a holistic policy pyramid. And let me now recap before I just outline that and then I'll stop. So we started off with saying that there is a water issue. It has happened because of climate change. It has happened because of runoff. It has happened because of population explosion, demands on agriculture, etc. Then I said that in this water ability figures being what they are, we have reached our limits on surface water harnessing. And we already overreached on groundwater extraction. Our groundwater recharge may not happen that fast given the runoffs and the speed at which runoff happens. And in that context, Brahmaputra becomes important because that's the only relatively large untapped river basin that we have. Almost 500 BCM of water is there to be used. But for that to be viable, we must take care of our northerly neighbor and we must establish our riparian rights over Tibet, which is a strategic issue. And therefore, there is a issue of water security as a strategic angle in terms of Brahmaputra Basin, also in terms of Indus, because both emanate, and Satluj, because all the three emanate from Tibet. We also know that there is a compulsion on the part of the Chinese to use that water due to their domestic issues. And we must take that into a policy planning when we plan for Brahmaputra. Given that we are in a water scarce situation, we can't have one track to resolve this problem. We have to have a multi-pronged approach to tackle the water scarcity that comes now. From now, 2014, now 2050, many of us won't be there, but the water scarcity will be there. And we'll have to see how to tackle. So there is a technology track that has to be deployed to understand siltation, to overcome siltation. We have to relook at the way we build dams, how we can maximize the capacity there. We may look at starting to shift some cropping pattern. At least 5 to 10% of water can we get from there. Can agriculture sector, instead of using 89%, 90%, can it do with 80%? Even that will release 10% for industry and domestic use. There's one more angle there. As India grows, India's industry is bound to grow. Industry will require water. In this estimate, there is no water, additional water for the industry. So that additional water will have to come from existing resources only. And they are locked up into water use in agriculture. It will have to be released from there and will have to be also harnessed from whatever little is available to us going ahead. So technologically, strategically and politically, we have to have a multi-pronged approach to this issue of water. Unless we have that kind of a holistic framework, we will run into issues going ahead. And so thinking for that should start now. It can't be that, for instance, economic policy planning, hydel, that is water policy planning, and the security planning can go in 3 different directions. That is not desirable. All these 3 will have to come together if India's water security has to be established. And India's water security does not depend on what happens south of River Narmada. It largely depends on what happens north of River Narmada. The 3 critical water reserves that we have, Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra, and their water security, physical water security even, is where we have to take our steps. I think I'll stop here. And if there are any questions, then I can take them.
Questions? The best articulation of water security that I have heard. Thank you so much. Anybody? Any questions? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Basically, it's not a question, sir. It is a layman's doubt. And because we are the audience, so we should also clear our doubt when we are listening to it. So basically, what I come to know from your presentation is that we have a fear of drought or the flood in Brahmaputra if China makes the dam. And what I believe in earlier presentation also, that China is building dam to meet the requirement of the northern part of the region, which have got a severe scarcity of water. So if we leave apart this fear of water being used as a weapon of war, if we think of only in the angle of public good, because we are also suffering the Brahmaputra flood without dam also, sir, every year. And what we see, the irrigable land across the Brahmaputra is hardly compared to the Indus Valley, Punjab, and all those regions. Because this side is Arunachal Pradesh hill region, this side is Manipur and Meghalaya hill region. Plain of cultivable land is not very good, and because northeast region is also blessed with the both monsoon, northeast and southeast monsoon. So monsoon, plenty of monsoon is also there. So irrigation is not that, maybe not that problem on that Brahmaputra basin. So if we take apart this war and all those things, fear of flood or drought, in the public good, will not this dam will be helpful for India also?
See, the thing is, it's not a fear of flood. Floods are, as you say, happen even if China doesn't build a dam there. They're happening every year in the Brahmaputra basin, at Dibrugarh and at many other places. The fear is that I don't think they'll build a dam, frankly. Dam is a bogey. They just want to, put some needle. What they will do, because of their, as you said, their compulsion of the northern areas completely dry, and that is where their largest concentration of population is that they'll divert the water of Brahmaputra. Now, that is not much if you look at the total quantum of water that Yalung Sangpo deposits, 20%. Those figures can go here and there because still we do not have a proper idea from the Chinese side as to how much water. We have rough estimates. Rough estimates indicate almost 31 BCM of water that comes there. Could be little more actually. The fear is that if they divert it in the lean season, then the entire lower Brahmaputra, because lean season, the only credible water source is from the glaciers then. Lean season, Brahmaputra getting diverted, Yellow Sangpo getting diverted will mean a catastrophe for us. And that's also the water that does many other things at the botanical level. There are various dimensions to that water coming into the Brahmaputra basin. That is the fear. And they know it very well. In fact, the Chinese speak in many voices. They don't speak in one voice. So one voice will say, yes, we are going to, build a dam. In fact, that 5-year plan that they released officially for the first time said that they're going to build a dam. One other voice said that, no, we divert the water. We will divert the water. The third voice says that we'll not do either. We'll wait. But if we look at the intentions behind this and the moves that they have made over last, 10 years, especially after the present dispensation in China in the CPC has taken over, they become globally very strident, very assertive. And for them, India, any Indian move to create upper riparian right, they will see as an act of defiance. That doesn't mean that we should not do it, but what I'm saying is how they will see it. For instance, Upper Siang. Now, one way to counter the flood issue, and this has been very seriously discussed also, is to create a large reserve in Upper Siang. Now, it will cost 100,000 crore rupees, 1 lakh crores. But it is to be done. Ideally, the upper riparian should do it. If they already created 4 dams on Yalung Sangpo up there. And those 4 have already caused major issues. They also do not, at critical moments, give us the hydrological data, though we have a treaty with them. on exchange of hydrological information. They stopped our funding applications to ADB in terms of creating a PASIAM. World Bank also, they have a major say, because as you know, in World Bank, the voting does not happen. It's not a one country vote, one vote in the board. It is how much money you keep in the World Bank as deposit. That gives you your share of voting. And there many a times the Chinese and the Americans have acted, together in cahoots, because their global interests, they want to resolve. India, can be, they say that, we are not important if their global interests are resolved. For our side, the diversion is a risk. Now, whether they will do it or not is a separate issue. But in our policy planning, we must always take care of that prospect. So what if they do? That what if then creates all kinds of issues.
Right, sir. Good morning. Basically, sir, we are talking about shortage of water in the country. And we are also talking about, for past 5 days, UDA. So what about tapping the ocean water as a resource for drinking water and other purposes? Probably it will require a lot of efforts for desalination and other things, and that requires, I believe, renewable energy requirements would be there for. So has some thought gone towards thinking on these lines to tap the ocean water on a commercial scale, not immediately, but for coming future? That is very important.
Yeah. And the costs will be humongous for that. It can be worked out. I mean, the technology exists. It can be done. You can tap, attempt desalination. Chennai, I think, has a plant. But when that plant was sanctioned to when it has happened, even now Chennai is, water scarce. The only durable solution, to my mind, is to effectively secure whatever fresh water reserves we have. And in addition to that, if this can be thought of, if our, financial wherewithal permits us to do that, then we should certainly look at all policy options.
No, like, for example, sir, Israel has already done that for there, but that area is very limited. What we are talking about, yes, that is there.
It's very expensive.
No, expensive in the sense that it requires a lot of energy, which is right now oil based. But what I'm talking about, energy gained from renewable, like wind or nuclear even. So if we need it after 10, 15 years and things are so dire with diversion of rivers and river water drying up, source is drying up. In future, 25 years, there is no glacier. Then in that sense, shouldn't we be thinking about tapping and working on those lines? So that is one
point is very valid, but what sir is also what you mentioned very clearly, that right now we have not even utilized the potential that exists. We have not utilized the potential that exists. I mean, the river water is there, but we are not using it. So there is definitely a lot of UDA, and what Romit has presented on sediment management. That's something very important. See, what you talked about, if China diverts water in the dry season, if the Brahmaputra dries up, or, see, now our India is embarking on this inland water transport. See, so many things are related. Prafulji talked about logistics, how to bring down that cost. If India has to be competitive, almost 7 to 8% logistic cost has to come down. And that can only happen if we use the river transport. Now, Government of India is definitely moving in that direction. But for inland water transport to be viable, it has to run throughout the year, and it requires a certain amount of draft. How will you ensure that? And the biggest challenge is we don't have data. Our sediment measurement has not been done. The hydrographic survey of our rivers have not been done. So that itself is a huge task, and it cannot be done in a very brute force manner now. So much work has to be done. So now, see, the way we are talking about UDA is that one effort will help you in many ways. Like sir made a very clear distinction between, why are we building these dams for? It is not just the power availability, it is for flood control. So when you build such infrastructure, you have to make sure that it has many more applications than just one. But as sir would also agree that, different ministries have their own, see, flood control comes in another ministry and power comes in another ministry. When a project has to be done, how will they reconcile? How will they come together? And because these are massive projects with so much investment. So in a government system, they have to, it has to look good also in terms of policy framework. So there's a lot to be understood and but, my only satisfaction is at least you all are going back aware of these kind of challenges. And I mean, I must compliment sir, the way he has put it. I think it has made much more easier for most of us to understand this whole thing in perspective. Yeah.
Sir, to add to these questions, sir, I have certain clarification to be told to him. Making seawater as a potable water, it's already been done. And as far energy is concerned, our ships, we had been using last 20, 30 years, the WHR plant, waste heat recovery plant, where the heat generated by the engines is used for desalination. So here energy issue is resolved, is already being done. And Lakshadweep plant, which we are saying, sir, it is basically use the temperature, sea temperature.
Yeah,
But now, what is the restriction is? Restriction for WHR plant, all the ships, Navy, Coast Guard and merchant ship, they make water for their use from seawater only. Through WHR plant, waste heat recovery plant, and then the RO plants, they have a big RO plants on board ships, and they make water. But restriction is, for making seawater potable water, we need to have a clean deep sea water. We cannot take the water from the shore. Shore are so dirty, muddy. So transportation cost will be there, but things are being done already. Scale is in a technology increasing. Lakshadweep में अभी trial में चल रहा है.
There is, when you calculate cost, it's like, you get a bottle of water, it costs a certain amount. So who's going to pay that cost? And when you're talking about a consumption for a larger mass of people, it's not so viable. I mean, Navy is a very different example because, you are going for an operation, there is a certain cost involved and, there is somebody ready to pay for it. But if you're a general citizen, you have to pay for it, right? I mean, if water costs money, I mean, what sir is saying, it doesn't cost money, it is available naturally for us. But if it costs money, then who's going to bear that cost? Are you going to expect the government to bear the cost? It's not possible. I mean, that's what he said. If you have to shift also, different crop patterns have to be shifted, who's going to bear that cost? And if India invests so much in that, then where is the money for other things? So there's a huge, kind of dilemma we will have to go through. Yeah. Anybody else?
So I just wanted to ask you, have we factored, I mean, I'm sure like the population growths of China, they will also be like peaking, stabilizing, tapering. Shouldn't they be factored into this water calculus as well?
They are tapering off. Chinese population is actually coming down. In fact, some estimates suggest that India has overtaken China in terms of numbers. Yeah. Their problem, no, the thing is that their population start getting older. And with older population, the water requirements actually accentuate because medical facilities and all that other things then come into play. We have so far what they call demographic dividend. But that demographic dividend won't last for more than 10 years. And that demographic dividend can also be a demographic problem because if the younger population does not get work, we have massive unemployment in the country, then that demographic dividend can become a problem. So the Chinese population is actually tapering off. They very brutally imposed that once upon a time. Which now they've gone the other way now totally because now they see the issues with it. Our population also will taper off, but not now. It will take another 20 years, 25 years.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, earlier there was a concept of connecting the rivers of our nation. Basically, the idea was conceptualized by Vajpayee ji. So what is the present status, and does it still exist, sir?
So, the two concepts, and both were thought about in 50s. One is called the Garland Canal Scheme, where they thought that in the foothills, Himalayan foothills, we put a canal, we put a garland of canal, whatever excess water that escapes, we tap it in the canal and release it in the various rivers. And the other is, Ganga Kaveri link canal, that huge linking, transferring surplus water from Ganga, Meghna, Brahmaputra basin into the Kaveri. In the process benefiting the entire central Indian and the Deccani rivers. So there are two issues there, and that's why none of them were attempted. One is, of course, the costs. It will cost massively. And second, of course, is the ecological costs of doing this. The ecological costs in today's terms, if you measure them in terms of monetary levels, then that project cannot be done. That's why it has not been done. What it does is it will uproot a number of people. That's number one, when you do it. Two, it will change agriculture in a manner we don't know how. Because there will be other issues. If you transfer water like that, then the seepage issues, you have to be very careful in a terrain which had no water. If Rajasthan Desert, suppose if you flood Rajasthan Desert. Now there is this, we know that the Indira Gandhi Canal, IGNP was created also partly as a defense mechanism, but partly also to have a structure where the water that we don't use, that is given to us in the Indus Water Treaty, can be stored there and used. But that will happen only if Punjab releases water to Haryana and Rajasthan, there's a problem there because of the intrastate dispute on water. So from there to think of transferring water across the board is not a viable solution. Otherwise, it would have been done. But it will not be done. It will not be done because it is not the viable solution. This was thought of in 50s. In fact, there are some very interesting reports that are available on both Garland Canal Scheme and Ganga Kaveri Link Canal.
Sir, you mentioned the capacity of dams are measured around 75% dependability, sir. And you also mentioned the various fact and figure from the CWC, sir. Sir, may I know what is the technique for desiltation in a present scenario, and is there any plan or any project which is going on to not to have a siltation, and if it is there, the effective desiltation techniques, sir?
So siltation is bound to happen when you create a dam. And it will happen not just in the dam. It will happen all the way back to where the river enters the plains. That is where it will happen. That's why over a period of time you will see, we already are seeing that the major flood, why the floods happen? The floods happen because of siltation and because of the embankment encroachments. The river has nowhere to go. So it then overspills, and that's why the flood happens. So in many countries today, actually they are clearing up the river basin by actually getting rid of the dams. Because over a period of time, if the river dries up, then there is no point in having a dam. Now, we can't do it for various reasons. But the only other technique therefore available to us is now, as far as possible, don't do big dams, do a smaller structure, let the river flow. Desiltation is very, very costly. Once you do it, then you have to do it every year. And the costs are huge. I mean, JNPT, we know the cost of desilting, that's just one thing. So we'll have to have credible alternatives. One credible alternative, of course, could be that we have to, actually the only credible alternative is to have a multi-pronged approach to this. So you deploy new technology, you do desiltation, you don't build dams, you secure your water, you rethink your agriculture practice, and you think of various other structures which locally can store. Now, this local storage in terms of watersheds and all is a good idea, but it has limits. Our population is huge. Our requirements are big. We are yet not there in terms of a developed country consumption level. By that, what I mean is that look at the United States. Good example. Their population is 350 million today, 35 crores. And our population is 1.4 billion. That is one way to answer, the question on population, that theirs is small, ours is large. There's another way to answer it. What is their consumption pattern to India's consumption pattern? Theirs is 11 times more than India's. They consume 11 times more of what our population consumes. If you put everything into account, that means that their population is 11 times more. If there's the other way to look at it. Now, they have, of course, massive untapped reserves. I mean, they're 4 times as large and so forth. And they are the imperial power of the world. They have access to all the global resources in the world. So the American growth is not dependent on others' consumption. It is dependent on their own capacity to consume. If we develop at the rate that we are, one day, not at the scale of the US, but certainly at the scale of a reasonably developed nation state, will be there. At that time, what will be our consumption rate? And what kind of resources will we require? And only 3 basic resources actually: food grain, water, energy. That's it. And then there's a larger question to this, which is what is our ability to transfer transgenerationally these resources that are available to us? In other words, the drinking potable water that we get, can we give an ironclad guarantee to the next generation that they'll also get it? I mean, if we look back on our own lives, when we used to, do our PhDs, we used to go by trains. Every train station, there would be a tap, water, we fill up the bottle. Today, nobody in their sane minds will even think of doing it. We buy the water. Imagine 20 years down the line, what is going to happen? Look at the United States. You can open the tap and drink water anywhere in the US. That is their guarantee to their population. Of course, that they have been managed to do because they managed to divert all the resources of the world into. That's a different story. But we will get there, no? So some level of development is happening. More will happen. That's inevitable. But then will we transfer these resources to the next generation so that the next generation will also use not just water, food grains. Food grains by I mean fruit grains that can be eaten, not chemically infected food grains. That is a bigger question, and I think policy planning must take that into account.
Power consumption in India per capita is 22 times lower than the global average. Bihar is almost similar.
No, there's a question there.
Because of the no generation, sir, power generation, consumption. People are not using enough power. Villages don't have power. Per capita consumption is so low. It also reflects on development. You don't have so much development. And at the same time, we are wasting 2,000 to 3,000 megawatt a day. I mean, that's the imbalance in our system. Even in India, there is so much disparity. There are other states where consumption is very high. But still, our average Indian is 4 times lower than the global average. Yes.
Sir, does the commission has a data on average groundwater depletion every year in Punjab? And then there was a saying in Punjab, sir, that every 10 years there used to be one flood, and every flood used to replenish the groundwater. And then there was an extensive network of khads, those kacha canals, which are dug by the local villagers, and that used to replenish the groundwater due to seepage and all. So that has completely stopped, and the canals also, the existing canals, we are not talking about building new canals, like in the Firozpur district and till Jalandhar district. There were a lot of canals now dried up.
Yeah.
So are there dependence on groundwater is reduced for?
There are figures in those two CWC reports on the extraction levels of groundwater in Punjab. And many areas, most areas of Punjab have come under severity category in terms of groundwater extraction. And I'll supply you with those reports. So the Punjab issue is very critical because of green revolution. Now, if we, and I mean, this hindsight is available now. I mean, at that time, that was inevitable. If productivity had to go up, then high yielding variety seeds, intense, intense chemical fertilizer regime and water is what green revolution is all about. But what that did to the soils in Punjab has now become a worry. Because as you know, many soils of Punjab are not, conducive now for anything because of over exploitation. The soil must be given time to regenerate, and green revolution, unfortunately, wherever it has been done, not just in Punjab, Haryana, sugarcane belt of Maharashtra, sugarcane belt of UP, the topsoil is, the quality of topsoil is destroyed because of the overdose of pesticides and fertilizers into it, and overdose of water. Waterlogging along with these two elements. So we have to rethink our strategy of doing agriculture in Punjab. It has also kept Punjab away from industrialization. Punjab, barring cotton textiles, does not have any other industry, deliberately so, I would say, because Punjab is supposed to be the granary of the country. All this will have to be rethought. And so far as canal network is concerned, they must, you're right that there is no effective management of the canals. Effective management would mean regular checks, repairs, and so forth. And that has not happened there for a long period of time. Not just recently, it is happening there for last 25, 30 years, actually more maybe. Ever since these canals were built, the maintenance, in our country, the maintenance is a big issue. Anything that is created, maintenance becomes an issue. And there are some also very interesting reports on the canal management. And after all these canals are taken into account, the canals are still a minority in terms of providing water to Punjab farmer. It is still the groundwater, which is the mainstay. So it is at that level that Punjab agriculture issue, and Punjab agriculture issue is very critical. I mean, the incomes, as we know, what is visible is, the productivity, the support price that the farmers get. But what is not visible is the cost of farming, the indebtedness of the cultivating communities. And it is also the issue of the credit to agriculture, the flow of credit. And together, and this is not just for Punjab, this is for the entire country, the capital formation in agriculture, the growth of capital formation in agriculture is negligible, which is surprising because it has grown. Agriculture gives a 3-4% growth rate, but investment in agriculture Private investments are more, public investments are less in India's agriculture. Farmers are almost left to themselves. Yeah, so that is, I'll give you those.
And about the, sir, controlled flooding, does it replenish the groundwater, sir, if over a number of decades it is done? Like
If over a number of decades, if flood control is exercised, see, flood control means what? Primarily, it means you slow down the runoff. If you slow down the runoff, but just the slowing down won't work, no? You slow down it and then you create water harvesting structures simultaneously. That will result in the groundwater replenishment. Otherwise, it will result into waterlogging. Also, there is limit beyond which you can't create water harvesting structures. The ecological limit would be reached. So we'll have to, actually, really speaking, to answer this question, we'll have to look at the agriculture practices in the 18th century. When there is, there is no mechanized exploitation of water. Because with mechanized exploitation of when, the animal power was replaced by fuel to pump out the water, at that point in time, what was the situation of agriculture is what we have to see. Because in some sense, we'll have to go back, in the sense, I'm not advocating that, we go.
Just a suggestion. See the Thar desert. Any change in the topography, natural change in the topography will bring natural change in the climate. Sir. And if any man-made change or enforced change in a topography will certainly going to have an adverse effect very soon, which should have happened after a long period of time. What is happening is with the coming of Indira Gandhi Canal in the Thar Desert area, and the arid zones are getting depleted, and the sucking power of the monsoon, which should suck it very fast, and that should provide rain to the plains of the rest of India, is coming down, sir. The rain is actually subsumed, or it is consumed, or it is done mainly in the Rajasthan or the lower Rajasthan, and it doesn't cross much towards the plains. And it is having an adverse effect on the plains also. And this is what is happening also. Is there any study going on? Because at the borders, we are failing this.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Arizona Research Institute at Jodhpur did some studies earlier. What had happened because of the IJNP canal, two things have happened. One is that the traditional livelihood structure before the canal came was pastoralism. Animal breeding, basically. So, and it used to grow a type of a grass which was very conducive for cattle. That went out completely. And instead we got waterlogging because of the canal. So agriculture does not grow what was the way it was expected to. So it has disturbed ecologically the entire livelihood structure along the sides of the canal and below also. I mean, all the way up to Jaisalmer, Bikaner, Badmer territory and so forth. And second, you're right that the disturbance in the monsoon cycle has happened. On the second one, to my mind, I don't think that too many studies. And that's an area that one needs to look at. Other area that one needs to look at also is the fact that less and less water from the river is reaching the sea. And that has also affected the monsoon cycle. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Ajay, sir. As usual, it's always a treat to listen to you, and you are able to definitely explain it in a manner that is understood by all. And we can definitely see the deep understanding that you have of the subject. We will break for tea, but before that, I would like to also welcome Commodore Rajan, sir, a young man of 96, sir. Thank you so much for being here, sir. No, I think we'll quickly break for tea and come back as quickly as possible, and then we'll start the next session. Thank you. Yeah. Just break for tea and then we'll start.
We'll start at 11:30.
Yes.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Yeah.
Hello, Romit.
Oh, this is Tom Kamatsu speaking from Tokyo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay, great, great.
Tom, morning.
Hey, good
It's afternoon for
morning.
you, I
How are
know.
you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much for joining us.
That's my pleasure.
We'll
Is
start dot at 11:30.
yeah, like 18 minutes later, right?
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna be keep online until that.
Yes. Yes. Sir. Thank you
Okay.
for logging in. Thank you very much.
Welcome, welcome. I just changed my job to the university.
Yes.
Mm,
Yes. Yes.
so I have much more freedom.
Yes. Great.
And concentrate for my research specialties for the underwater acoustics these days. So that's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. Okay. So see you later.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Tom, we can start a little early if you are ready. Okay, let me introduce, in the meantime, introduce Commodore Rajan V, sir. Rajan sir was the first ADC to the President of India. That is his vintage. He got trained in the British Navy and he was ADC to our first President, Rajendra Prasad. And he in the Navy also, he was a DS directing staff at Staff College, and there have been multiple Army, Navy, Air Force chiefs who have trained under him. And way back in '92, he started the first maritime foundation in India called the Indian Maritime Foundation. And that time, nobody probably understood what is maritime. And that was a big challenge. I mean, he started off all by himself and, with a group of like-minded people. And IMF has now almost 30 years now, sir, close to 30 years. So single-handedly, so when I came to Pune, I met him and he encouraged me to also first join, and then I started MRC under his guidance and mentorship, and I think we have grown significantly in the last few years. So Rajan sir, thank you so much. I think his contribution to enhancing maritime consciousness in the country is very, very significant. I mean, anybody in the seafaring domain understands who he is. Tom, we are ready to start your presentation. Can you hear me, Tom?
Okay, very
so, Tom,
good.
I just want to give you a brief on what we have been doing. This is part of a 5-day workshop I had mentioned to you. We have had some very good resource persons who have come and spoken. We've had the former Defense Secretary of India, the last Defense Secretary of India, who came to this workshop day before and discussed. Then we also had Ambassador Mudgal, who was India's ambassador to Mauritius when the Honourable Prime Minister announced the SAGAR vision. We've had very senior defense generals and admirals who have come and spoken. And we have had experts before you today. We had Professor Ajay Dandekar, Dean of Shivnada University, a water expert and a China expert who spoke on water security in a very elaborate manner. And we've had the participants also come from the strategic security community. We have senior officers from different armed forces and paramilitary forces, uh, border security force, army, navy, coast guard officers are here. About 30 officers are here who have attended this workshop. So, Tom, I would first request you to kindly talk a little bit about your journey and your background. That is the tradition we follow before you start your presentation. Tom, over to you.
Okay.
I
Okay,
have
thank you.
told the participants that how we met on the Ganga River. So you can start from there probably.
Okay, thank you. And somehow my video doesn't work very well. So let me sign off and sign on immediately. And probably I can show my face. So please
Sure.
wait for several seconds. Okay, thank you so much, and sorry about to be waiting for you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Over to you, Tom.
So let me start. Thank you so much for inviting me today. And my name is Toma Akamatsu. And now I just changed my job from the Ocean Policy Research Institution to the Waseda University in Tokyo. And my background is kind of underwater acoustics, especially for the bioacoustics. So that is why I have close contact with the Dr. Anap because of he is serving for the Navy for many, many years. And the underwater acoustics is one of the great means to understand for what is going on in the water. We are calling it kind of underwater domain awareness. And that is kind of the hot topic in these days, especially in the Asian waters. So today I wish to introduce something like kind of a lot of ocean risks we are facing in our ocean coast and also offshore area. So I wish to kind of the risk management and assessment and what we were doing in the Japanese water. And then I think we are definitely sharing the same issues with the Indian water as well. So can I share the, okay. Excuse me. I wish to share my presentation file. Yes. So hopefully you can see my slide. Is this fine? Okay. I cannot hear you, but I assume you can hear my voice and also can see the slide. Okay. So
You're good to go. Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, great. So my title is Underwater Research and Ocean Governance, especially with focusing on the ocean risks in these days. There's no doubt the free and open Indo-Pacific Ocean strategy is one of the major strategies is the Japanese government, but not only for the Japanese government, also the United States and also the many countries facing to the ocean these days, because the ocean is connecting the many countries, especially for like Japan and India, is closely connected by the ocean through the Pacific Ocean and Southern China Sea and also the Bengalese waters. So that we are importing a lot of oil and gas and many trading products through the ocean. Actually, as you see, the Japan is surrounded by the ocean and no land connection to the other countries now. So anyway, we need to across the ocean for trading. Actually, we have about like more than 99% of the products that's imported from the outside and exported outside. So just within Japan, we cannot survive at all. So ocean is our kind of the most important lifeline.
Tom, can I
for this.
interrupt you?
Yes.
Can you share your, make it full screen, slideshow
Okay.
mode?
Okay, yes. Okay.
Sir, please share your entire screen so that we can see the
Okay, so
presentation.
you can, now you are seeing the next slide as well. Okay.
No, not actually. Please share your entire screen.
Yeah. Okay. How's this? Can you see the entire screen?
Yeah, entire screen is fine. Can you put it in slideshow mode?
Yeah, I am on the slideshow mode already, but why? Okay, let me share again.
Sir, please share your entire screen rather than just the presentation window.
Yeah. Okay. It doesn't work. Okay.
When you're sharing your slide, just share the entire screen rather than the particular window.
Yes, this is the slide what I'm seeing in the full screen in my computer, but you are not looking at. You can see the next slide as well.
Yeah. Now you make it full screen?
Yes, I did it.
The slideshow, sorry. Slideshow.
Yes. Okay. How about this?
No.
Doesn't change. Okay. Okay, if it doesn't work, then I will choose a different story. Okay. Yes. How about this? How do you see about this? Can you see the entire screen? Can you see the entire screen? I cannot hear you. How about this? I cannot hear you. Okay. Can I assume you are hearing me and you're looking at my screen? Okay, I cannot hear you. Please confirm you can hear me. Or otherwise, I can back to the original one. I don't see any response from your side.
We can hear you.
Send him a chat message. You're audible.
Yes, I can now hear you. And can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. I think it's not entire, but I think it's much better than before, right?
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, great. So let me continue that. The free and open Indo-Pacific Ocean, that is a great important strategy for the many countries around the Pacific Ocean and also in Indian Ocean as well. But before that, we are facing a lots of global common issues. No matter what Japan, no matter what India, but also that is a kind of global issues these days. As the UN Secretary Chief, Antonio Guterres says, now it's the era of global boiling. You know, it's not global warming. It's already the global warming, boiling. So that climate is the change is a big issue these days. And the climate, the water temperature, and also the air temperature, actually back and up and down in these, what I say, several thousand or several 10,000 years, more than like a 10 Celsius degree up and down. But the issue is the change of the temperature is extremely quick. As you see, it's during like a 30 years, 1971 to 2000, the average didn't change much, but only these 20 years, the uh, air temperature is getting higher and higher, like nearly 1 degree, okay, already. So I think you are feeling a very hot summer in these several years, the same as Japan as well. And the issue is our social system and also the ecosystem cannot follow or cannot adapt in this such kind of quick change of the climate. So that is a big issue. Only like 20 years, it's too short. The climate change should be happening within several hundreds or thousand years. But in current status, because of the human activities, the exposure of the carbon dioxide, that's the temperature elevation is really a big change and so quick. So now we are facing the climate security issues. In some area, it's too much drought, dry, and a lot of the crops of the agriculture affected very severely. And in the other area, like Pakistan, a lot the big flood happening in the entire area of the nation. And also from the Indian and Nepal area, the glacier are melting very quickly. So a lot of the disaster, like landslide, is happening in the Nepalian area. So the climate security is the issues now we are facing. But very much unfortunately, as you see, the expectation of the IPCC, the International Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, expected the several Celsius degree elevation within next 80 years. Okay, so if the climate, the temperature changed, elevated like a 4 Celsius degree, it's kind of the big disaster. We seriously thinking about how the human could survive after this quick change. And the target is a 1.5 Celsius degree, but it is still very difficult target. So we need to coexist with such kind of high temperature climate in the several tens or even more than 100 years. So we need to compensate. We need to solve this issue very severely and very seriously now. And for my specialty, I'm a specialist of the underwater ecology and marine ecology and fisheries. And the reflecting of the climate security or climate change, the food security is a big issue these days. This is one of the example. Some of the fish products is quickly reducing within these several, not the tens, or several years. And also the swordfish, that the catch is getting higher and higher only within there's like a 6 or 7 years. We are seeing the effect of the climate change, actually the ocean climate change in these 5 or 10 years. And many of the fisheries products are changing. So the flat flounder is reducing. The swordfish is getting increasing. Even in the Pacific Ocean side, nearby the Tokyo to the a little bit northern part. So that is a big issue because of the fishermen and the local culture already adjusted for the catch and consumption of these fish species. The change is so quick within several years. The local system, the social system, including fisheries and local food culture, couldn't adjust their system to accept and consume the new species. So even for the seafood, the food security need to solve in the next several years. There are mostly 3 issues. The first issue is the harvesting stage. The harvesting stage is the sustainable control and management of the fish stocks for each species. And technology and methodology already established, like MSY, maximum sustainable yield, and the individual quota, is we can set or we can know or calculate such kind of the maximum allowable catch. But even just the established this kind of criteria, but the law enforcement and the fishing ban and also the fishing certification is needed to be introduced for the fisheries industry and society. Like fishery certifications, a lot of IUU, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries are still existing a lot in the world widely, and that is damaging the fishery resources in these states. So the fishery certification, like a Marine Stewardship Council, issuing the fishery certification to ensure, okay, this fisheries product is coming from the certificated one. Well, this kind of system is still really beginning stage and not be applicable for the different type of the fisheries in these days. And the second stage, the supplying stage, is kind of food supply chain. And in the preliminary stage, we need a refrigerator to keep the fresh seafood for longer time. And also the processing and packaging need to be packaged in a safe and not contaminated and to transport appropriately to the market. So the controlling the supply chain is another big issue for the food security. And the last thing is the market. the consumption stage is not only for keep supplying of the seafood product, but also the introduction of the cooking method. And this is actually very much big issue because of the menu or species of the seafood is changing year by year. But the local people knew how to cook their local fish species. But if the fish species changes, they do not know how to cook it. So they do not want to buy it. So that's the big issue. So introduction of the cooking method for the local people is quite important. Like tuna or the skipjack is getting a north and north. So the southern people knew how to cook it, but the northern people do not know how to cook it. The skipjacks and also like tuna species. So they needed to introduce the cooking way for such kind of big southern fish species to the northern part of the area. And this issue is not happening not only Japan but also many countries in the warm area and the northern area because of the water temperature of the Pacific Ocean and also Indian Ocean getting increasing. So the supermarket and restaurant should be adjusting for that change of the consumer and also the changing of the local food culture. That is time consuming. I think it takes 10 years. So the culture change is very slow, but the climate change used to be much more slower comparing with the culture change, but it's now changed. The culture change is even slower than the climate change. So that is a big issue. So what we are now trying to introduce the fish market, actually not only the fish market, but also connecting to the end users. It's kind of the concept of smart ocean. It's a collaboration with the Super Smart Society Consortium initiated by the Tokyo Institute of Technology and the observation of the fish products nearby the setnet. And we are installing the smart buoy. And immediately that information sending to the market and also feedback from the consumers' pressure or consumers' demand, and adjusting for the transportation and processing and the retail area, the stakeholders to adjust appropriately for the supplying of the fish product. But it is still dream. We are now focusing on the monitoring of the underwater ocean seafood product, but the didn't change the supply chain yet. And this is kind of the concept, but will be realized hopefully within like 5 years. Okay, not only for the climate change risk, but also geological risk is very much big in the Japanese water because of the big earthquake happening regularly. March 11, 2011, that is unforgettable day for the Japanese people. The very big disaster and the big earthquake happened in the eastern part of Japan, in the boundary of the big plate, or the Pacific plate and Eurasian plate. And after that, the big tsunami, the big wave is hitting for the eastern part of Japan, and nearly 20,000 people died. That's a big tragedy for the Japanese people. And after that, okay, we needed to monitor that the earthquake already earlier, as early as possible. So we installed the 5,500 kilometers long cable called SNet from the northern island Hokkaido to the nearby the Tokyo Bay, and we are trying to keep monitoring of the earthquake earlier as possible. As you know, the P wave of the earthquake is faster than the S wave. And P wave is travels about like 7 kilometers per second. And the S wave, that is much more big shaking. They're traveling about 4 kilometers per second. So detecting the P wave area and warn every people in the potential disaster area only within like a 10 second or even the several seconds earlier of the S wave hits. But that also save the people's life very dramatically. we have a smartphone, iPhone and Android, everyone now, and our smartphone system connecting with such kind of disaster alerting system. If the big earthquake happened and detected by this kind of system, only several seconds or 10 seconds earlier of the major S-wave hit, the smartphone ringing and warning us and to hide and get prepared for that big shaking. So that system is actually, we are really prepared for the big earthquake now. And not only for the individual earthquake countermeasures, but also we have a high-speed bullet train now extending to the north and west of Japan. And the Japanese railway company of the east section, they have 3 lines of the high-speed bullet train showing in the red dots. If that system detected P wave, immediately the information to send it to the JR, Japanese Railway Company, and stopped that high-speed bullet trains immediately. Now that high-speed bullet train is operating more than 200 kilometers per hour. Okay, if something happening during such a high-speed, full-speed train, there are lots of the human life may be diminished. So this kind of early warning system is not only for the personal but also the social system connected with that the disaster preparation for that. And this is kind of risk management, but also there is kind of byproducts of by using this kind of system. There's another system, the Kushiro Tokachi cable, and that cable system detected not only the earthquake but also waves. Can you listen this? I don't know you can listen this or not. This is the 20 times higher speed up of the cores of fin whale, the second biggest baleen whale in the world. And actually, they're producing very much low frequency sound, like a that sound frequency is similar to the earthquake frequency. So the earthquake detection cable simultaneously detect of the core of the fin whale. The Disaster Research Institution guy applied the earthquake detection system to the whale detection system and analyzed of the presence of the fin whale core in the north to the south of Japanese eastern water in the entire year. The result is like this. This result didn't publish in an international journal yet, so but the result is kind of amazing. Here is the January, February, March to the next December. It's kind of 1 year continuous observation of the 2018 from the south to the north. And the red dark showing many fin whale core detected. And the yellow one is a less fin whale core detected. And as you can clearly see, the fin whale core was detected within January, February, March, and April, and September, December, November, December. Okay, so the fin whale core is already, we knew that fin whale is reproduced in the winter time. So this is quite consistent with the previous knowledge for us. But the big difference is we cannot survey of the fin whale in the winter time because of its really rough weather conditions. So the survey ship cannot be operated in the especially northern part of Japan because of really rough weather, high waves, and it's not quite suitable for the visual observation of the fin whale in that area in the winter time. But the seismic underwater cable, submarine cable, could detect the fin whale calling continuously from the north to the south, from the all way around. So this is kind of the marine tools for the marine ecosystem management as well. So this is kind of byproduct of the geological risk management, but also can be used for that system in the completely different purposes for the marine ecosystem monitoring. Okay. So the third risk, what I wanted to introduce, is the biodiversity. The India and also Japan and many countries are now focusing on the harvesting of the renewable energy from the ocean, and also the deep water mining, deep water mines like a cobalt-rich crust and mangan nodule. So the mines are also quite important resources for the updated social system. And for the harvesting of the energy and harvesting of the mines, we cannot neglect of the sustainable management of the ecosystem. But the point is, we don't know quite sure how is that the ecosystem in the deep water or in the offshore, because we don't know any standard data of the healthiness of the ecosystem in offshore and the deep waters. So these are the big issue. Okay, we can monitor the ecosystem, but we don't know is that the harvesting of the energy and harvesting mind actually affect the ecosystem or not. It is because we don't know the normal standard status of the ecosystem in that area. It is something like kind of human body temperature. Now, human body temperature should be around the 36 point something degrees. And if you are infected by the COVID-19, then your body temperature is going to elevate 37.5 or over. Okay, so it is because we knew that the standard body temperature of the human, and we knew when infected by the virus, the body temperature elevated like a 1 degree or 1.5 degrees. So we knew the standard and we knew that kind of risky level of the body temperature, but we don't know the risky level of the ecosystem temperature or ecosystem standard in the deep water and also offshore water. So the biodiversity is degraded. They're facing a risk in many area. So, for example, like a climate change also affected biodiversity, and the coral reef is nearly destroyed by the higher water temperature exposure. And so we tried to measure the biodiversity by using acoustics. Here is the sound produced by the fish. I hope you can listen this. If not, this is kind of the sound of damselfish. It's like a sound. So it is something different from the ambient noise in the ocean. So it is relatively easy to extract and detect by from the long-term recorders. And we programmed to extract this damselfish sound, and also the sound of the humpback whale and gurnard and also snapping shrimp. Can you listen this? I don't know. This is the humpback whale song. If you can listen this, please respond. Or otherwise, if you don't listen it, I can mimic it. It's like a and this kind of the sound that's also produced by the male humpback whale in the breeding season in the winter. And this kind of song of the whale can be listened in the southern part of India as well. And here's the sound of the fish. The fish also produce a lot of sound. And very much less research have been done in the coastal water of India, but definitely a lot of fish chorus, fish sound can be detected in the warm seasons. So what we did is to measure the underwater sound in the shallow water and deep water. Shallow means about like a couple meters, and the deep water is about like a 20 or 30 meters, and place the underwater recorders for years and see what happened. Looking at long-term spectrogram, the spectrogram is quite easy to show it is because just a fast frequency transform of the waveform, but it doesn't tell much from June, July, August to the next June. And a lot of like low frequency sound below 1 kilohertz could be seen, and some higher frequency sound from 2 to 6 kilohertz can be seen, but this figure doesn't tell much. So using the AI, the artificial intelligence, and applying the very much simple clustering method, they call it the k-means classification, applying to the shape of the spectrum. What we classified of each spectrum in every 2 minutes is like this. And here's the soundscape within 1 year. And the vertical axis showing the soundscape from the midnight to the noon to the midnight. And you can see the different of the color, it's showing a different season, a different time. And the color showing the type of the sound. It is not the intensity of the sound, the color showing the type of the sound. And computer do not know what is the source. The computer just show, okay, this type of sound, okay, we label yellow. And this type of sound, okay, the computer labeled green and blue, and different, the blue and the different colors. And the labels we did afterward. So what we could identify is a damselfish sound seems to be in yellow colors categorized. That is quite prominent in the March, June, July. That is also corresponding with the spawning season of the corals. And interestingly, the damselfish sound also detected very early morning in like a 5 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And that's extending to the summer, like August and September, even the October, we can listen the sound of damselfish in the very early morning and also the very early evening. And this is something a new finding, but we do not know why they still keep calling in that down and very early morning without any reproduction effort. And blue and green are categorized as a humpback whale song, as I introduced before. Is like a breeding song produced by the male, and that's clearly showing in presented in the wintertime. So this is also consistent with the previous knowledge, but the good thing of the sound monitoring is that 24 hours continuous in a day and 7 days in a week, so we cannot miss. The same pattern are actually copied, or the same pattern can be seen in the next season as well. So what we learned from this analysis is the soundscape characteristics is changing changing seasonally, but the same soundscape can be appeared in the same season. And soundscape also changing in the morning and afternoon and in the night. A diurnal change happens. So this kind of simple analysis methodology can show some kind of standard of the soundscape. So if we just record the sound in the deep water or even the offshore sound and analyze by using this kind of the methodology, then we can see the standard soundscape for that water, no matter what the deep, no matter what offshore. Then if we try to harvest the energy harvest in the mines, then keep recording of the underwater sound and how that soundscape changed or not. If the soundscape changed, okay, some effect may happen. But if the soundscape didn't change, okay, that's fine. The energy harvesting or the mining harvesting did not change the acoustic behavior of that habitat. So I think we are assuming this soundscape monitoring methodology is relatively quite easy and reliable to measure the standard status and also the effect of the our marine engineering activities. And let me compare with the with the shallow water recording. We are using exactly same recorders, exactly same methodology, but the soundscape analysis outcome is completely different. In the shallow water, you can see a clear change of the morning and the daytime soundscape, and also the clear change of the seasonal patterns. But the patterns of the seasonal and annual change is completely different from the deep water area. So the soundscape seems to be location specific, and that is also the kind of useful parameters, because if the soundscape is location specific as well as the season and time specific, okay, so that is a standard status of the soundscape of specific location and specific time. So this can be used as an environmental impact assessment for the future offshore and also deep water areas. And we also calculated acoustical diversity. Now, it's not the biodiversity, but the sound type and the number of the sound detected from that recorders. Then we can calculate the entropy. It's kind of a diversity index. And interestingly, we can see the higher acoustic diversity recorded in the deeper water rather than shallow water. And that is something against our expectation. In the shallow water, there is a lot of colorful fish and lots of the fish, the individual there. But from the diversity point of view, the deeper sound may be better, because the deeper sound is the environment or water temperature is much more stable. So many different type of the species can coexisting. In the shallow water, the waves and temperature and flow, it's the disturbing of the ecosystem regularly. So in the shallow water, actually a lot of fish individual biomass may be high, but for the biodiversity, the number of the species may be low. So this is kind of still assumption. It's hypothesis, and what we are trying to test is the underwater sound acoustical diversity may be correlated with the biodiversity in that area. Or if that the acoustic diversity can be a representative of the underwater biodiversity, then again that can be used for the environmental assessment for the impacted area there where we didn't change for many, many years. And it is first time harvesting energy and harvesting the mine in the impacted area for the human history now. Okay, so the fourth items, what I wanted to show you is a maritime safety. That is no doubt. The maritime safety is a very important issue. If the issue happens, then the oil spill and also the damage for the like a breach or the container yard, even in this couple of months, a big the accident happening in the United States and also the other area as well. The issue is the maritime safety is the issues that we are thinking about. This is kind of because of communication, lack of the communication. Now, for example, like a large ship is following the small fishing boat. But now the communication way of the big vessel and the fishing boat or even the kind of pressure boat only using a voice by using a VHF communication. Okay, so need to speak and they need to listen and need to respond it verbally by speaking. But it is not quite easy because of the some people speaking Japanese, some people speaking English, some people speak Chinese, and if they do not understand each other of each the languages, the communication cannot be established. So by far, maritime safety mostly rely on the visual observations, the watch around from the big vessel, and to avoid and warn by using horn and to let the fishing boat and the other pleasure boat the avoiding of the big vessel. So this is extremely classic way to keep the safety. So the maritime communication system is, I think, more than like a 1 century behind of the terrestrial communication system. Okay. So now, okay, the many people think, okay, this is too classic. We need to update to be a digital communication. So what we means not only for the Japanese guys, but it's the IMO, the International Maritime Organization under the UN. That they or we are trying to introduce a VHF data exchange system. It's called the VDES. VDES will be introduced in the terrestrial system, but also the VDES satellite system. The satellite VDES satellite launched with the ESA, European Space Agency, and also the China and Japan will be launching about like 8 satellite very soon, and Singapore. So this is kind of international collaboration for the maritime digital communication. That is not only for the use for the safety of the marine traffic, but also can be used other purposes as well. So the VH data exchange system can be kind of the infrastructure of the IoT, Internet of Things, covering of the entire ocean in near future. And probably the 60 satellite system will be introduced within 5 years. And that is a constellation of satellite covering all over the globe, all over the ocean. So the Internet of Things of the ocean will be realized within like 5 years. So we need to get prepared about that. Once the Internet of the Things of the ocean can be done, then we can see the both of the merchant ship and also the fishing vessels. And if the fishing vessel catch the fish, then the fisheries certification system can be operated because of the satellite video system can also provide the location of the receivers and transmitters. So independent from the GPS system, the satellite video system can ensure, okay, this fishing vessel is this location. And if the fishing vessel also reporting of the fishing product, then that information transmitted through the satellite to the fishing support station or maybe the fishing market, and the certificated fishing product is immediately transported and supplied for the fishing market and the consumers as well. So this is the good to the fishermen and also excluding the IUU fisheries, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. So the communication in the entire ocean is not only for the maritime safety, but also the fishing, sustainable fisheries as well. Or maybe like a disaster management, we are facing the disconnecting of the communication way after the big earthquake. We have a big earthquake in the January 1st of this year, and the local area have no communication with several days. So that big disaster happens, then we can use that satellite video system as a substitute or backup system for the IoT, even the small, very narrow band communication system, but that can be used for the emergency encounters. So what we are hoping for the future is the kind of ocean digital society. Not only for the VHF system, but also the Starlinks or many other, the satellite system is also okay to have like communication, digital communication system in the entire world. Then can be monitor the global warming or climate change or maritime safety or fisheries controls and also even the biodiversity. And we are forming an ocean big data and to monitor something happening in the ocean ecosystem or something happening in ocean traffic, then immediately know it and to rescue and countermeasure and prepare for the future. So this will be the ocean big data digital society will be happening hopefully within a decade. Thank you so much. This is my talk. Any kind of questions? Welcome.
Thank you, Tom. As usual, a lot of deep research, and you have been associated not just in lab-based work, but a lot of field work. One question from my side, We also had Mehul Sangekar from Jamstech. You know Mehul, right? From Tokyo University.
Yep.
So Jamstech seems to be doing a lot of work on acoustics. A lot of work in optics. So how do you compare acoustics versus optics for ocean research? And my question is more directed towards solving global problems, not for high-tech research alone.
Okay. The first question is the optics is relatively short distance and acoustics is the longer distance. But that's a pros and cons. The optics is much more kind of precise and identify the species, identify the chlorophyll and zooplankton. And the acoustics is long range, but not quite easy to identify the species, but good to identify the location and time. And now we are not only for the comparing the optics and the acoustic, but also comparing the eDNA and environmental DNA. And the DNA sequencer is now it's really much relatively easy, and that is very much strong to identify the species in the water, just collecting the water from the ocean. So the optics, acoustics, satellite, and the eDNA, the metagenome sequencing. These are, I think, the really good combination to see what is going on in the water where we didn't see yet. And the second question is, okay, not only for the kind of high tech, but also the ocean governance, we need a different type of effort. Yeah, I fully agree with that. The high tech is actually money consuming and only can be applicable for this some specific area, specific interest. And we need to collaborate with the different platformers in the ocean. That's it. I'm also keep talking and advocating many sectors. So the platformers in the ocean is by far mostly for the maritime guys and also navies as well. They are dispatching a lot of fleet in the ocean, and they are monitoring a lot of depths, temperature, and blah, 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 blah. And many of the information cannot be disclosed because of the safety issue. That's really understandable. But some of the data, especially for the already used, not real-time data, can be accumulated in some data server and can be used for the understanding of what is going on in the ocean, even afterward. So the organizing an ocean platform as an ocean observer is one of the very important kind of key to monitor the underwater surveys. So not only for the maritime sector, but also the offshore windmill farm, they are the stationed long-term monitoring areas. And these days, biologging is another big platform. Biologging is the attaching of the sensors on the tunas or seabirds or bears, and they are providing a lot of the climate and also the underwater camera, the videos and blah 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 blah. So the assuming and accumulating platformers in the ocean, that is also the good things. And another thing is the dialogue, not only for the scientists but also the policymakers and also the industrial sectors and also the civilian, the scientist. Even we have the smartphones and just take a picture. Now take a picture of the marine plastic, take a picture with the marine life, and send to the server. Then that can be accumulated in the kind of field survey as well. That was already done by the field survey of the coral reefs in the Florida, I think. So this kind of the including of the ordinary people for such kind of the monitoring of the kind of marine is quite important, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Anybody? Tom, how do you look at the larger push towards electric vehicle and the rare earth metals that will be extracted from the oceans and what's being discussed at the International Seabed Authority? So how do you look at sustainability and climate change in the next few decades?
You mean the
What's your
electric vehicle or including?
As we know, 6 times more resources are available undersea. And the deep ocean mission or what is being driven by the International Seabed Authority I mean, the exploitation approvals are yet to come. But what is your thought on what it will do to the ocean environment? And how do you think the global community is going to manage that?
Very important point. As I told you, we do not have good enough knowledge of the ecosystem in the deep water area. So, it is something similarity to go to the other planet. NASA, the National Space Agency of the United States, they cleaned everything of the lander for the Mars, because of they are afraid of any kind of virus or bacteria maybe habituated in the Mars that's potentially destroyed the Mars ecosystem if they exist. And same story may be happening in the deep water as well. We can harvest the mine, but if we introduce something new things, maybe bacteria, maybe biological substance, maybe like a heavy metal contamination or oil, whatever. And that the ecosystem in the deep water, we don't know yet, but they may be affected very severely by introducing such kind of anthropogenic impact. So we need to be very much careful. But simultaneously, we need resources, especially from the deep water, because of the mines in the land. So we are too much harvested, and lots of the pollutant and exposing in the environment. So we need to see something compromise between the development and also the sustainable ecosystem. So this is a big issue. I don't have any clear answer. To know the standard situation of the deep water ecosystem, that is the first thing we need to do that the first time. Then we try to test for the harvesting of the mines and see what happens, see what will be the difference, no matter what acoustic, no matter what optics. Then if something happens, we need to carefully what is source and what is the mechanism. If something didn't happen, okay, we can go for a little bit more. So it's kind of adaptive management of the underwater ecosystem. The adaptive management is one of the kind of trend for the environmental management and assessment in these days. So yeah, I don't have any answer, but need to see the standard of the ecosystem now.
One last question from me is, because you've been involved in ocean governance, so how do you see the Global South participating in global ocean governance? Because, post-pandemic, there has been a huge crisis of resources globally, and the Global South is definitely suffering a lot in terms of resource availability. But how do you think the entire global community can work together towards better ocean governance?
Okay.
Because climate change, sustainability will always have to be a major part of the ocean governance mechanism.
Okay, so what I recommend the Global South countries is learn from our failure, which means therefore the Japanese fisheries failed a lot. We failed for the sustainable fisheries management. And also we exposed a lot of the heavy metal contamination about like 30 or 40 years. And many guys seriously got ill and died. Okay, so we have a lot of experience. We failed for the ocean governance, ocean management. So the Global South countries shouldn't do the same thing. Okay, so you can see what we failed. And also we are trying the huge effort to mitigate and a huge effort to how to recover it. So that kind of knowledge can be useful for the Global South countries as well. And also the Global South is also the big consumer in the next several decades, I think. By far, the Global South is more like a resource supplier, but now it's turned to be a big consumer now. So need to be really careful to the sustainable use of the resources, not only for the exporting, but also using the resources internally of the Global South countries. And to do that, the local sustainability for the supply and the consume of the each resources, no matter what the energy, no matter what the mines, is quite important. Not too much rely on the import and exporting. and that makes unstable or the like a local geopolitics, I think.
Thank you. Any questions from anybody? Okay, thank you, Tom. There are
Thank
no
you.
more questions, and I really thank you and appreciate you
Yeah,
having
thank you
given
so
us so
much.
much time, and we'll
Yeah.
continue to remain in touch.
Yeah. Wish to see and keep in touch at some point.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So that's the end of this session. We would like to hear the comments from some of you because Rajan sir is here. Maybe 2-3 of you may just come, would like to come and give your comments on the workshop and how you think it can help taking forward various aspects. I mean, UDA touches upon whether we talk about water security, whether we talk about, I mean, the various components of strategic security. And as Ajay sir has rightly brought out, I mean, there are, whether it is energy security, food security, water security, everything is part of the strategic security matrix. So I would request a couple of you to come forward and give your views on, I mean, this is part of the continuation of our discussion as we had post lunch. That is what we have planned. So just because we have a little time, I would request some of you to come up and talk. Maybe 2-3 people before we break for lunch. Sir? Yes. Tomori Akamatsu. Tomori Akamatsu. Akamatsu, yes. Yes. Akamatsu. Yes. You want to say? Go ahead, sir.
Dr. Das,
Can you relate to
Professor Akimatsu from Japan, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here today. It's a privilege to be present here and listen to Professor Akimatsu from Japan. And the research which is going on, it's of enormous benefit to the world what Japan is doing now in the form of research of marine resources, fish and other wild animals in the sea. As I said, it's a great honor for me to be present here. And the MRC has come a long way from a fledgling organization, which it was 15 years ago. MRC is now an entity, is a national entity to be reckoned with. And all this is due to the perseverance and the patriotic spirit of Dr. Das. What you are hearing today, you will not hear anywhere else in India, because this is the MRC is the center for research in underwater. Thank you very much for the group photograph. I'll be able to see some of you in that. Thank you very much, and I'll be leaving now. Very happy to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate you taking time and effort to come here. Thank you. Yes. I am. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ayush. Ayush. Okay. Jay, you can make your presentation now instead of, we have half an hour, so we can finish your presentation. The other two presentation we can do after that. I thought he will be. Quickly. There's a small demo on the marine special planning framework and the tool that we have built. So I would like Jay to make his presentation. Caesar is not available now, but I think Jay should be able to handle it. The collective effort which has come over the years of work, and all that you've seen among our different research fellows, this is one platform that we've created where everything can be seen and one can interact with that.
Okay, so first I will introduce myself. My name is Jay Bhanudas Pinsarkar, and I am working as a research. I'm working as a research engineer. I'm working as a Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. So I'm working as a research engineer at MRC. So I'm mostly handled the IT related part regarding the MSP tool here. The Deputy Director Sridhar Prabharaman is guiding me, and the Arnav's experience also giving me a more opportunity in the MRC. So today I'm presenting the MSP tool. Okay. So let's start with the introduction. So we are, as I mentioned, we are developing the tool, and it will be developing always because the marine spatial planning is a thing which is never ending. So we are just go into the definition of the marine spatial planning. It is a guide to sustainable use of marine resources in order to balance the ecological, economical, social objective while minimizing the conflict between the stakeholders. So in order to achieve this, we are building the all stakeholders together in one single platform. So that will achieve to avoid the conflict between them. Okay, so let's start with the glance of the tool. So this is how the user interface of the tool will look like. On the left hand side, you can see that there is a mention all the stakeholders there. We are merging out. In the subcategory, you can see that there is a lot of opportunity for, as we discussed in the last 4 days and this one also. So all the things are mentioned over there. The tools with the spatial functionality also are we are trying to merge out with. The tool is showing the noise map with the major ports in India. So that's how they're plotting right now. So this is the somewhere basic example we are trying to elaborate here. So let's talk about the feature of this tool. So I mentioned on the right hand side, you can see the data integration and analysis, modeling and simulation, field validation, integration, real-time visualization, and policy interventions. So let's go it one by one. So in the data integration parts, so data integration helps to achieve the collaboration between the stakeholders. Okay, so right now we are not just grabbing the data and putting out here. We are trying to analyze it. We are applying the logical thinking to it, and we are doing the research and apply it and making the valuable outcome out of it. And that we are plotting right now. Okay, so one of the example I can elaborate here. So those shipping noise we have calculated. So we grab the data for AI from the AIS and the study the engine type of it, the speed of the ship, and that's how we calculate the data. This noise, and that we are plotting right now. So we are not directly plotting the grabbing the data and plotting. We are analyzing it, doing the research, and this valuable data we are putting on. This modeling and simulation part. Actually, the whole session of the Siddhar sir is on the modeling and simulation, so I will not talk much deeply about it. So just want to highlight some major that can be highlight over here. So it's the modeling and simulations helps for the planning, the risk assessment, and future policymakers. So that thing, as we discussed, the land usage year by year is gradually increasing, and lots of predictions can be made over there. So their prediction can use in the land usage, the sediment flow that we are try to discuss, the siltation in river, that the first session we had. So that predictions using the modeling and simulations will help in this tool. In order to validate these models, so data integration is on, but the data we are depending upon, that should be accurate and reliable on. So that is why the field validation part we are integrated in this tool. The real-time data visualization. So this is a more major aspect over here, because as we know, the environmental conditions are never constant. They are continuously changing, and lots of factors are depending on that. So in order to get the real-time data, we are including here. Because for the example, if the migration of the marine organisms are there, in the species are there, so they depend on the sea temperature. So that's the factor. This is the changing thing. The environmental factor is a changing thing. So there we are also applying over here. The policy interventions. So the MSP itself is come out of the policy, and if we integrate the other policies over here, that will be I will read out some policies that can be integrated over here. So marine environmental protection, marine safety and security, marine transportation, maritime governance, and maritime industry developments. So this integrating these policies can help us to achieve the ecological, economical, and social objectives of the environments. So talking about the capability of this tool, so as I say, it is a developing tool, and I also just mentioned the few capabilities over here because lots of capabilities of this tool is there. Okay, so you can see on the left side there is a mention of IMO conventions, the SOLAS convention, the MARPOL convention, and a lot more, and the marine labor conventions. So, and the right side, you can see the challenges that are unaddressable in the underwater domain. So underwater search recovery, the detection of oil spills. Oil spills are also impacts the marine life in the underwater. And also the sedimentation management is also there. So sediment management, if we are able to plot the types of sediment over there, in case of deployments of ROVs and AOVs, that also matters because the sediment bearing pressure is also should be considered over there. So, and the acoustic building capacity, capability building, and the digital transformation. So the MSP and UDA framework can combine together and to cover the aspect of to see, to understand, and to share. So I talk about the stakeholders engagement and collaborations. That also has covered the capability and use case of this tool. The research opportunities. As I mentioned, all things are there in a very well-organized form and analyzed form. So researchers can directly apply their logical thinking, grab the data from here, and just creates the outcome from it. So that is more opportunities there for the researchers also. Yes. So on all the 5 days we are discuss the lot of things are there. So I think MSP tool can be a solution to it. So we are developing this tool and we are keep developing. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. As you can see, there's a lot of work to be done, but as a tool, whether it is any deployment requirement for the armed forces or coastal police or border security force, this can be a game changer for them. This will not only allow you to deploy your assets operationally, but even planning at multiple levels. And once that data is available digitally, you can use it for various purposes. Like even what Ajay sir mentioned in the morning, the hydrographic surveys of our rivers or water bodies have not been done, and we don't have data. So once you can generate the data in the form of an MSP, the entire decision making will be very, very seamless. And this will also provide you opportunity to predict the future behavior, even sustainability of the rivers, whether it is the question of availability, the various lean seasons can be very clearly identified, and even the trends, like what sir has said, the rainfall has reduced. So not only the trends in rainfall pattern, but also the impact can be mapped onto an MSP, and you can look at it in a very, very nuanced manner. So I think any questions on this? Yeah, please.
As of now, how the data is collected? Number one. And how do you collect the data of no-go areas?
Okay, that's a very good question, sir. What we have done is, this is the biggest, contribution that we make here is MSP is now a global discussion. It is not just that we are looking at, but what we are bringing to the table is the modeling and simulation based approach. What you mentioned, the data. Now, the map that I showed. Now, when these things get integrated, the data of the platform will be available. Now, then you go to another database, like there's a Lloyd's database, which gives you the complete machinery details of the ships. So that is another database which is available, and we tap onto that. Now, once that is done, then the underwater parameters, how the underwater situation will behave, that is another database, Itopo database, that is available. So now there is a lot of maturity, but how to integrate all these databases and solving a specific problem is what we need to look at. Now, talking about sediment management. Now, sediment management is not so simple, but there are certain, we have done certain AI-based algorithm development where the channel geometry and the flow rate can be used to develop the predicted behavior of the sediment transport. And based on that, we will create a map, MSP. But then it has to be validated. So once this, so what I'm trying to tell you is based on certain information that is available above water, so even those no-go areas also, we'll have to see the specific problem. I cannot answer a generic thing, but there are a lot of possibilities where we can tap onto certain databases available. And now, like the way I talked about Itopo database, INCOIS is a Government of India organization under the Ministry of Earth Sciences. They are tasked to build all the data that is required, whether it is for weather prediction or underwater prediction. They are supposed to do put all the data available. And you don't have to pay anything, but you have to definitely authenticate who you are and what is the purpose. Once that is that authentication is done, the data is available to us for usage. But for government agencies, of course, there may be, I'm not aware, but there's a possibility that high quality data may be available to others. But even like normal researchers, even my researchers, once they say that we are from MRC, although now we have a MOU with them, but even if you don't have an MOU for researchers, it is possible if you can authenticate yourself. So that is what I'm talking about. Once that is done, so this will be a massive game changer. Otherwise, what happens is, in my experience, I have seen you go to a scientific organization and say, I have this problem. First thing they will tell you, give us data. Now, then you get it stuck into a thing that this data is, you'll have to go through a massive clearance process. But a lot of this data today are available in open source. So we can start by working. Now, we also have to give you some confidence that, yes, what we are saying is doable. So we can do it based on certain open source data. But then as we move forward and as the project progresses, then we can, like CWC has a lot of data which is not available in the open. But if it's a requirement for a specialized agency of the Government of India, then definitely that data can be made available. Right? Yeah.
Sir, this is basically related to the, there was some dimension given that tourism in this it. Andaman mein, sir, I have a suggestion that Andaman Nicobar mein a lot of underwater tourism is being operated. They take the tourists in some capsule and then take them underwater, show them the creeks, colorful fishes, and take a lot of money from them. Even certain places, they have the glass bottom boats. They take the tourists in glass bottom boats, show them the coral reefs and the underwater things. And here I see the opportunity for the UDA, sir, to collaborate with them and collect the data of those ecosystems which they're showing it to tourism. You can collect the data like how many fishes are there, whether they're reducing, whether they're increasing, whether it will sustain in future, whether the coral will finish in 10 years, 5 years, whether those fishes which they are showing to the tourists, what kind of fishes they are, whether they're increasing in the number, whether decreasing in the number. And I hopefully, sir, because you are in UDA, you must be having some data collecting devices, which I was hearing Japanese wise, he's hearing the sound of the fishes, many fishes. He has observed the sound. So, sir, if you become the AtmaNirbhar in your data collecting devices, with the collaboration of those people, put your devices in their boats, puts in devices where they are operating, and just collect the data and then transform them into your database and then predict whether your tourism will sustain or not sustain.
Yes, certainly. I mean, what you're saying is important, but we need to appreciate. See, what the Japanese are doing is massive investments, like one is the hardware, the second is the software, and the third is the capability, human understanding. Now, the map that we are talking about, it's not so easy to create that kind of high resolution. I mean, the Japanese are involved even in the technology development. They're involved in high, even Dr. Ajay Kumar had mentioned about high megapixel cameras, underwater cameras. What we are trying to, I mean, what is the starting point? Now, as you said, those fishermen are there, they're giving, today, the fisheries estimation is done based on inputs from fishermen. But that is, how accurate will it be? That's not a very scientific way of doing it, but that is some basis. I mean, a lot of estimate, like Ajay sir talked about certain numbers. Now, how do those numbers come about? Right? So now going and getting some ground data is one way, one method. But how accurate it is and how we can build the larger picture is a question that we need to answer. So what we are trying to say is that we work on a modeling based approach, and the validation is the second. I mean, what you're saying is the other way. You get some validation and then start building the bigger picture. But our method is the other way, that you model the whole thing, because then what happens is, how many data samples can you take by the method that you're saying? Very difficult, because everything is, the scenario is changing every minute or every second. And there are so many pictures, like coral mapping, it has to be done scientifically. It has to be done by using sonars or cameras, right? If you use camera, then, your area, that's what I asked Tom also. How much area coverage can you do? A camera can only take this big a frame, that's it. Not more than that. So if you have to map, just if you see the size of our EEZ, 3.7 million square kilometers. Can you possibly ever, is it viable to even cover that area? Not possible. No, I'm coming to that. So even those areas also, they are also very large. So you need the kind of manpower, and now the data, right now the data is scattered with a lot of people. That's not going to help anybody. So the government of India has this plan of digital ocean. They've already announced it. But to fructify will take, even to understand the different dimensions of digital ocean is mind-boggling. So, whether it is species study, I mean, typically that's a big problem. People do species study. It should be an ecosystem-based study, because species are not alone. Like we said, Save the Tiger project. This is a species specific. But are you only interested in saving the tiger, or you're interested in saving the ecosystem? Like even dolphin conservation that happened. We're talking about the dolphin alone. So that doesn't help, because the ecosystem has to be saved. So even, the science versus technology debate. Now there are marine biologists, there are acoustic engineers. So one is science and one is technology. How do they work together and build a larger picture? So, I mean, what we are trying to say when we say underwater domain awareness, we are talking about the entire spectrum. It's a tall order. I'm not saying that, it's a small thing. It's a huge thing. But unless you have that macro approach, you will not be able to achieve. It will not be, we have to also look at the resource efficiency. How much can we deploy to do this? The present research budgets have actually come down. Significantly come down. Like what Sir said about, his research in terms of, how the socio-economic and socio-cultural impact, those researchers are not getting enough support, but they are very important. So that's something we need to really look at. I mean, that's going to give you the larger picture for policy making. So how can we do resource? I mean, the MSP that we are talking about is going to be extremely resource efficient. Because we are, going to sea, I mean, all of you may not realize, it's a very expensive proposition. I mean, now that we are out of the Navy or the, government system, to get a boat and go and do research is unimaginable. The Japanese spent so much money. I have sailed on 2 of their ships, research ships. Per day, it costs about $20 million. How many days can you do? Can you even write a proposal which will have that kind of value? Is there a funding agency which is ready to support that kind of a thing? And their Japanese projects last at least 5 years. Our projects, you give a project more than 1 year, people start feeling, ye kaise hoga? But, by the time it takes, you settle down, you really understand the subject, it takes you at least 6 months. And it is not just me and Ajay sir or, one or two people. You have to get some young people also. By the time they get recruited, they settle down, 1 year is gone. Then when will they start working and when will they deliver? So that's also an understanding of the ecosystem. Maturity of the ecosystem is a question, but we have to constantly endeavor to make it more efficient, irrespective of whose money it is. Otherwise, we'll not be able to cover maximum ground. I mean, you rightly brought out this aspect, like me and Prafulji had gone for a, startup round table, and some kid said, "Sir, I want to make an app for managing fisheries." That's a very good idea. But I talked about to see, to understand, and to share. What he's talking about is only sharing the information. But somebody has to make that information available to him. वो information है ही नहीं ना. Our ecosystem is not matured. Now, if you go to Japan or the Japanese coast, there's a lot of information available, which you can tap it from the internet also, or some sources are there. That is not the case here. So making an app doesn't make a good startup, no? So you have to look at it to see, to understand, and to share. To see the sensor and the platform. To understand is once the data comes in, how do you manage the data properly? And then once the information is available, after that data has been converted into information and actionable information, which is useful to a particular user. And now to a fisherman, if he's shrimp farming of a specific species, a subspecies, you have to give him information of that. Then only it is useful. Otherwise, he doesn't have the understanding to make sense out of that data and then use it. So how do we make it user friendly? And it has to be in a format that, I mean, he cannot expect a fisherman to carry a laptop with him on a boat. So how do you make a mobile app? So this kid is only talking about that level. But what happens to the rest of the chain? So that is what, I mean, that's what I wanted to, that day also I mentioned the same thing. Unless you understand the whole chain, it will never solve a real world problem. To solve a real world problem, you have to identify the problem properly and how to address that problem. Otherwise, we can keep talking startup ecosystem. A lot of people are saying a lot of things. But have we been able to really solve real world problems is what we need to talk about. App, sabhi bana rahe. And then app bana ke, what are they doing? Like what Ajay sir also talked about, what are our real basic problems? Food, water, clean air. You need startups there first. That if those things are not solved, we'll keep creating more problems and keep solving them. But the basics are not being taken care. So what we are talking about is fundamental issues that need to be looked at. I hope I've answered. I mean, our idea is to trigger this thought, and I'm so happy everybody took a lot of interest.
So my question was to data collection, sir. Like you should have a data collection devices, then collaborate with the stakeholders, because tourism department, if they are interested whether their business will sustain. You are interested in providing them whatever you are developing. So it is Andaman, like the Andaman tourism working with UDA.
Yeah, no, I think that also brings me to another point, which, I mean, we have been talking about MSP, but what Dr. Ajay Kumar talked about is connecting it to the Gati Shakti. Gati Shakti is a platform that the government of India has created where every stakeholder is getting connected. And there are multiple layers to it. More than 1,000 layers. Gram Panchayat se leke, municipal, everything. How will you... Yes. So everything will get connected to it, and that's an amazing platform. So India is also maturing. I mean, let us also be aware that, these things take little time. And once it comes up now, but again, this thing is going into a next level. Now, when so much data comes, now every movement of yours is monitored. There is somebody who has the information on that. I mean, the developed countries have, like Taiwan, they said, somebody was mentioning the other day, that the street lamp has a camera and which can, follow you. They have taken data integration to a very different level, but then it also impedes on your privacy. Now, this new thing that is coming up in terms of this fast track is now being removed, and you will have satellite. So where you have gone, and even your picture will be there, whether you are driving your car or somebody else is driving your car, is also known by the government. So there is no question of privacy then. Where you were at any point of day or night, the system has an information on that. So that this government has been trying it for a while, but it has not yet been approved. That system is, so how far you take technology is also another level of debate. Any more questions? Okay, we'll break for lunch. Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honourable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the SAGAR Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non-living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo-Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, over-dependence on extra-regional powers, economic challenges,
There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution.
the oceans. The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honourable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the SAGAR Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non-living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo-Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, over-dependence on extra-regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges.
There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities.
Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hi, Romit. Hi, Akshita.
Yeah, you're audible.
Hi, Shreya.
Romit, we can do a test run.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
सब तो यहाँ प्रेजेंट नहीं है बट
सबका रैंक लिखा कि नहीं? रैंक लिखा ना?
जिन्होंने फुल नेम अपने बोला था
ठीक है।
है ना?
तो कुछ
तो
ऑफिसर से रिक्वेस्ट किया जो यहाँ
visible
पे
है ना?
प्रेजेंट है उनको हैंड ओवर करने की।
Hello.
ठीक है।
Yes, yes, it is. No worries.
The slides are changing, no?
कोई पार्टिसिपेंट बाहर है तो पूछ लो।
हाँ, yes, it is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you can turn on your video also.
Okay. 1 minute. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Our last session, formal session of the workshop. I must place on record our gratitude to all of you for being such an amazing participant. And you've endured us for 5 days. It's, I think, remarkable. You all deserve to be commended. So, we have two presentations as we had discussed. Romit will talk about sediment bearing pressure and why it is important. And I think it is very important for the strategic forces. And he will cover multiple other aspects also of that. And then it will be followed by Akshita, who will talk about her work on underwater noise mapping. Romit, over to you.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself, Romit. Apart from your association with MRC, your other association.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, thank you, sir. So, I am Romit Kaure. So, currently, I am working as a research fellow with MRC. I graduated from IIT Delhi, having a BTech in civil engineering. So, my work in MRC mostly revolves around sediment management, understanding how the sediment transport, the sediment dynamics affect the various aspects. So, there are sediment classification, the urban flooding, and we have sedimentation issues, how all of this is affected in the various freshwater and the coastal regions. So that's what my work is in here in MRC. Today I'll be presenting on one of the most crucial topics, which is the sediment bearing pressure. So uh, the content will be like, we'll just try to understand what is the sediment bearing pressure, try to get a hang of it, and then we'll see why it is necessary in the various contexts. How can we how can we use the acoustics to have the sediment bearing pressure determination and all. So the very first question that comes to our mind is why we should study the sediments. So the complex nature of the seabed is a consequence of array of processes that have occurred over millions of years. And the seabed is very much important for the recreational, economic, and military applications. and for locating stable environments and proper operation of structures, pipelines, other construction projects. We require an extensive knowledge of the strength, deformability, the hydraulic, thermal, acoustic, and the seismic or the geotechnical properties of the sediments. In fact, the different type of marine environments are categorized by the different sediment types. This sediment texture influences the various biotic and the abiotic aspects of the marine environment and is very much crucial in many fields. Now, understanding this seafloor is done through the analysis of the topography and the composition of the surface seabeds, surface sediments. Now, this can be founded on the concept of sediment classification, which may help us to evaluate the sediment bearing pressure, the strength, and the stability of the sediment strata. So, if we talk about sediment bearing pressure, it is the ability of the sediments to carry load without excessive deformation or excessive settlement. Now, this is generated when the sediments which are composed of soils or rocks, they are placed against a surface and can be influenced by a number of factors such as the weight, the density, the moisture content, as well as the shape and roughness of the sediment. It is it is very crucial consideration in many engineering and geotechnical applications, which include the foundation design, retaining wall design, and other soil stabilization measures. So, if we consider, it is very much necessary to understand the bearing pressure in the construction phases of the projects in order to ensure that these are safely and securely built to prevent any failure or damage due to excessive settlements. Now, sediment bearing pressure knowledge is crucial in the initial stages of any of the projects, such as an offshore oil rig, and sealing, which is done on the sea. And for the foundation design, it is very much crucial part of the design process, so as to ensure that there is no excessive damage or unforeseen failure, which may whose repairs or would cost very high cost. So we need to understand where this sediment bearing pressure is to be understood. So the first one, we talk about the ports. So ports are the primary sources of trades and commerce, which handle approximately 95% by volume and 70% by by value of India's external commerce. Now, this sediment research is very much crucial to determine what kind of sediment is there, its textural variations, and the sediment stability to provide a stable base to build shallow installations, offshore port-related structures, and an approach to the navigational channels. So, ports require infrastructure like there are docks, piers, and other storage facilities. And analyzing this bearing capacity is crucial to design design the foundations that can withstand the loads that are imposed by the various infrastructure and by the ships during docking and unloading. Also, if there is an inadequate understanding of the bearing capacity, there could be structural failure, which may pose risks to the port operations, the various ships, as well as to the personnel. Also, many port construction require dredging and reclamation to deepen their navigational channels. Now, understanding the bearing capacity is crucial in this aspect also, in order to the geotechnical characteristics of the sediments are very much crucial to understand, to come up with what kind of dredging technique needs to be used, and then if the sediments can be reused, how where these dredged sediments can find their applicability. So the geotechnical properties will be very much crucial in this aspect. Now, another aspect is the offshore renewable energy. So, if we talk about the offshore wind turbines, it is the research shows that the foundation design of such offshore turbines is around 20 to 30% of the total turbine cost. Thus, understanding what kind of foundation is to be selected for such kind of offshore turbine is very much crucial. Also, during the operation of such turbines, constantly uh, they are constantly subjected to long-term cyclic loads, which erode the rock or the soil near their foundations, and hence they reduce the end-bearing capacity. Now, today there is no proper theoretical framework to calculate the rock bearing capacity using these acoustic techniques and all. And with India setting up its ambitious target to have 37 gigawatt of offshore this wind farms by 2030, the sediment bearing pressure would be a crucial aspect when we talk about the offshore renewable energy sector as well. Then the need of accurate sediment bearing pressure analysis is also highlighted in the armed forces shallow water warfare as well. So in shallow water environments such as along the shoreline or near the river banks, various structures needs to be established like bridges, docks or defensive fortifications. The bearing capacity of the soil would determine whether the soil can support the weight of such installations without sinking or collapsing. It also affects the ability to conduct the ability of the various heavy equipment and other amphibious vehicles to traverse a particular shallow water terrain without excessive settlements. Also, if we have to build establishments such as bunkers, trenches, or some barriers in shallow water, the bearing capacity is very much crucial to for the stability and effectiveness of such structures, and thus the bearing pressure is very much of a crucial domain that must be understood. Then, when we talk about the offshore structures, again, as I mentioned, the bearing pressure is very much crucial for the foundation design. And with the government of India has announced the construction of 101 port and shipping related projects under the Gati Shakti and the SAGAR project, the sediment bearing pressure would be crucial in the design phases and understanding the strength of the foundations. Now, one of the most crucial aspect is determining how much settlement will it go, what is the foundation depth that needs to be designed. Thus, the settlement of such structures should also be monitored every year. So when we talk about India, the Bandra where the sea link was constructed, the large variations in the geology and the geotechnical parameters required the in situ investigation for each and every pier. So if we can have a sediment bearing pressure analysis of a particular region, it would be very much handy when we talk about the design phases or coming up with various techniques that needs to be used in the actual construction. Also, if we talk about the offshore structure, so if the third party contractors would not have their own expertise or resources to conduct such detailed surveys of sediment bearing pressure or on their own, and thus and large scale study is required to estimate the sediment bearing pressure. Now, when we talk about the freshwater systems, we all know that the Indian rivers have extreme sedimentation rates, especially in the monsoon season. Now, if there is no proper bearing capacity understanding prior to construction of, say, a bridge or a particular dam, excessive covering or erosion during the monsoonal season, or again, if the local sediment transport dynamics are not understood, what are the agricultural practice, does it lead to large erosion? It may lead to the foundation instability, and that may lead to damage to the various bridges. Excessive settlement would be there would be seepage to the various if embankments or dams or reservoirs are constructed. So in freshwater systems also, this slope stability would be very much understood by having this bearing pressure analysis. So this bearing pressure or the bearing capacity is very much affected by what kind of soil or what kind of sediment is there. So the sediment classification will be very much crucial to understanding the sediment bearing capacity, because again, what kind of soil is there will depend the failure phenomenon that will happen, and that is very much crucial in designing the foundations and the total design phases as well. So, but currently when we talk about the sediment bearing pressure, there are no proper data sets that are there that will give us proper resolution of the bearing pressure estimates or anything. Also, when the physical samples are being uh, evaluated for the bearing capacity, again there would be disturbances during the transport, which may lead to some of the inaccurate results. So there is a need to have a link between the geophysics, the geotechnics, and the acoustics to have an end-to-end kind of interventions, so that we can have an initial estimate of the bearing pressure. For this, we can use the 2C to understand and the 2-share mechanism to come up with a kind of an intervention. So conventionally, if we have to find the sediment bearing pressure, various in situ tests have been conducted. There is extensive laboratory testing to determine the geotechnical properties. These may range from the compressive stress to void ratio, the moisture content, rigidity, cohesion of the sediments, or the grain size distribution. Most of these are done using the various extensive laboratory tests. When we talk about the in situ field tests as well, a lot of drilling systems have been developed which have integrated drilling systems and various sensors such as cone penetrometers. Uh, but however, these are limited in scale, maybe time consuming and expensive as well. So here there are some geotechnical tests. So triaxial test is one of the major tests that is done to understand the shear strength of the soil or of the sediments that is present. The cohesion, dilatancy phenomena can also be understood by having this geotechnical test. The immediate layer 2C encompasses all the sensors. Just a second. I think there might be some. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Submit.
Yeah, is it visible? Am I audible?
Yes, clearly. We can see your
Yeah.
presentation also.
Yeah, okay. I think I heard my voice. Okay. So, as I mentioned, the in on-field test may be limited in the spatial and temporary scale. So we can have an acoustic kind of an intervention to calculate the sediment bearing pressure. For this, we work on the 2C to understand and 2-share method. So the 2C concept basically deals with what kind of sensors are required and what kind of hardware and processing technology is required to to basically calculate the sediment classification. For this, technology can be currently imported from other nations. Again, because due to its strategic value, it would lead to an increased cost and depletion of the foreign exchange as well. So what we can do is understand the synergy and diversity between the various acoustic sensors that are there, to understand if we couple a lot of acoustic sensors like the sub-bottom profiler, the multi-beam echo sounder, or the side scan sonar, what kind of seabed data can we collect, and which may be used for a lot of applications. Then comes the to understand part. For this, it has two aspects. One is to minimize the errors that are there due to the the errors which come due to the medium distortions, and then the data analysis capability. So this also involves understanding the local conditions that are there. Now, when we talk about the tropical waters, there are a lot of medium distortions due to the high biodiversity. The so far depth is the tropical waters behave as shallow waters, so a lot of multi-path propagation is there. So we need to have a proper understanding of the local conditions that are there, and then based on that we can have a proper correction factors. So for this, we have various mathematical models. When we talk about the sediment bearing pressure, we can have two types of empirical models and then mathematical models, which may use the various backscatter phenomena or the magnetic properties of these various sediments or of the acoustic signals. And then we can have various techniques through which we can actually interpret valuable information from the raw data. So one of such model is the Bayer-Stoll model, which uses 13 different sediment parameters to evaluate the bearing pressure and other geotechnical aspects. So there is the density, the attenuation, and then the bulk modulus. All of this can be are to be plugged in to find out the various geotechnical properties. One of the major, but the thing is, even if we use the acoustic sensors, this will not directly give us the bearing pressure relation. The most sediment classification can give you is what is the grain size distribution, or what is the type of sediments that are present. But to find out what is the bearing pressure from this acoustic data is a task in itself. And currently there are no interventions in this field. Now how can we go about this? So there are a lot of researchers that have given their theories which can link the sediment bearing pressure to the geotechnical aspects. So we have the Terzaki equation or the Meyerhoff's equation, which give the soil bearing pressure coefficients based on their soil's internal friction angle. So the soil's internal friction angle is again dependent on what kind of soil is there, whether it's a dense soil, a dense clay, whether it is a sand or not. So this result of the sediment classification can be used to indirectly relate using some empirical relations the bearing pressure. Again, there are a lot of other researchers such as Tesgan et al. They had some seismic kind of they provided seismic methodology to evaluate the sediment bearing pressure using the shear wave velocity. So there are a lot of empirical relationships that have been formulated to find out the various bulk modulus or the shear strength or the Poisson's ratio. All of these geotechnical parameters which are very much crucial along with the bearing pressure to find out the stability and the safety of the sediments for any construction activity. But again, when we have any kind of data, the major task remains how can we share it. Now, at its core, UDA talks about analyzing the various local conditions, improving the accessibility to data, and having a digital transformation. But how are we gonna go about it? Because again, how are we going to go about it? So the sediment bearing pressure would again revolve around the various resolution. So how are we going to understand the various stakeholders need? Different stakeholders would have different needs. They would require data in different time scales. And again, so how are we going to share the data to the different stakeholders? That needs to be seen. We have to find what are the requirements of the various stakeholders. So for example, if we talk about the acoustic sensors for a military application, the noise from an adversary would be desirable, while all other would be considered as noise. But from a biological aspect, the waves which are coming from the ecosystem would be of interest. So we have to understand the nuances of what kind of result the stakeholders wants, and for this we need to come up with a proper understanding of the local conditions of the various stakeholders that are there, and then to develop a graphical user interface, or we can have some mobile app or website to share this information. Again, this information can be shared through graphs or some plots. But again, we have to understand what kind of the temporal range that needs to be provided. So if we talk about some policy maker, they may require data which may span decades. But some stakeholders, they may require some real-time data. So how are we going to integrate the temporal variation, the spatial variation along with the resolution to the various stakeholders, owing to the fact that this data is also very much importance to this is very much of strategic importance as well, because we can't directly share it with any third party which may then go into our adversaries as well. So all of this needs to be properly understood. For this, what we can see is the United States Geological Survey has their bathymetric data sets. Similarly, there is the European Marine Observation and Network data set. So can we develop such kind of data sharing mechanism such that we can have a sediment bearing pressure estimate based on the different needs of the stakeholders? We have to involve, we have to integrate the various, again, the sediment bearing pressure would have different application and would have different domains when you talk about the freshwater systems and the coastal system. So how the freshwater systems are going to be integrated, and then how the coastal or regions are going to be integrated, and then what kind of resolution this sediment bearing pressure is to be set to. All of this needs to be understood. Thus, what we can do is having developed this end-to-end technological intervention. This end-to-end technological intervention could involve the integration of the marine spatial planning. So we must understand that developing the acoustic capacity is as much crucial as having proper policy interventions. Now this would involve having acoustic capability in the data analytics, cloud computing, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and then integrating them all together with long-term policy interventions to share the data with the concerned stakeholders. Because this is not just it would not just require a particular ministry's intervention. It would be an interministerial kind of thing, because it again, the ports, the inland waterways, dredging, then we talk about the dam construction, the Central Water Commission. So it's a very it's a long-term policy intervention is required, which would integrate the current sediment estimates as well as to then put into the acoustic sensors that are there to understand the future monitoring and then predicting where the crucial or where the critical areas are lying when we talk about the bearing pressure. And apart from that, even if we develop the acoustic when we have developed an acoustic model which may give us estimates of the bearing capacity, the model needs to be it needs to be supplied with the ground data as well, with various field tests and field experiments to be done to validate the model, so that uh, the data might become reliable. So this also needs to be supplemented with enough research and development from the various research institutions, taking up various research expeditions from the Ministry of Earth Sciences or various other ministries as well, various other government organizations to basically refine the models. And so UDA would be very much crucial in the policy interventions in developing the acoustic capability, and then coming up with the various center of excellences in order to train the workforce that would be required, uh, and then to increase the accessibility of the data that is being collected. So with this, I'll end the discussion here. Thank you.
Any questions for Romit?
Romit, I'm from BSF, and my area is Creek area, and there we are building some observation posts. So it's a long structure. Like you said, it is a sediment bearing. We call it low bearing capacity of that particular soil. I want to ask whether it is both things are same, or apart from your technical data, as a user, because some agencies constructing these towers for us. So what all I have to see as a user so that it is safe for my troops and it can sustain the harsh weather there in Creek area. Thank you.
So again, as the bearing capacity is something which is if we want to see if we want to see the stability of a particular structure, there would be stability. The stability would be mostly due to the foundation, which may come both in case of shallow. We talk about it shallow terms as well as deep terms. So you need to understand. Now, since it's a creek area, we need to understand. Studies needs to be done. What would be the foundation depth? Right. So as you mentioned, the low bearing capacity, right? So I think again that depends on what kind of area is there, and without prior studies, we can't. I don't know whether they both mean the same thing. But yeah, even if the user they want to understand, if they want to see if the structure will remain stable, one needs to see the various geotechnical tests that are there. Basically, the foundation depth must be enough to the foundation depth must be enough so that any kind of covering or any kind of erosion of matter would not expose the foundation to the outer environment. So that is the most if the visual kind of assessment that can be done. Most of this assessment rather can be done by understanding what kind of results are from the various geotechnical tests, and then what are the current foundation design that is being adopted.
I'll just add to what he said. So there are two parts to it. Sediment bearing pressure is important for you to find out what kind of structures can be built and what kind of foundation is required. There are two aspects to it. One is the cost of the thing. Sometimes what happens is many contractors would probably just use a foundation which is without doing the testing. They may not have the ability to do the testing, so they may use give too much of redundancy into that. So which may increase the cost unnecessarily. That is one aspect. But what you said about the safety part, so there are civil engineering, there are certain experts who will be required. So that is, I can connect you to some people in IIT Chennai who do civil structures in the water bodies. So that's a separate subject by itself. I mean, after the sediment bearing pressure has been established, these structures, those numbers will be required by those structural engineers who will validate. So there are many of the IITs have these. I mean, on land base, I know IIT Delhi does a lot of work, but IIT Chennai has an ocean engineering department where there are civil engineers who can validate and certify whether the structure that has been built by your contractor is safe or not. So that has to be done separately. So I think you must understand the distinction between the two. So there are experts who will, and that's also a norm in like all these other civil structures that are there. You have to have an independent auditor who will do the certification. So that has to be done separately. Yes.
Yeah. My question was, I think you have halfway, you must have already replied. Or something. My question was only this, because after seeing his presentation, big structures like Worli Sea Link, Pamban Bridge, long Brahmaputra River, all those coming into my mind. Like my question was, I think you must have replied. Okay, when we do a land-based construction and project, we always mandatorily do a soil testing. And this soil testing is offloaded to some agency who do the soil investigation reports comes, then the further project is planned. Same way I want to know, if we have to build any structure near to the coast or maybe in the river, is there any authorized or specialized agency to do the investigation?
Yeah. So what happens is, what you very rightly said, I mean, two aspects I want to bring to your light in this. Like say something like the Worli Sea Link. See, these are very big contractors, so they must have done their study. I mean, it is not fair for me to say they have not done. But you had this incident in Bihar where, the bridge fell down twice. So in those places, in the amount the contract is given, it is not possible for him to get that kind of expertise. Right? Now, as I had mentioned earlier, the Geological Survey of India and those kind of organizations, if that data is already available with the government, then while the contract is being given, this can be provided by the government. And once that is there, then the cost estimation can be done accordingly. Otherwise, it happens that, that one contractor can never afford to get, smaller places, he cannot afford to get. And then the cost, the cost of development becomes quite a bit. So that, when you say, we have done this study in Khadakwasla. So what we did was we did acoustic mapping of the place, what Rohit mentioned. But to validate that, we also collected samples, actual samples from the underwater seabed, or that waterbed, and then sent it for testing in Bombay. There are labs. There are labs all over India where this soil testing is done. But how it will affect when it is underwater, that study has to be done differently. So that's what it is.
Yes. So my question was basically, is there any agency presently available? Like if I'm a user and maybe in a government and I have to build a river, bridge on the river, before giving the contract to the builder, its onus lies with me to get it investigated, the soil testing and all those things, and provide to the builder. Now you quote accordingly.
Now, Fugro in Bombay, I know they do it.
They do it.
But
sir.
I should not name a particular organization, but there are many such agencies.
It is, but it has, they're being done now. So
yes,
we have the capabilities, we have the agencies.
Yes.
Okay.
There are agencies which do the survey of the region and give you a report. Yes. Indian companies are now available.
Okay, so thank you, sir.
We had hired the company for the equipment because we wanted the data. So we didn't buy those equipments. These are very expensive equipments. So we bought them and they deployed it for us. And we got the data. And once we got the data, we did our analysis. Yeah.
Sir, my question is regarding sediment management and what you call adverse position of in the rivers, where riverine borders, where you have adverse position due to shifting of the rivers from one side of the IV to another. Now, is it possible to actually calculate the rate of shifting or the rate of sediment deposition on one side of the bank so that it can be actually calculated or using AI, it can be predicted how far or how much time it will take, how many years it will take to change the course of the river so that the IB can be managed properly?
Absolutely. So this is, I mean, it should be done in three manner. Satellite images are used, but that is a very macro way of doing it. You may not get that kind of precision. But see, it also depends on the level of decision making. So in your case, satellite image will also be useful. But then what we need to do is validate that satellite I mean, that's called remote sensing. Remote sensing method needs to be also validated with acoustic method. So what Romit is talking about, that will be the second layer. But once this model using satellite data is validated by acoustic method, then you're good to go with the. So you need to put in a little effort to do this validation once, or maybe periodically, because there will be some changes. But actually, when you're doing the decision making, you don't need to worry about that part. So you can have a routine of, say, 6 months, you do a validation. But for the rest of the year and rest of the time, you can take decisions based on the satellite picture. So that is very much possible, and you can get very precise. You can, with AI, you can even predict in the next 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, what will be the changes and what we need to do, because your mobilization of assets will require a lot of effort. So that all can be planned very, very precisely. I mean, it is as good as now, like that's what Sir was also talking about, power requirement. Now, if all these predictions that we're talking about, if they have to be accurate, we need massive amount of power. In supercomputing, the biggest hurdle is the power requirement. I mean, earlier when the National Supercomputing Mission was being planned, Pune was also considered, because CDAG is here, they wanted, but if they would have set up those kind of computers here, the entire power generation of Pune would have been required for that. Or not just that, much more. And then one is the power consumption, second is the heat sink. Because when so much power is used in such a short time, the heat it will generate will be massive. So to manage that. So that's why India decided that it will be a distributed node. So you'll require that kind of computing also. But I think those issues are now more or less sorted out. That's not an issue. So, but it is very much possible, and methods are there. So Romit has also covered some of them, but definitely. So that's what, I mean, he has talked on a little broader spectrum of sediment management. But like what you are raising are specific issues which need to be kind of taken up on a very specific manner. But it is very much possible. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Romit. We'll move to the next. Akshita, please
yes,
introduce
sir.
yourself
Audible?
and start your presentation. Yes, you are audible.
Yes. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, Akshita.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Akshita Makala. I'm currently in my last year of IIT Delhi, and I'm pursuing my majors in mathematics and computing with precision with MRC. So my topic for the day is ambient noise mapping. And hereby I present my flow, which is introduction, the need, the mathematical equations, the source level, transmission loss, conclusions, and then difference. So first of all, maybe it's kind of new to you all. So the flow maybe not be that understandable to you, but as soon as just we go on and delve deeper, you'll be able to understand, right? So let me introduce you first what I actually mean by ambient noise mapping. So what happens is that in an ocean, we got to see a lot many animals that we have, right? The aquatic animals essentially. So the way they communicate, most of them communicate using the noise that they generate. So basically using radiations, the frequencies that they have. And each of these animals, it's their way of communication. It's actually the way they try to get their predators, they try to talk to each other, and this is how they have their environment. Now, this was when there weren't any humans over there. But as soon as there is human intervention, and then you'll find that, because what essentially is human intervention, the ships that we have, the cargo vessels, and essentially a lot many other vessels that we have that we deploy in the oceans. So what they do is they try to interfere with the noise that are there with the aquatic animals, and somehow it degrades their life. So estimation of radiated noise from the marine vessels has become an important research challenge. So we need to estimate the noise of the aquatic animals as well as from the vessels that we have, right? So this shipping noise is essentially one of the single source of the ambient noise in the ocean. Now, what I mean by shipping noise is essentially all the ships that we deploy, be it a cargo vessel, be it a kind of, the submarines that we have, a lot many other vessels that we have, the passengers, the cruises, and etc. All of them, right? And for this study, our basic concern is the Indian Ocean region. Essentially, that particular region is what the focus of the study will be. And the ship traffic due to the okay, so we need ships for this merchant things as well, because we cannot navigate from, we cannot ferry
Akshita,
people.
sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
Your presentation mode is not visible.
Presentation mode is not visible. My slides are
Yeah.
not getting changed.
No, we are still on the content tab.
We're still on the content, or really? Are you on the introduction now?
No.
Just a second. Let me share, reshare. I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused. And now? Hello?
We are still on the. Maybe it's
My
loading.
slides are not getting changed. Like,
No, it's still loading.
when loading. Is it because of, I think I have, I'll just quickly change my connection maybe. Just a second. Hello, am I audible, Shresha?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just a second. Let me just confirm if you're able to see the slides. Change this time. Are they getting changed now?
No, it's still loading. We are on the WebEx tab only.
Can you just open my PPT, the ones which I shared with you? If that's
Okay, I will share.
okay. I'll quickly just tell you to switch to the next slide. Okay. In the meantime, I'll just give you maybe the kind of the gist what I'm actually going to present. So I was on just a second. Should I stop presenting, right?
No, it's still visible. You can stop sharing your
Yeah.
screen.
Okay, I've stopped sharing the screen. I'll just quickly give a sort of background of what I'm going to present today. So yeah, I was talking about ambient noise mapping, right? So what happens is that there's a particular mathematical equation which tells you the noise, or which gives you the noise of a particular region. So that equation is basically that noise level is equal to the shipping source level minus the transmission loss. So for getting the noise of a region, you need to have both of these parameters, right? So for the shipping noise, we have a different thing, and for the transmission loss, we have a different thing. Now, why we need to have this sort of equation, that also I can explain to you, is that So what happens is when you calculate the noise of a particular ship, because this noise calculation is basically done at a particular receiver point, right? We have deployed a lot of receiver points, and what happens is that when a ship radiates its noise, uh, the time and the path it has to take to reach a receiver, there is a loss that happens. Shipping is really the ship or the sea or the ocean that you're trying to study. Okay. I hope I've made myself pretty clear, but as soon as the slides will be there, I'll be able to explain it better. Right. So next we'll delve deeper into the source level and the noise and the transmission loss. So what happens in the source level is that, because I said it's completely mathematical, so there has been different models that were given for the calculation of source level, right? Okay. So Shreyas sir, can you just go to that third slide wherein I was trying to give the introduction? Okay. Yeah, so this was basically the introduction that the estimation of radiated noise from the marine vessels has become a very, very important research channel, because it really hinders the lives, the habitat of the aquatic animals, and shipping noise contribute to a lot in this factor. And essentially, my focus of the study is just the shipping noise. And the area for the concern will be the Indian Ocean region, the IOR, right? Because it has become a very critical and a very essential, so to say, ocean in the 21st century because of its trade benefits, because of the contacts that we have through the Indian Ocean region, right? And that's why, because it is so important, it has become a part of the research study. And then we have the shipping traffic. Essentially, what contributes the shipping noise is due to the merchant marines and the naval deployments that we have, and they have been rising a lot from the past century, right? Next slide. Need. Yeah. So, enhanced shipping traffic directly translates to significant increase in the low frequency ambient noise level and impacts the acoustic habitat degradation in the region. As I said, that because these shipping noise basically hinders the movement, the real, or you could say the day-to-day life of the aquatic animals, it's important for us to study and see what actually impacts them and how it impacts them, because for foraging, for communication, for navigation, and for finding mates, these marine species are actually dependent on the sound motions or the sound waves that they produce, right? And the naval warships need to evade detection by their adversaries and thus have a critical requirement for acoustic stealth. Also, the precise estimation of the radiated noise from the marine vessels will contribute towards the acoustic capacity building and go a long way in ensuring the effective realization of the underwater domain awareness, and essentially how we connect the ambient noise mapping with the underwater domain awareness, right? Next slide, sir. Now, as I said about the mathematical equation I was telling you is this one. So the noise level is basically calculated by using the source level of the ship, the sound source that we have, the transmission loss that gets subtracted, and there are some of the additional factors or the corrections. That's just for the like, because it depends. As I said that it's actually dependent on both the ship as well as the region of which we are trying to estimate. So yeah, it depends on both the things, and we have some sort of scattering and the reflection and absorption of the things happen over there. So it's just a kind of minor error estimation over there. So SL is basically the source level that represents the initial intensity of the sound source. The received noise level represents the sound intensity at the receiver's location. And finally, we have the TL, which is basically the transmission loss. The attenuation that I was talking about, it accounts for the attenuation of the sound source energy due to the spreading of the sound waves over distance. Next slide, Shreya. Now we'll go deeper into the source level and the transmission loss. So as I said that it actually revolves, I should not say just this, actually everything in the world revolves around mathematics in one or the other way. So we have some source level, and there has been lots and lots of different models that were given for the calculation of source level. So there was a very, very old model, which was the RAND I 3.1 model. But essentially it was used for the warships. So it was during the World War II. So because during that time we had different types of ships, different types of the vessels, which cannot be used today because we have evolved a lot, we have developed in our formation, and we have developed in the structures the way we have ships. So the most and the latest model that has been used for the calculation of source level is the Wedekind model, and this has been used for the study. So it's important to note that the specific models and the methodologies can vary depending on the particular source of interest and the available data or information, because the data for this particular region, or you could say the ship movements and all of these, it's a very confidential data and not so easily available. So we need to think of different models also, and the need and how we are going to use them actually varies with it. Okay, so these models provide a foundation for the estimation of the source level, but their application may require further adaptations or refinements. I've also done some sort of refinements on the Wedekind model. Cannot be deployed completely as it is. We need to make some sort of formations and some sort of amendments to it in order to deploy it for our use. So the Wedekind model, or the Wedekind-Kinsler model, is widely used for the estimating the source level of the ship noise. It takes into account the parameters such as ship speed, ship tonnage, propeller, of the ship characteristics, and the operating conditions. Maybe these are the words which are new to you, but you just have to think that these are some of the traits or the characteristics of a ship. Nothing more than that. Next slide, sir. Share the next slide. Yeah. So for what happens is that because we have this Wedekind model, the mathematical equation, is the screen have this green thing, or am I only the one who is able to see this green? I'm really sorry for
Akshita,
that.
it's a problem at your end.
Okay. I'm really sorry for the inconvenience. I'm not sure what's not happening. Okay, so basically, I'll just give you the thing. So how we did is that, because I said that there exists a mathematical equation. The Wedekind model is just but a mathematical equation. So when you are actually doing it in the real time, it takes a lot of parameters, and then it will do the computation. Very cumbersome task, really cumbersome. But when we have AI and ML at our hands, and we can use them as our tools. So what we have done is that we have used a ML model, which has been trained on the data that is generated by the Wedekind model, and also the data that I got from the real world that was recorded at the receivers, and it has been used for our purpose. So in the initial AI, it was actually AIS data only that we got, and it was some of the study that was done in the Australian region. So this was the actual data that was available. So the initial AIS data pre-processing and stuff like that was also done to retrieve the shipping noise travel details, and this was followed by the efforts to clean and to make the data concrete for the AI tools. And next was basically the usage of the models, and as well as the different kinds of study just to get the final noise level. Next slide, sir. Is it problematic at every slide? Hello, Shreya sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Is this the problem with every slide? I mean, this green thing that is coming over there.
Akshita, screen is sharing on WebEx as well as here. So you can speak on the next slide.
Okay. Okay, so this is how the source level calculation was done. So we are done with the first parameter of the equation. Now we are coming to the transmission loss. For the transmission loss also, the story kind of remains the same, because for the transmission loss also, we have different models. Again, the parabolic models, you could say multi-propagation models, a lot of models were available. But because they are cumbersome, they're time taking, and as well as deploying them in the real world actually takes a lot of time. So for that, we have used a deep neural network model. And this book basically focuses on mathematically modeling the propagation of the acoustic waves through the Indian Ocean region, taking into account the surface and the bottom interactions, the multipath propagations, the attenuation due to the seabed. So this basically enables us to calculate the transmission loss, and that in a very, very short span of time, like in a trice, I should say. So for this, an open source Python implementation of the PE range acoustic models, that's the PyRAM, has been used to train it. And the basis for the calculations of the model, that the main by the PE model, is basically the numerical integration of the wave equation of this acoustic propagation using the split step weight solution. So basically, it's essentially it's giving you the background of the parabolic equation model. But if I'll give you the gist, it's just that we have used a model that was actually available, and we tried to get the data from it, and finally, using the neural networks, we are able to calculate the transmission loss as well as the source level in a very short span of time. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So transmission loss is basic. Again, as I said, that mathematics is everywhere. So transmission loss also follows this mathematical equation that is there over the screen. And because you have this, as you can see, the TL is a transmission loss, and phi is basically the potential function. So this function is the governing factor in transmission loss. And because of this functions, the model that we use for the calculation of this function varies with us. So parabolic equation model is the one that we used for. So what happens is that the PE ramp basically requires the senders and the metric prefer model. It can be concluded that PE-RAM model uses a very complex linear functional mapping to accurately estimate the transmission loss. Again, as I said, that the story is kind of similar only because this parabolic equation model, if we'll give them the data in the real time, the computation is very cumbersome, very time consuming. So we had to shift to the deep neural network. Why would choose this? As it's written, that it requires a very complex linear functional mapping that can only be trained on a very deep on neural networks. And when I talk about neural networks, we have done different empirical analysis. We have done different sort of things to come up with the most optimized model. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So this is how the model goes. Hence, we chose artificial neural network, specifically the multi-layered perceptual model as a machine learning algorithm. And each layer in the MLP is a non-linear map from the inputs to the outputs. To ensure a fair comparison between the ANNs and the PE-RAMs, we require that the input set to the PE-RAMs and the ANN be the identical. And after doing a lot of empirical analysis and a lot of testing, we have concluded that the 4 layers of the model will have these many of the neurons, that is 256, 128, 64, 16, and 1. Why 1? Because essentially our output is just the source, the transmission loss. So we just require only one neuron at the end. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So because transmission loss used neural network, that is the deep neural network, source level calculation required only a very simple model because the calculation wasn't that cumbersome. But when it comes to transmission loss, we had to be very careful on which function we are using, on which number of layers that we have, and the number of neurons that we have. So this is just giving you the depth analysis of what exactly we have used. So the learning rate of 10 to the power minus 3 with the real LU non-linearities and a batch size of 1024 is used. The model is trained using the stochastic gradient descent and optimized using the Adam optimizer. Moreover, the analysis, or you could say the error loss that we have got is through the mean square error only. I'll give you the accuracy and the results later on. Also, the very deep neural networks regularly running because there was a very high risk of overfitting. So overfitting is basically when your model gets trained very much in the alignment of the data that you provided. Okay, as soon as you give different data, it doesn't perform good. That's called overfitting. So we have to avoid it because the model should be as generalized as possible. So commonly dropouts are used just to prevent the risk of the overfitting. And finally, this is a function, the real function has been used just for as the activation function and also for the comparing of different basis matrix. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So this is basically the conclusions, or you could say the final accuracy and the results that we got. So the mean squared error that we got was 18.828, which is a very nice thing compared to the the time that it takes. It's actually very fast and also efficient when it is deployed in the real life as compared to the ones which we do if we use the actual model, if we use the actual equations and we deploy it in the real time mode. So essentially the working of the models are nice and pretty acceptable. So basically 18.828 denotes the difference between the transmission losses predicted by the ANN and the values calculated by the PE-RAM differ by approximately 4.5 decibels on average, which is fair enough and fairly acceptable considering the benefit that we get on the time. Next slide. Yeah, so the execution time, as I said, that it's very fast. For estimating the transmission loss between the sender and the receiver pairs, for 1000 observations, PE-RAM performs an O of n complexity, whereas the neural network performs an O of log n complexity. So when this sort of time complexity difference is really a very good as we got, and it's very fast, as I said. So we got the benefit when it comes to the speed, a little bit on the accuracy that is actually acceptable. Yeah. Next slide, sir. So finally, with the source level and with the transmission loss, we are able to give you this sort of heat map that is generated, which essentially gives you the ambient noise of a particular region. The darker ones are the ones wherein the noise is kind of high, and as I said, very high as soon as the color increases. The lighter ones and the bluish, the mild bluish are the ones where the noise is a little bit low, right? And the average of the noise area of this is 113.43 decibels. Yeah, so this is basically the prototype that can be seen as this way. Next slide, sir. Conclusion. So finally, our aim was two things, because AI is at peak and everything is actually using AI, because it's kind of the most niche, or you could say the fastest technology deployed these days. So firstly, using the machine learning models, we decided to create a framework that can instantly generate instantaneous ambient noise map for a specified region with the reduced time complexity as compared to the existing mathematical models and the trained models on real-world datasets. And this is to reduce the ambiguity of the approximation that is produced with the mathematical models. The final instantaneous two-dimensional map in terms of the sound pressure levels at the receiver points is displayed for the frequency of 100 to 500 hertz, enabling us to visualize the intensity of the noise in the particular area. Also, the synthetic maps generated using the established model algorithms, as discussed above, have been validated with limited real experiment data of the Goa coast. The validation matches closely with the proposed work and also with the similar efforts that were undertaken by the CV Frisk at a macro global scale. Such efforts can go a long way in generating the effective UDA across stakeholders. Next slide, sir. So these are basically the main references that has been used to generate this PPT. Finally, next slide, sir. Just like to thank you with the note, with the quotation, health to the ocean means health for us. Thank you, and I'm really sorry for the inconvenience caused meanwhile. Really sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshita. Any questions from anybody? It was just to tell you a lot of work goes behind giving that one picture to you, and this is definitely constructed ground up. I mean, each and every line of code has been written by our team, and the advantage is that we have full control over everything. So if you need any changes to be done, it can be done on the go. So any questions, anybody? Yeah. Light on.
Thanks, Akshita. Thank you very much for your such a high-tech presentation and well research-based. But I'm a non-technical person. I hardly could understand much of it. But as a layman, my question may sound funny, but still it has well stuck my mind. Okay, first my question is, what noise means for like whom you are referring to this noise? Because what I know, noise means sound. What is audible to dog is not audible to me.
Right.
What is noise for me may be a pleasant sounds for someone else. एक कहावत है ना, भैंस के आगे बीन बजाओ. भैंस के लिए sound is उसके लिए noise ही नहीं है. बीन मेरे लिए बीन noise हो सकता है. Same way, underwater maybe there are different creatures are there.
Right, right.
So for whom this sound is meant for? Sorry, noise is meant for. Obviously, noise is a sound.
Right. So I'll tell you what happens is that the way I'm communicating, you're able to listen to me. Like as soon as Arnab said something, you're able to see it. So this is our sound, right? This is also a noise. So what I'm trying to say is that when a ship moves, okay, so it has you could say propeller. What I mean by propeller is that a ship has something that is over the surface, okay, and it has something which is down below, which is there in the inside ocean, okay. And to move a ship, you have a fan over there. If you have seen any of the ship, basically fans out there. किसी भी ship पे नीचे. So when that fan moves, it kind of create a very low pressure region around its area. Okay, and I'm hoping that we are on the same page. Are you able to understand me? There's a fan over there which creates a very low pressure region. So when you have a low pressure region, high pressure things come from you have air bubbles over there. So essentially what happens is that air bubbles go from high pressure region to the low pressure region and they burst over there. And this creates noise. This is what I mean by noise. And what happens is that the frequency of a noise matches with the frequency at which the aquatic animals talk to each other. So what happens is that if I am talking to you, I'm expecting that there won't be any of the communication. But let's say what happens is that there's someone else also talking. So we'll get disturbed, right? I won't be able to listen to you properly, and you also won't be able to listen to me appropriately. This is essentially what happens over there. Two animals, two species talk to each other, but because of the noise the ships produce, they are not able to do it. And this hinders their habitat, and this hinders their way of communications and the things that they actually use. So this is essentially what I mean by noise, if I'm able to clear.
I'll just elaborate it further, what she said.
My question was to whom it travels. Like,
yeah,
for dog, it may be noise, but for me, it is not noise.
I'll come to that. Yes,
All this noise is referred to.
I got your point. There are 2-3 things that we need to. So what this project does is low frequency ambient noise. This is below 1.5 kilohertz of frequency. The sound that is generated below, so the shipping noise is 1.5 kilohertz and below. Now, this frequency range matters to, one is any passive sonar detection for submarine or even for ships also. That low frequency detection, if the noise is high, your SNR will be low, so your detection capability will hamper. But the other point is that marine mammals, the big whales, not all, the big whales also perceive sound in that same frequency band. So when the noise increases, it affects their perception of sound around them. And these marine mammals that I had also talked about, they depend on sound for various biologically critical functions. Now, when I say biologically critical function, these are the functions which affect their well-being and the population growth. This includes foraging, which is finding food, communication between them, even communication between the mother and the calf, then navigation. So it affects all of it. And sometimes they may be even forced to migrate from their natural habitat. And moment that happens, then it will start affecting their population abundance. So it will affect the species. So that is, and so in my presentation also I talked, in the Indian coast also now we have started seeing a large scale stranding of marine mammals. And marine mammals, big ones, not all. Absolutely, yeah. Very much. I mean, your question is very much in order. So, but it also affects deployment of submarines, because submarines also passive sonar, they operate in that frequency. So their perception will also get affected. Like I had shown that map to you. So those areas will be very high noise. And when there is high noise, your detection will become much poorer. Any other questions? No more questions? Okay, thank you so much, Akshita. Well received your presentation. We'll break for tea and then we'll come back for the last session, this workshop.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honourable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India. Like the Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now it is time for us to protect our oceans. Let us start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of the Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Centre, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The Maritime Research Centre is a technology-driven think tank with a clear focus on the underwater domain awareness framework. Typically, what we look at in the underwater domain awareness framework is the pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across the stakeholders. We see in our region, particularly when we talk about the Indo-Pacific region or more closer the Indian Ocean region, there is significant fragmentation across the stakeholders. So how we can bring them together to address the challenges and opportunities of the tropical littoral waters is what we are looking at. Here we drive policy interventions, technology interventions, and also acoustic capacity and capability building so that this niche domain can be taken forward in a very, very seamless manner.
MRC started with a mission to spearhead the UDA framework. Today, Maritime Research Centre has carried out milestone projects, trained students and young professionals, hosted policymakers, leaders, experts on the MRC platform, set up centres of excellence across the country, gained nationwide attention, and started conversations on issues that matter.
I mean, the point actually is that when you are talking about something which is not yet in the foreground of our national consciousness or in the consciousness of our strategic community, then somebody actually has to start ringing the bell. And MRC is doing that.
I think the Prime Ministerial speech at the UN, in my view, will also be taken as a directive for early implementation of whatever is what is envisaged in the Sagarmala project.
I think this is an unexplored area, a sunrise sector, and it's of great strategic importance.
That this actually, this kind of evangelical work needs to be further strengthened and further accelerated. So I compliment MRC for this.
Especially in the light of the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean having become the fulcrum of global power.
We have to understand the underwater domain. I wish the UDA initiative. All success in the future. And I'm very happy to see that the government agencies of India and international agencies have all taken note of this initiative.
Maritime Research Center is building the future of the underwater domain. Join us in our mission today. Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now it is time for us to protect our oceans. Let us start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of the Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The Maritime Research Center is a technology-driven think tank with a clear focus on the underwater domain awareness framework. Typically, what we look at in the underwater domain awareness framework is the pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across the stakeholders. We see in our region, particularly when we talk about the Indo-Pacific region or more closer the Indian Ocean region, there is significant fragmentation across the stakeholders. So how we can bring them together to address the challenges and opportunities of the tropical littoral waters is what we are looking at. Here we drive policy interventions, technology interventions, and also acoustic capacity and capability building so that this niche domain can be taken forward in a very, very seamless manner.
MRC started with a mission to spearhead the UDA framework. Today, Maritime Research Center has carried out milestone projects, trained students and young professionals, hosted policymakers, leaders, experts on the MRC platform, set up centers of excellence across the country, gained nationwide attention, and started conversations on issues that matter.
I mean, the point actually is that when you are talking about something which is not yet in the foreground of our national consciousness or in the consciousness of our strategic community, then somebody actually has to start ringing the bell. And MRC is doing that.
I think the Prime Ministerial speech at the UN, in my view, will also be taken as a directive for early implementation of whatever is what is envisaged in the SAGAR project.
I think this is an unexplored area, a sunrise sector, and it's of great strategic importance.
That this actually, this kind of evangelical work needs to be further strengthened and further accelerated. So I compliment MRC for this.
especially in the light of the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean having become the fulcrum of global power.
We have to understand the underwater domain. I wish the UDA initiative all success in the future, and I'm very happy to see that the government agencies of India and international agencies have all taken note of this initiative.
Maritime Research Center is building the future of the underwater domain. Join us in our mission today.
जय थोड़ा बुला लो बाहर से।
A bit on this. But Iranians are not. Iranians go ahead.
You brought it up. मैंने आपका आर्टिकल भी पढ़ा. You brought it up very well. हाँ, बहुत अच्छा लिखा. ने brought out the fact. कोई दम नहीं, कोई हिम्मत नहीं कर सकता था. Definitely. The global scenario is changing.
Iran has a deterrence, not in the US is not the point.
True. और भी लोग हैं बाहर. इसको बोलना रिकॉर्ड करेगा ये सेशन कर रहा है. Ayush. Certificates. बाहर देख लो कोई. I think still couple of people are outside. दो चार लोग अभी भी बाहर है ना, उनको बुला लो. I think we'll get started. Request Prafulji and Ajay sir to please come up here. So how we have planned this is I will request each one of you to come one by one. I will read your name from the certificate also and request you to speak for a couple of minutes on your impression on the whole conduct of the conference or workshop and what would be your advice on how we can take it forward. So maybe 5 minutes each. And anything specific, I had initially talked about one of the areas that you may, so you may, I will leave it to you, but two important requests would be that one is what is your impression and you may have some suggestions on the conduct and, if you would like us to include something or you are not very much satisfied with something in the whole conduct of the workshop. And second is the importance of UDA according to you, what you came with and what you are going back with, and how you would like to take it forward in your organization once you go back. So with that, I will move out of the dais and Under PK Singh is here? No, he's left. No, yeah, okay. Gaurav Sharma is here. I think I'll request from BSF, so you could start.
Small presentation. Just speak. Sorry. Yes, please. Yes, lights are off. Good afternoon, gentlemen. There is a short presentation actually made that will give an idea what BSF is, and you may have some suggestions as well at the end of it. Start. A small video is there. This video was actually to demonstrate the terrains at which we work. Next. So the BSF was born due to one incident. It happened on 9th of April in Kutch area in Sardar Post. There was an excursion by Pakistan and all of people died there. So next. So the genesis goes like this. Next. On 9th of April, this thing happened on Beria Bit, and this exposed the inadequacy of the state armed police. Earlier, the state armed polices were actually guarding the borders. Then the government felt that there should be a centralized agency sufficiently equipped to have to guard the borders of the India. Next. So on the recommendations of the Secretary of this on 1st December 1965, BSF started with 25 battalions. Almost all the armed forces of the border states were amalgamated and made the BSF. Now we are 193 battalions. We have own air wing, we have ALH, we have Mi-8, Mi-17, we have fixed wing aircrafts also. And we have a water wing also. We have floating BOPs, vessels, and fast attack crafts, and all those things are there now. And equipped, and we are many more we are equipping. Next. Next. So we fought 1971 war. Next. 1973 we were in insurgency. We have 3 Naga battalions with us now raised due to this insurgency. From 1984 to 1992, we fought Punjab militancy, and thereafter we were in Kashmir militancy as well. And these are the sacrifices made. And 1999, we were in the Kargil war also. Next. This is the overview of borders we guard on the western side. We are from in LCL as well as on the eastern side, we are on the IB. So pointer. You see, Gujarat, at the end of the Gujarat, we have the blinking. This is the coastal area of 85 kilometers. We have the coastal areas, coastline. Is a contiguous to the creek area. So the data I gave already 2300 kilometers. This is the coastal area, 85 kilometers, and this is the the Kutch area, and this is the whole of Bangladesh we are covering. Next. This picture gives about how the creek looks. Next. It is actually 46 baits we have, 6 major weights we have, and 16 major weights are in Pakistan. So that Pakistan is having, we are having 1/3 of what Pakistan has have creeks. Creeks are basically marshy mud flats with mangroves, and which makes the area very area non-navigable actually by small vessel. Only navigation is through small vessels, so big vessels cannot go. And movement from April to September in creek area becomes difficult due to extremely turbulent sea state. Next. This is the area which depicts the creek. This line is actually accepted by both countries. There is a dispute over this. Although अभी तो कोई इसमें ज़्यादा problem नहीं है, but problem is from this. This is the Sir Creek area. So this is our line of perception. But Pakistan says that this is how the eastern bank of the creek is their area, and the problem arises where when it claims that the surmouth goes like this, we claim the surmouth goes like this. So this area is a problem. This is disputed. The whole of this thing is disputed. Next. These are some of the pictures of the mangroves and marshy beds and creeks. Next. This is how we operate in the creek. Next. This is the FSC. This is one of the pictures of FSC. We operate in the creek. These are floating BOP. It is on board. There are four boats are there. It has a maximum speed of 8 knots, a flat bottom, and operates only in the creek and shallow waters. It doesn't go into the deep sea and not able to go also. This is the ATV for operating in the marshy area. Next. Now, as regards the Sundarbans, this is a picture of Sundarbans. So see the density of mangroves and the creeks over here. Next. This is how it happens. The petty smuggling is there. These animals are moving underwater. This is how the cattle smuggling is rampant there. This is what the river and borders. Next. Area is 26,100 square kilometers of the Sundarbans, full of mangroves. 60% area falls in Bangladesh and 40% in India. And the inland waterways is passing through this Sundarways. Next. These are some of the pictures of the Sundarbans. Next. Here's a small waterway. Next. Out ends. Next. When the tide comes or gets inundated, then what happens? This is what is Royal Bengal tigers present there. And this is the floating BOP at Sundarbans. This is what. We are able to go up to estuary point. Beyond that, we are not able to go. Coast Guard is assisting us in this. And we are supposed to go to up to LBT base point. Further, it has come because of the new Moor Islands. Arbitration has gone in favor of Bangladesh mostly. So it has altered the baseline, and then the area has been, inland waters has been extended. So we have to go up to the inland waters, up to baseline. So as of now, we are depending on the Coast Guard and other agencies for this. Next. This is what is a small thing, sir. And this is, oh, thank you. The takeaways from here is, this is why this underwater domain awareness, where we were not aware about what is happening. You see, surveillance, till now, we were looking after the surveillance over the surface, in the air, over the ground, and over the surface of water. But there are more. We have to see under the water also, because it is happening. And as the technology is going, it advancing, it becomes more of a important issue and more of a challenge now. So inland waterways is coming. We are taking the sediment management is an issue, because you have a change of course of river over a period of time. That is on the eastern side, on the western bank, on the western side. If the Sir Creek channel course is changed, then it can be altered. This is one of the issue which we face now. And there is a Harami Nala. It is connected to the Indus River. If they indent that Harami Nala, then again there is a problem. There's a lot of problem is there. Then there is a requirement of specific focused attention to it, so that we will actually advocate this to our seniors, so that something can be worked out. And we would like to connect this forum with our FOS, so that there is a think tank level talk, and a connection should be with us. So this is what we are proposing. There are many things. Marine special planning is one of the things which is very important to us now. Then there is a sound surveillance system, which we would like to evolve now or get fitted into our whole of the gamut of surveillance system. That is one point. Artificial intelligence is a system which we would like to go for this. Then there was wonderful topics covered, the Chola Empire history. Then it was unusual but very good connection of Shakespeare with the marine system was connected. That was all fascinating things. Then RIIS, AIS was an important thing which we could recollect. So these are all things I think we should take it forward. This is what my perception from here is. This is how the first batch of officers came. I will recommend that many more officers should come here, and they should join it, and they should give it their and take it many things forward. We are looking forward for the future engagements in this. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Rajan Sood, DIG in BSF. Presently, I'm posted in Calcutta, looking after the operations of the South Bengal frontier. About this course, in the last week of previous month, we were conveyed that we had to go and join this course. So the nomenclature was underwater domain awareness. And as my friend from even Coast Guard, they have conveyed that even they were thinking only up to the surface, not below it. So you can visualize what BSF might be thinking about an officer like us. However, as we have come to know for past 5 days, we have come and joined here. And it's a wonderful journey. A new window has been opened, I would say that. It's a completely new dimension to how we look at the security perspective, which we are seeing on the ground also, apart from the other related things as an Indian citizen. Like if we want to move towards the 5 trillion economy like has been conveyed and further on. So there cannot be any progress without going to the oceans. So that is one of the eye-opener what we have seen. We have had some wonderful lectures from great people, starting from our ambassador, Mr. Mudgal was there, speaking on the SAGAR vision, which we were not really aware about. And then about the indigenization program, I believe Admiral Verma had taken that. Sir has already mentioned about the art and literature. It was not, solely about UDA, but all related subjects also, which were wonderful inputs. And some excellent gems from Praful ji. Wonderful, I would say, very impressive and very informative and educative things about the choke points in the world, apart from the inputs which he gave on the historical backdrop of all these. So it has been a wonderful journey, and I wanted to give a bit about, the area which I am looking after, which is around 915 kilometers of the international boundary. So it is 60% of that 915 kilometers in South Bengal frontier is land border, and 40% is the riverine or water-based border. So in this, it comes to around 370 kilometers. Out of this 370 kilometers, 110 kilometers is the Sundarban area purely. And out of those 110, 67 kilometers purely, riverine only. In the rest, we have got, some BOPs, land-based BOPs also. We face major challenges in dominating that, but that is a protected area completely. It's ecologically very sensitive. A lot of biodiversity is there, home to Royal Bengal tiger and other species also. It is completely inhabited. There's no population in the Sundarban area. However, smuggling routes are there. Government supported and initiated ITPR on the complete stretch of this Bengal border up to even northeast. They are going to come up very soon, and already some projects have started from Malda region down below. So there are ITPR routes, international trade protocol routes. Trade is going on. Smuggling is also being carried out, which we are trying to dominate. We have got certain problems of domination as far as the Sundarban is there because of lack of surveillance. So we are trying to have upgraded marine force there, both in numbers as well as in the capability of the crafts. Crafts right now, what we have are mostly, you have seen already the photograph of the floating BOP. So that is a flat hull thing. And Sundarbans going up to estuary and LBT, that entails you encounter sea-like conditions. Now, the peculiarity is that that particular area is beyond our capability right now, which we are trying to upgrade with the seaworthy crafts for that area. As per the MHA order, this area is supposed to be dominated by my friend from the coastal police. After 2611, this coastal police thing came up. BSF, under BSF, training school has been based in Oka in Gujarat to train the coastal police, and other wings also. Now, this I'll be coming to later on, because coastal police responsibility is a very major thing in this whole concept of securing these sort of borders, which is not happening right now. Coast Guard is not able to come to our help fully because the water becomes shallow when it reaches delta. So hardly 3 to 4 feet at certain places. Our crafts can't go, their crafts also are not able to fully function. So we are manning it in whatever best way possible. Apart from that, I would also draw your attention towards another problem which is there, that is a char land, which is called, as if you must have heard about it, this is in Behrampur and Malda area. So around 80 to 90 kilometer is the char land. Char land is basically creation because of the changing of course of the rivers. And those are vast expanses of land, very difficult to dominate, move around. And sedimentation, it's emergence of the ground from below because of the change of river courses. So sedimentation is there. So here this sedimentation part, load bearing capacity and all those things come up. I think I've covered what my part was. As far as taking away, and my suggestion would be, firstly, there's a very important aspect of securing the border if we take a part of this UDA. So in that, coastal police training, equipping, and surveillance part needs to be having a special emphasis on at all levels. It needs to be taken up. I believe there is a problem of, state, it being a part of state police. So there is a problems that needs to be sorted out, and that should become a part of our, whatever future plans are there or whatever is suggested by Dr. Arnab Das towards higher ups. So that is one point. And another, I touched it in the morning also about, utilization of or trying to tap the ocean waters. I believe I was answered on that. But we seriously need to think about that, at least in places nearby where the ocean water availability is there. For example, Bangalore is going dry. So something should be started nearby that area so that we can, plan for 10 years down the line or 15 years down the line. And the energy requirements needs to be met through nuclear or some other kind of energy for that. There is a fun fact I was just going through 10 days back. We are talking about ocean, 70%, 75%. I just read that there is an oceanic body below us also. So that is 700 kilometers below us, and that is 3 times the total volume of oceans on the surface. So so in future, whatever, there have been films also made on that kind of, going down into up to the crust, and you find oceans below that. Near to that, that is around 400 miles plus. So that is on the lighter side. And rest, summing up, it has been a wonderful 5 days for me and all my colleagues, and we have learned a lot. A new direction, new opening of mind has been there. I'm really thankful to Commander Das and his team and all researchers and support staff that they have given us this opportunity to open up our minds, and we'll continue to integrate. And I'm sure, I say, all these sort of awareness classes would be, all these sessions would continue, and many more officers will keep on. All the best. Thank you very much.
Jai Hind and good evening to all of you. Respected Professor Ajay ji, Praful ji, Dr. Das, my friends in uniform, and all technical staff of MRC. Sir has already covered. Actually, I'm looking after the creek area, though area is very vast. Gujarat, I'm from Gujarat frontier. I'm looking after operations. So it starts from Badmer sector. So Badmer is a part of Thar Desert. And below that is a great run of Kutch. And then comes your creek and coastal area. So as all my friends were thinking that why they are here, so since we are on coastal area, creek area, and of course we are looking after this for up to 4 nautical miles to be precise. Though it is not defined in our mandate, but it is internal arrangements we have made that we will go for 4 nautical miles. The trained manpower we have our own water wing there. And after that, Coast Guard takes over. And after that, Indian Navy is there, that you know. The main task or role of BSF is, of course, to safeguard the borders, to check infiltration, to check smuggling of your contraband goods, arms, ammunition, that we are taking care of from Jammu, Kashmir to this side of Gujarat and, of course, entire northeast. The main role of BSF is to instill the sense of security among the border population. That is the crux of our role and task. So how do we do it? That I want to just elaborate. So it is not only a security of the individual or security of particular patch or IB. When we talk about security, it is the personal security, of course, then it is social security, then security of that particular village or territory or whatever area is there. And of course, that economic security, what we are talking about the blue economy. So how do we do that? Earlier, there was a scheme of BADP, Border Area Development Program. Now, somehow that is discontinued. And this CAP, Civic Action Program, we do that. And we distribute just what I said, that to instill the sense of security among the border population. So these are the activities we do. And recently, Gujarat government has started a Seema Samudri Darshan. It's a big project. It includes your ecotourism that we have already started last month. We are providing safety, security, and navigational aid to that particular project. And of course, then your seaweed cultivation is there. We are just facilitating the agencies. Some CMRI is there, CMSRI is there. So we are facilitating them. Mangrove cultivation is there. So there are many things are coming up on that Gujarat coastal border that is under blue economy, of course. So we were very much benefited by this, and we have discussed here everything. We have discussed AATVs, ROVs, then of course acoustic sensors. Apart from that, your SAGAR vision, then so many things, and it was very beneficial for us. And I'm thankful to Dr. Das, Dr. Sorry, but I must acknowledge, like my friend said, all are that is their domain. Generals, ambassadors, who distinguished speaker who spoke here. But being a businessman, or you can say you are in logistic, your approach towards how we should behave like a nation, how is the responsibility of all of us towards the society, that is amazing, sir. We must acknowledge. That's great. So at last, I wish all the very best to Dr. Das and his entire team, and we look forward to have some more interaction like this. And my opinion is that it will go in a long way to formulate a policy on framework of this architecture and AtmaNirbharta. So all the very best. And last में राहत इंदौरी साहब का एक शेर है, BSF के ऊपर उन्होंने लिखा था कि रात की धड़कन जब तक जारी रहती है, सोते नहीं है, जिम्मेवारी रहती है. Thank you, Jai Hind.
I just want to request you, if MRC could do something for the BSF specific, if we can put a 2-day, 3-day workshop and come and give it at your headquarters.
Yes, that's what Dr. Das.
If you can.
It is possible, and we would like to hold that. Yes.
Something very specific to the BSF.
Because that ground visit is very much important.
Thank you, sir.
We have talked about here, but it is very important. You must visit. And I think so many agencies are there. Like there was some point how we do data collection. So many agencies are working on it. So there should be some collective efforts for this data, though it is understandable that nobody shares their data, but there should be some platform where we can shoot for the national interest. So you are welcome, sir. Anytime you can plan. And my senior sir, Mr. Madhukar, is here from FHQ, and he has already assured that these workshops will be continued, sir. Thank you, sir.
Firstly, I must acknowledge, sir, thank you very much for making that presentation. I mean, honestly, although we read up a little bit, but your presentation definitely gave us a much better understanding of what BSF and every organization. I mean, it has been now probably 7 years or 8 years I've come out of Navy, and every organization is evolving now. There is so much focus, and everybody's. So it was very informative for us, and I think it was very important. Sorry, I should have asked you in the beginning itself, but definitely that made a much better. And Ajay sir is here, so the importance of RIS you remember. When we have put this in a very high level report that we have submitted together, and but the people on the ground understanding, and because we have said it, but it has to, because it was not getting the importance that it deserves. So we have put it from our side, but coming from you also will make a lot of difference, because then only we can connect both the ends. So I think this will be very important. So Kavan Sarup sir, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. First, let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Command Swaroop. I'm the 1992 batch of the Coast Guard officer, and I have around 20 years of sea service and overall more than 31 years of service. And now briefly giving the introduction of my service, the Indian Coast Guard. So as we share the founding father with the BSF, we have the same founding father, Sir R.F. Rustamji, and we are popularly known as a sister service to the Indian Navy. As far as this workshop is concerned, I was deputed from the Andaman Nicobar Command, as one of their component. Andaman Nicobar has a unified command of the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard. And this, I'll definitely focus only this 5 days workshop of the ODA. Before this, like what we say, what are you, Coast Guard? So we see we are everything at sea. You say police on land, BSF on land, we are BSF and police and CRPF and everything at sea. If say fire brigade, we are the fire brigade at sea. If somebody say ambulance service, hospital, we are the ambulance service hospital at sea. Somebody says RTO traffic inspector, we are the traffic inspector at sea. But now after this ODA workshop, I will slightly modify my sentence. We are everything at the sea surface. Now I will not say we are everything at sea. We'll say we are everything at the sea surface, because this ODA has slightly made me to think, about the sea. There is a big domain existing underwater. And other than our little bit knowing about the submarine operation of the Navy, little bit information what we have in Coast Guard, what we have taught in the Navy, because we get trained in the Navy. We go to their anti-submarine warfare school and all during our sub courses. And little bit our diving operation, we have a limited this thing to do diving of our underwater checks and all. Maybe little bit salvage operation we done underwater के किसी स्मगलर ने गोल्ड फेंक दिया, अगर वो little bit 10-20-30 मीटर पे है तो हमारे डाइवर जाके उसको salvage कर लेते हैं. But till now, whatever search and rescue comes, if any ship sinks at sea, we leave it like this only. We never thought of salvaging the ship, कि इसका steel ही निकाल लो. And now here, after attending the ODA, we are thinking of underwater mining under seabed. Like if you have to reach the seabed and mining in the seabed, we have to have the underwater domain awareness first, because that is the route goes to the seabed. So this ODA will pay the dividend to this nation in the coming year. I don't know, other developed country may be having this technique. Okay, oil to adjective we are exploring, but oil is not so danger to environment. Still now, okay, because I think if there is any underwater pipeline, oil leaks, but it will come to the surface, and surface, when come to surface, Coast Guard have certain capability to do the oil spill response. But when we go for the underwater, under seabed mining के लिए, when we go there, we don't know what is there. EV की बैटरी के लिए lithium निकालने जाएंगे, पता नहीं क्या क्या निकल आएगा, it will dissolve with the sea and it spoil the sea. But definitely, this ODA research will open our avenue from the Coast Guard perspective to the extending our search and rescue to the underwater, extending our marine pollution capabilities to the underwater, and that what we will get benefit, and that now started focusing on it, how much awareness is available. And when awareness is available, definitely equipment will be built, capabilities will be built only after the awareness. As far as sediment things were concerned, sediment, I was a bit aware because I'm a qualified Hooghly River pilot. So I operated 4 years in the Hooghly River. So the phenomena of sand, silting, sediments, I have tackled, but only tackled from the navigation point of angle. Sand silting hogi, channel idhar ko shift hogi, to chalo jahaz idhar se le jao. So a lot of study has to be done when you become a qualified Hooghly River pilot. And the BSF creek environment I have also seen, because I'm a qualified aircraft operator also, and I operated in Sundarban regions. Despite all this experience, despite like 19 years of sea surveys, operating into the Indian Ocean, and even 2-3 months I have sailed in the Pacific Ocean also, till Japan. But this really ODA was a big eye-opener. And I think our scope, what we see at sea, has now changed. And definitely, sir, this mission, I look as if the dedication that Praful sir is working, the dedication with his highly qualified AMTech research people. And जब भी मैं 5 दिन इनको जिस तरह से काम करते हुए देख रहा हूँ, I just saying कि when I read I have read so many this our missile mission, how it has developed, our space mission, how our experiment, APJ Abdul Kalam ji and people they have worked initially from the scratch. So I see the same future of the ODA one day, like our space mission and the missile mission of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarup sir. Sir, आप आइए.
Respected Ajay sir, Prapul sir, Arnav sir. 2 days back, I spoke about our conditions, but literally, I would like to say that this is a very much needed to the coastal police, especially Bombay. Because if we think that to whom our enemy will, to which place enemy will attack. So first, it comes in our mind that either Delhi or Bombay. Then later on, maybe Calcutta, Madras, maybe. But first Delhi or Bombay. So for Bombay, we have whatever I said that we have staff, things, officers, but no literacy, no coastal literacy to the staff. So definitely MRC, I will see that when I will join my duties, I will definitely speak with my CP sir, special CP sir, and I will make that connect with the MRC. And whatever knowledge you people have, whatever, basically we work with the, fishermen. We have very good tie-up with fishermen, very best tie-up that, and most of the tasks are done through them only. And that type can be used for our this work. And rather than means in whatever trainings I attended in my 15 years, the subject of China has arrived in each training. So I feel good that we are thinking of our enemy. It's nice that we are thinking and we are trying to see how to tackle the issues. Not over here, but I was working in Pune as a DCP cyber. So one thing apart from this topic, I would like to tell you that it is such a nasty country that, you might have heard the loan app thing. Our poor people, those who haven't any cyber literacy or mobile literacy, this all of a sudden message will come on the WhatsApp that, we are providing a loan without any mortgage, like that. Petty loans, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, likewise. And that, our poor, boys, girls, whatever poor families, they will succumb to it. And they will just, fill the forms, whatever form they will send, and they will take control of that person's whole mobile. Whole data will be taken by that, loan app giver. And then they will give, they will give 10,000, 15,000, whatever, for 1 month, half month, likewise. After 10 days, they will send one message that, now your interest is such and such, and you feel just 5,000 rupees out of 10,000. And if you want, then we have your own data. You are such a nasty person, whatever, blah, 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 they will do. They will morph the photos of, a person who has taken that particular loan. They will also take the contact list, whatever photos in the gallery, and whatever contacts are there, they will see that who can pay. Maybe girls, nice ladies, and they will morph their photos too. And you will be astonished that these whole things are operated from China. And daily means we see 10,000 rupees. For that 10,000, our citizens have paid more than 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs for just इज्जत. यार इसने भी वो फोटो मॉर्फ किया है, वो इसको भेजेगा, उसको भेजेगा, मेरा पूरा इज्जत का फालूदा हो जाएगा. And for such cases, in last year only, in Pune city, 3 citizens have committed suicide in the Pune in last 1 year, means 9 months. Throughout India, monthly means our UHM said that there are hundreds of suicides, and daily it's such a big racket that daily our our Indians are looted for more than 75 crores daily. So it's apart from this training, but you all should know that who is our neighbors. So they are very dirty fellows, and definitely it is needed that we should rise at the earliest with whatever knowledge base we have. And one thing I see, means as a police officer, that we don't have any knots with means police will not have knots with the BSF or coastal security guards. So only when Sagar coach operation is there, we have one meeting. That now that so-called terrorists will come, and they will keep something, and then you have to take care of that. And then we have connect with coast guards, that where is that big vessel, where it is in the Ratnagiri area. So if it is over there, they will land to Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg. If it is around Thane, Bombay, then we are careful. So that much connect. So it really means interdisciplinary forces, government staff needs connect, and through this connect only we could be versatile personalities, so that we could serve this nation in a more better way. Just I spoke with Profulji sir. I am very much fascinated with him, and to all the speakers, to whomsoever I met, I saw the code of conduct, the depth of knowledge. To whomsoever you brought over here, they are really gems that I must appreciate. It is not that someone has come and spoke like that. Now I'm agriculture, MSc agriculture with distinction, but whatever sir said, it was really it was double PhD level subject. He was speaking like that. So I, sir, appreciate you, and whatever best needed from my side, I'm always there to serve all of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you really nailed it very well. And that is the purpose, sir. All of you sitting together from different organizations. This is also a platform. I mean, that peer learning thing is very much, I mean, the way, we came to now. I mean, I've served in the Navy, but of course, I did not have so much understanding of what the BSF does. We have a very bookish knowledge that you are supposed to do this, but the intricacies with which they function, the kind of challenges they face, and even coastal police. I mean, that's the whole format that, people coming from different organizations, when they interact, and, 5 days is a good time where, you can mingle with each other and understand each other. And when you go back, you have the connect with these people. Like suppose you have to operate in a particular area and one of your BSF colleagues are there. One is that you have a one-to-one relation with that person. So you understand his body language, you understand, the way he thinks. That will definitely bring a lot of cohesion in our efforts. So thank you very much. You have really put it up very nicely. Can I request my naval friend from Dockyard?
Good afternoon, subject experts, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Commander Leharia and posted in Naval Dockyard, Mumbai, and looking after a weapon equipment depot, which is supplying spares to the weapon system which are installed on board ships and submarine. And I must congratulate Dr. Commander Arnab Das founder and director of Maritime Research Center, Pune, and his team for enlightening us on entirely different dimension, which is very important and relevant in this today's scenario. And also for the future to come with respect to the acoustic capacity building of our ocean. For me, UDA workshop is a unique experience for last 5 days. Not only I have learned about the underwater domain awareness, I made many friends of different forces, different dimensions, different knowledge. Having served in Navy for over 34 years, I have worked on different various aspects like weapon system maintenance to spares to administration, fund management, procurements, and repairs to the various complex system which is installed on board ships and submarine. But this was a total new dimension for me, and it was actually eye-opener for me and made me to think from a different perspective, especially with respect to the underwater ecosystem. This workshop made us aware of our present scenario, rich maritime, fast and bright future, which is actually lying underwater, be it sea or river. Also exposure to the culture, art, history, political, geopolitical, logistics, which were by the subject experts, also interesting and very much in line with the theme of our workshop. Sir, I have two submissions to make if it can be cooperated or taken up. The first is to have a field visit of half a day or maybe 1 day, so that we can appreciate the work which has been done by your center, sir, our center, sir. And secondly, if this UDA capsule can be incorporated in the naval training at the 3 different levels, for initial, mid-level, and the high level, sir. At the end, I would like to express my heartfelt thank to the entire team MRC Pune for organizing such an enriching workshop. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, very much well noted. As I have also mentioned, I mean, the way we would like to work is outreach, engage, sustain. This is just the beginning of the outreach, but this outreach has to continue at multiple levels, as you have mentioned. And after the outreach, we find value in what it is and also identify specific areas. I mean, a generic UDA cannot be useful to you. But in that outreach process, we identify specific areas of engagement, and then we engage in a more nuanced manner. And then once that engagement has gone a little distance, like we can be part of your regular training programs also. I mean, you have mentioned I'm meeting CNC South soon. So definitely I'm going to be talking to him on this. But even with other organizations like BSF, Coast Guard, and Coastal Police also, you all have your own training establishments. Like when I say CNC South in the Navy, CNC South is responsible for training for the Navy. So he decides how the training in Navy is to be done. So similarly with your organization also, your training, we have done a lot of e-learning modules. You don't have to call us every time. We can just send it from here and monitor from here, and it does everything. So you don't have to even invest in a faculty for that. It can be straight away run online, and even up to the evaluation model, it is automated. So it can be run from there, and we can then customize e-learning modules for you. But then also take up various other programs and projects, as you mentioned, we can do that. So definitely, sir, your points are well taken, and we'll definitely work on it, sir. My army friend from yesterday, day before, your presentation in front of Defense Secretary was definitely, I mean, your experiences and your deployments in various. So this gentleman has been in Doklam and in Galwan.
Sir, last time I was caught completely off guard. And today you gave us that 15 minutes of time ki you will have to speak something. Nothing framed in a very proper manner. But sir, like today morning, I read a line which said ki very few nowadays listen to understand, and mostly we listen to reply back. All throughout these 5 days, somehow I was trying to be that few wala part of few wala thing. I listened a lot. I tried to understand. In fact, there were some perspective which were given out by learned people, and I went back and I tried to look through that through the way that through their vision, and it has given a whole new opening. The horizon is now expanded to a next level. Maybe some time back, like the last time also I said, ki I was dealing mostly at a tactical level and trying to participate at the theater level, talking of strategic, but now I'm at somewhere strategic pro max type. Uh, there are many takeaways that we have that I personally have taken in the last 5 days, sir. One is like to understand our own maritime capabilities. It has enormous thing to offer us. Containing our adversaries on the land is difficult, but not it's not impossible. But containing them, and when we contain them on the land, we are not hurting them much. But once we get, or once we are aggressive in our own ocean, and then we contain them, that will hurt them to the core. This is this I think needs to be thought very deeply and needs to be implemented at a very very thoughtful manner, in a very thoughtful manner, so that before we take the next step, our last step has been firmly placed on the ground. I had also taken that point from the chief secretary when he was speaking, the secretary when he was speaking, that projecting challenges the IDEX. Now Navy had projected their challenges, and they are also getting these solutions for themselves. In the army, we also need to take this IDEX seriously. We need to project our own challenges and project it in a manner which will yield fruits, which will benefit us as a whole, and not to just place challenges or contest them at very, very local levels. We need to look it from top down, and especially while putting up the challenges, not down, not below to up. Utilizing of maritime communication, or the utilizing maritime for communicating. On the land, usually you find that most of the time there are number of army units which are always on the road, with someone going for field firing, someone going for some practice camps, some moving for some training purpose. Now always moving on the road, yes, but it is also expensive, what I have learned in the last 5 days. So if this networking of our own inland waterways, and then since we are going for exercise, or we are going for a normal training, this needs to be incorporated. This can be incorporated if thought up properly, and the plans are made in adequate time for reaction. This will also probably help our own economic health. Yes, this also will give us one of the priority avenues for mobilization when the time requires, or when the balloon goes up. Though this may not be the fastest means, but yes, it will be a means. Maybe it might also provide us some surprise for the enemy. And as Professor sir has said, he like what we are today, we need not always curse those people who were there here and there. उन्होंने मुझसे ये ले लिया, वो ले लिया, ऐसे कर दिया, मेरे देश को गरीब कर दिया. So I had read a book and I recall a line from that. The book is that The Old Man and the Sea, where it says, now is no time to think what you do not have. Think of what you can do with what there is. So same again. I go back, I turn my map upside down. मैं फिर से ऊपर नहीं देख रहा. I'm not looking north. I put my pointer towards south. And then I see that yes, the horizon is immense. And मेरे पास बहुत कुछ है. We have got a lot. And just it's how we need and how visionaries, like you people are visionaries, sir. You are giving this vision and how this is now being taken and how this gets implemented. There's so much of thing lying below, from the surface to down. Everything has got something to offer us. We still can make it. And the biggest takeaway that I'm taking from this 5-day workshop is that the world, they value or they respect our values. This was well articulated by the ambassador himself. So I think we need to respect our own values. I will definitely keep my values intact. And probably this is what I have learned even from here. And thank you, sir. The very first day when I got when I was told that I'm to come for this workshop, I called up sir. Then कि सर मुझे अचानक से डिटेलमेंट हुआ है, and how do I come to your place and all those things. And at my own level, I googled that thing and सर का सेंटर मैंने कहीं दूर खेत में पॉइंट आउट किया. मैं बोला कि सर यहाँ पे आना है. बोला he said कि no, for your benefit we have now shifted that location and we'll be doing it over here. So thank you for arranging such a fabulous workshop for us. And it was I do believe it was not easy for you to gather these visionaries for these 5 days, and people flying from north, from south, from east, west to idhar hi hai. So people coming over here and they speaking us, they giving their time, and people are at that rank and that appointment what they were holding and they are still holding. So thank you for all those, sir. And sir, it would not have been possible without your boys and your research students who have been doing it, who have been looking after us so well. Everything has been done meticulously. Thank you for all this. And definitely you got have some say in the policy making. People know you, they respect you, and maybe for what you are, they made themselves available over here. So, thank you so much, sir.
Can I request the signal officer at the back?
First time, good afternoon to all of you. First time when we got this letter about underwater domain awareness, we thought that it's because there are certain operation plans which are every year we brainstorm those operation plans. So I thought that it's an education about multi-domain ops. So there's a full spectrum ops these days is the buzzword in the defense industry, in the defense business. Like sir has a logistic business, we have defense business. So I thought that it would be an education about that. But apart from that, I personally like to learn new things, even if it's out of my domain. So when I landed up here, it's a completely, it was completely, I would not say different, but it was a very huge topic. So it had a number of aspects, number of features ranging from geopolitics to commercial side, then to the ecological side, and then even ranging up to the ethics side. So my first impression was regarding the over and underwater operations. So definitely there are certain points which I have noted down for myself, which can definitely come not directly but indirectly in the defense business. So especially when we go for peacekeeping ops, we have to talk on the subjects like humanitarian crisis, ecological issues. So like last year, I was there in United Nations mission. So all this education, it definitely helps you a lot. So first day I heard Commodore Watson. He gave us the Navy perspective, which is again a very rare opportunity for an army officer to get a naval perspective. So we generally work with Air Force in the north. So it's very rare for an army officer to work from the naval side. So it was a education, it was a learning, and it was also a pleasure to hear him out. Then we knew ocean as a that part was still learned by me around like 6-7 years about the sea lanes, S-logs, and how the sea trade is functioning, because my wife happens to be in shipping industry. So I could when I started interacting with her, I could see that there is an entire life on ocean which is not known to the people on ground. So they don't even know that how the thing is coming from Asia. So how the thing is being manufactured in Asia, and then it goes to US, get branded, and then launched into the consumer market in India. So but after getting ambassador's opinion on how the diplomacy functions, so another content was added from the naval security perspective. We moved on to the diplomatic angle, and I really liked the way he was emphasizing on the value part. So every nation has its own natural strength. The natural strength of India had always been its ethics. So we can't we are good at technology, we are good at warfare business, we keep doing many other things, but it's natural that every demography, every geography has its own natural strength. The natural strength of India had been the spiritual intellectual. So even today the yoga is the buzzword for India. So instead of commercializing spirituality, we can always lead the world that what ethics is, and teach them how to be a global leader. Apart from showing them that all other aspects, the strengths of your strengths can easily be animated by us. We can give you service industry, we can give you manufacturing, we can give you scientific knowledge, know-how, and on the top of that there is always a layer, like we used to have Brahmins earlier in the society to lead all other sects. But that thing has to be global. It can't have a nationalist, just a narrow nationalist view. It need to be global. We need to protect our national interest, but at the same time those interests should not make us myopic. Then only we can become a global leader. So that aspect was I was really got educated with the ambassador's perspective on these issues. And then we got an Australia's perspective. So while interacting with Japanese expert, Australian expert, a US expert, then earlier before at the age of like till 25, I used to read a lot of books. So I used to avoid social contacts. So I used to think that people are useless. So but later on with age, as your age progresses, then you see another perspective that people are themselves volumes and volumes of books. So individual from a very different background, when I went to Africa and was speaking to a local who didn't have even food to eat, he had a very different perspective about life, and he had a very different know-how. He also is he's also filled up with loads and loads of knowledge. So such forums, I could see that in the West, such forums are quite prevalent. People talk to each other on various issues, but these forums are not too much in India. And I really appreciated that this was the first time that I landed up in a forum, and so many people from various different aspects, so many, not only experts, even a native is an expert on his land. So once we started interacting and we heard the global perspective, so it was really expanding the horizon of our mind. Then I would say that there is always something to think, something to act upon, and something to be taken back only for thinking, and something taken back to be acted upon. So there is always something which is there. You just have to dig it out. And there is nothing in this world which is useless. So once you approach any forum, any meeting, we should always try to deliver these four things. And as an audience, we should always try to inculcate these four things. So as an audience, I could have infinite points in all these four categories. And about me, I am an army officer and I'm engineer also in telecommunications. So I was commissioned in signals. So in the MRC forum, I could see that there was a lot of talk about digital signal processing. So that is where the Army Corps of Signals can deliver to MRC as a expert or as a professional domain, and it will really help both. So once you get hands-on onto digital, we have studied a lot of theory about it, though the practical part generally we are not able to do it because of our own constraint, because we have to study various other things, and the engineering part takes a back foot. So this should also be inculcated within the army officers. MRC can approach army officers, and once they start working with these brilliant young students from IIT and the MRC students, they will definitely brush up their concepts and they will get a wholesome picture on their practical application of these things. And then I would say that there are few, these things are philosophical, but I will still like to add that life is about making dots and making a structure from that dots. And everyone makes a structure but those connections have to be very, very intelligent. And this workshop had created many new dots in my mind and connected some previous dots which were not connected. So many connections have been created and many new dots have been created, and maybe those dots may be connected in future some other time. And definitely in my free time there are certain subjects which had intrigued me, and I will definitely work on that. And while being in Africa, I happened to be in South Africa, and there was a Cape Reed Institute. It's a those were professionals, but now living a retired life. But they made a maritime institute, and they have this ecotourism business there. So they take around $1,000-$2,000, and then they take you in, and they train you in scuba diving and go for a kelp forest visit down there. So such suggestions may be taken, such connections may be made with those South African research institutes. So those were really good, very good professionals. They had a lot of data within them, and they use those eco-tourists who are coming to that institute also to collect data. So that can be taken as a lead. And then naval security perspective should be taught to should be I would say disseminated to even army officers in their war colleges. So that will really help. So that will really help us expanding on the basic principles of global ethics, like I was talking. So we can help world now in these days. Even AI requires ethics. So even artificial intelligence require ethics to function. You can create no matter what technology. You can create an industrial revolution, but without ethics, it's not sustainable. So ethics is not just a moral buzzword. It's a fundamental thing which is required to sustain any newly developed system. So we Indians, if we become totally selfless and we start get back to our roots 2000 3000 years back, then we can surely help the world in devising global ethics. And here is Then I would also bring in a concept of Hegel, collective consciousness. So these are the forums where the collective consciousness can be built. So there is always a gap. So there is a hugely intellectual guy presentation from an IIT graduate. Then there is a farmer who does not understand that thing. The connection has to be built up, and there are so many people who will be required to build up that connection. And knowledge as such is a power, provided we define the knowledge correctly. And once the connections are made from the researcher who is a expert on a very small topic, right to the farmer who is a jack of all trades, and he has to manage number of things, he can predict climate. So once these connections are made through such forums, it will definitely help. And I would also compliment the youngsters here who are part of such a prestigious institute. And apart from the experts, because I don't have to add on to the compliments to the experts and the head of these institutes. And then certain suggestions, sir. Like MRC may approach units like Signals, I had already told, for DSP projects. You can also approach MCTE. I am a graduate from Military College of Telecommunication, which is there in Mau. So DSP projects can be taken up. AI modeling, like the student from IIT was talking about, it's definitely it will help even army. So while working on it, they will get expertise while working here, and internship proposal to the young army officers, and it will provide them experience in their domain, and that is how they can directly contribute. Army per se whole can also help. These forums can also help in developing a geopolitical aspect. So as an individual, I sometimes I dig down some rabbit holes in the global affairs, but the way the articulation was done by Professor, that is the way how the narrative has to be built up. That is how the narrative has to be taught. Because sometimes while sitting on the border, we think that okay, this is the tactical importance ground, and we are defending that, and we are never able to connect dots to the higher end. Again, dots have to be connected from high to low and low to high. So that soldier, that young officer, that major, sometimes he is not able to understand that why we are defending this piece of land. And our senior officers will definitely develop a new global perspective. So such geopolitical lectures can be disseminated, may be taken directly into the war colleges, or maybe sent to them as a presentation or as a thing to be worked upon in their research projects on defense and foreign affairs topics. And exchange of ideas and delivery of these from someone completely out of the organization with a commercial expert, it hits different. We get monotonous when we keep listening the same thing from our department individuals. It really hits different. So the effect is profound, and it really clicks those dark areas in the brain which were not functioning. So definitely I would like to encourage that these have to be done. Then projects on global security, international maritime relations, and inland waterways should be proposed to be integrated at the military colleges. Then finally, I have a profile in the army. Then I have a profile as an engineer. But again, the first profile had been that like son of soil. I will always be worried about my roots. So be it that I am in a foreign country, I will be worried about India. While being in India, I'll be worried about the place where I was born. So being a son of soil, I had certain doubts that sometimes when we read articles in the newspaper, when we think that there is a connection which is missing. But today, after listening to Professor Sir and Professor Ajay Sir, after listening to him, I could get that confidence that the dots are not just connected from the research academia side. It has been connected from the bottom up approach also. That's how the problem statement is defined, and the most difficult part is to define the problem statement. It's very easy to study a problem in isolation. That's a very technical thing, but that problem will have a cascading effect, a dominoes effect on 10 different more issues. So it's important to connect all those dots. So this forum really gave me a confidence that the intellectuals at the higher level, they are definitely aware about the issues. And I wish that these studies does not go on vain. They does not they don't become just the part of some research paper which is just a publish. It should get execution. It should get an execution support, and that can only be done while we educate social media. We know we educate public what to demand from the government, and we educate government that what to be done. So the think tank has to be outside the government. Government is just a execution force. So the think tank has to be academia and the local. When they are combined at the bottom layer, then everything can be done from the top down. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. No, really appreciated the points and you've articulated very well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your points. My naval friend, I think you're the only one left. No, one more. Come. Last two speakers. You're next.
Good afternoon, everyone present. Thank you so much, Dr. Commander Das sir and Praful sir for this enlightenment workshop of 5 days on underwater domain awareness. And being a naval officer myself, my name is Lieutenant Mahesh Kumar, and I'm been serving in Mumbai right now on board a ship which has been decommissioned as of now, but it has a long history of about 39 to 40 years in underwater itself. And accordingly, before coming to this place, I have been working in the same background of underwater torpedoes, trials, NSTL, NPUL, and all the civil. When you have many stakeholders, you realize how much effort it takes to get one person from different organization and make them sit in a table, and we want to solve this problem. So this is very difficult, and somehow we all have come from all the different places. We all share our experiences. The way sir said that reality hits different when you hear it from someone else's perspective. On the similar ground, I would like to thank all the people who have participated and given the informative session about various topics, and the concept of MSP, which is synergizing all the stakeholders. The data has been collected by X agency. Y agency is processing it. It is of use of Z, and someone else will be benefited out of it. So this is something I think we should aim for. We are going in the right direction, and accordingly, the concept of blue economy, how we can derive more minerals, resources, and how we can progress through the water which we have always seen but never thought of. We have to extract something more. We can grow out of it. Everyone used to think there is a salt water and it is waste for dump. So if you see in the right way, a dump is also a gold. If you see what you are looking for. Accordingly, the talk given on the choke points, I guess everyone being a naval officer is being taught. These are the points which are choke points. But if you see them all together, then you understand this kind of diplomacy, kind of all the background work which has been put in, who is fighting whom and why they are fighting. So all these questions which are arising in our background have been answered very, very to the correct point, sir, by your presentation, sir. And accordingly, the behavior of rivers was not known to me. I am an army brat myself. I have gone through my entire life. I've traveled left, right, center, and I've gone from north, south, west, left, right, center, deserts to Arunachal, Assam. I've been with my father. Then I joined myself Navy. Then I'm roaming all the coastal cities which are being left, and whatever is being left in our not there in our nation was I was blessed to go or OSDs and go till Japan, be a participant of Malabar 19. And there I have first time heard the concept of maritime militia and the kind of rampage they used to do. So it is being covered over here. I was so happy I have seen this word somewhere again in my life, which I had prepared a report, ki this thing is there, this thing. So we had to go and investigate a kind of probable place where maritime militia was supposed to be seen on our radar. We are seeing ki there are so many AIS contacts concentrated at a small place. When we reach there, there's nothing. There's only fishing stakes, only what we say in Hindi, danda लगाया हुआ है, उन पे AIS बांधा हुआ है बस. So it is bogus claims by China that we have 6 fleet, we have 5 fleet. Let's say if they have also, they might have 1, 2, or they might be increasing, or what they have put as a decipher, or whatever was their intention. But our time was utilized by those people. The moment you want to see what is real geopolitics, you enter through Malacca Strait and enter South China Sea. The moment you'll enter, there will be one Chinese naval ship alongside you, 3 nautical mile. She'll not do anything. She'll be just with you, become a shadow. You go, you will not know when one has left, the other guy has came and take over. So this is the real kind of thing which is being happened to each and every ship who goes to South China Sea. It does not happen you go to Pacific, no one will come. If somebody will come, they'll come and ask what is, okay, innocent passes, you won't go there, that, and they'll just go. But Chinese, they'll not leave you. They'll stick to your ass or your hand, and they'll keep on roaming with you. And if you want to enter any country, they'll make sure your track is not going through any of their territorial waters. And China's territory is a disputed thing till now. Till now, Vietnam Coast Guard and Chinese Coast Guard, they anchor on the same mooring buoy and clutter the channel 16 like anything. They'll keep on giving warnings, and they'll try to go away from here, this is my land, then the other guy will say, you go away from here, this is my land. They'll keep fighting. And we are spectating from them for one day. What is happening? So these all things we only read, and once you go and have a physical look of that place, then you realize, okay, these things are real. These things are not just being told that China is projecting. They are really into the business of words. Keep shouting, this is my land, my land, my land. Even if there is one, I don't know how many of you have read this one Scarborough Reef, which is a disputed place between Philippines and China. So it is a very reef kind of structure. There is nothing, no one even can stand on that place. That's only if you see by 1.5 mile away also, it will look like as a rock. But that rock is having so much of importance that 12 mile of the area surrounding it, it becomes a territory of that country. You cannot pass through 12 mile of area. So in the similar lines, China denied our entry. Even if it is nowhere close to land 100 miles, but still that small rock is important for China. So it is not about ki kya jayega, kya milega. It is about the statement which they are making. So they have made a very bold statement in front of the country, as in front of the entire world, and as well as China does not consider us as an adversary itself. China does not consider us as an adversary itself. I might be very small to say this, but China does not consider us as an adversary or a competitor. They are looking to Russia or say US, but we consider Pakistan, China, this, that, everybody is an adversary, but we sit at our homes. We do not like to go out. Like sir was saying, apne yahan pe jannat hai, to why to go out? So on the similar lines, when you go out, then you realize how they are progressing, how they are like the Kra Canal, which is being built by. When you go there on Google Maps, also it is not showing anything. You ask any Chinese ship, they'll say ki hardly 10% and nothing much is happening. So much of international pressure is coming. We are not able to build this, that. You go and see, but they have digged everything. 60-70% of the work was completed in 2020 when I had visited that place in Thailand. So we had gone, I was fortunate enough that I had to go there. I had see the physical location where the canal is being proposed, being built. All the things are being done in a progressive manner. And similarly, all the different perspective of the countries, how they see India in IOR as an opportunity or as a friend or as a foe. Accordingly, the various perspectives provided by the delegates from US, from the Japan, as well as from Australia was very informative, and it gives a similar kind of outlook how we pursue the other countries and how we interact with the other officers. At the end of the day, the aim of all these ships going outside is to have a word with all the people, interact with every one of them. It is not just CO is interacting. It is all the bottom people also go and interact. There is a one sea rider. I was fortunate enough to go on board JS Kaga, as all have been aware ki JMSDF, they have been mentioned, they have renamed their defense forces as JMSDF, Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces. So earlier there was only defense forces. They were having an offensive action also, but now they have renamed. We are only self-defense forces. We are not an offensive force. And on the similar lines, if an aircraft was not supposed to be made by Japan and not to be operated by aircraft carrier, so they are not an aircraft carrier. They have made LPDs. Huge LPDs. You see on the same line, the Kaga, which was drowned by a US Navy, they have made a same ship, much 6 times bigger than the old Kaga, which is presently operating. It can literally operate 16 aircrafts at same time. 16 aircrafts. We are maximum 3, 5, 6. That is our maximum limit. They are operating 16 aircraft. 16 landings can happen on the same time. So this is the advancements which they have done. And there was our FOSAF during that time, we had Admiral Sanjay Berry, Suraj Berry, sir, correction. So sir was FOSAF on board Shayadri. We were carrying flag during that time. So sir said that, what do you learn from Japan? Was the only question of the flag officer from all the officers. So everyone gave their answers. And I'm not sure how much sir had given a thought about this one line कि एक जापानी ज्यादा जापानी है, एक हिंदुस्तानी से. जिस दिन हम इस लाइन को बीट कर देंगे कि जिस दिन हम ये सोचने लग जाएंगे आज मैं अपने हिंदुस्तान के लिए जान दे सकता हूं, कुछ भी कर सकता हूं, जिस दिन हम जापान से ऊपर चले जाएंगे, we'll make best nation. That is why, मतलब this is my understanding कि this line एक जापानी ज्यादा जापानी है जितना एक हिंदुस्तानी से. So accordingly, that is the reason, core reason, that Japan has been a strong. They get flooding, they get cyclones, every time they get destroyed, but they build again. And last time, if whatever was there, they'll make sure it is better this time. So this is what it is a continuous learning process. And last thing, UDA. Sorry, I have not covered UDA in my speech. So UDA, the first time I see the thing UDA, I thought it is MDA. It is not UDA. MDA is everyone is aware, maritime domain awareness, and it has been talked of centuries, I guess now. So MDA was made, and by the time we had inducted in Navy, there's one beautiful software of MDA, and a PC is there named as MDA. Now my understanding of MDA was कि ये PC है, इसमें AIS contact आते हैं, इसमें ये सारी चीजें आती हैं. Now when I later learned in my sub courses कि what is the real meaning of MDA, कि you are not seeing a screen, it is an integration of various inputs which are coming. Now then it hits you, okay, now why AGDIS is called AGDIS. It is being integrating all these sensors, different data is coming in different formats. Someone is sending in .SUV, someone is sending in .exe, someone is sending in .txt, whatever format they are sending. One common conversion has to be done so that the user can appreciate. Similarly, what is the first alert for an alert OW? If a non-AIS contact has come and it is not, my AIS is not showing its identity, the first thing is go and see if it is a fishing boat, it is a merchant ship, it is whoever he is, either you on your AIS contact or I am coming on you. So that's how a naval guy thinks. And accordingly, when you see to assist a non-AIS contact, now we can set up a domain where all AIS, BAS, all the inputs, all the equipments can help you out. So that is the best thing. On the similar ground, UDA. So all the website which was made and all the layers and all the inputs and agencies which was shown who are being collecting the data, who are correlating the data, accordingly it is a very good one point solution for whatever you want below the water, you can get from here. Now, one more thing, like sir, the way I see is, if we can map a underground place, not saying on deep areas, let's say below 100 meter, if we can map the bottom of sea, then we can make a 3D model out of it. If we can make a 3D model out of it, then we are understanding of some when a submarine is going, how is the noise coming, how is the, if some fish is going, how is the noise coming. We can not see real-time data if we are not deploying some sensor who is detecting all these things. At least we will be able to see what is the topography under the water. The topography under the water makes a huge difference. If it is marshy, you will not be able to lift a pen. If it is rock solid, you will be able to lift 20 tons. Like sir told, we are not scrapping ships. It depends on the ground, sir. Sorry to say, and beg to differ on this concept, that if something is dropped at one type of seabed, does not behave the same way if something other is dropped at another type of seabed. So that is where I have also thought ki we can process in this or have some more knowledge about this thing. I try to read about it, but there's not much of things, how some things behave differently in different seasons and accordingly. So that's all, sir. And so all these underwater torpedoes, smart devices, and smart is basically there is a indicator kind of thing which we used to put on torpedo, and this is just like smoke, marking smoke which is there. We used to mark anything on land, on sea, and anything. So this was earlier, it was of let's say orange color, green color, whatever color. Now they have come up with the NSTL. This is a project of, I think, DRDL. So DRDL had made a device stating that this is having GPS itself. It is having all the functions which you used to put, but you used to put 3 devices. They have made in a one single device which is can act as a all the 3 devices. Let's say GPS, smoke marker, and as well as one more thing, I think EPUB, position indicating radio beacon. So all those 3 things are combined into one thing. So you take one small thing, it is one small box. You just put it wherever you want. You want to put it on torpedo, you want to put it on missile, you want to put it on aircraft, you put it anything. It will give all the 3 kinds of data. Your position, your position of where it was first touched with water and where is it now. Accordingly, the other 2 things which I have told you, for let's say smoke, dye, and all those things which get mixed, and how we trace from where it was originated. So all those things. So this is the kind of advancements which I have seen, and people are working, and research is a very difficult horizon. Trials, all these are very difficult horizon, because there is no SOP, there is nothing. You are doing all the hard work, and at the end of 25th hour, or all hard work, when you are doing everything and it's in vain, you have to start again. So that was our very sad state on board Astadharni. And still people used to come, we want to go for trial. We used to go for trial, and the small fellow torpedo, it goes out and it comes, pops up. It goes out and pops up. So all this hard work has, I guess, I've seen the result of almost 10 to 15 years of Varunastra trial. So I was a part of user acceptance trial 5 of Varunastra Mark 3, I guess. So all these version and all those, everything had given a last derivative key. If you keep on doing, something will happen. When the why is clear, how becomes easy. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think the practical exposure of a operations person makes so much of a difference. Thank you very much. You're the last one.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Rohit, and first impressions first, I belong to a submarine, and the moment I got to know that I'll be attending this, my thought process was कि हाँ ये तो मेरा domain है, मेरे को तो सब पता है इसमें. But But the moment I came here, that's when I realized ki how wrong I can be, how narrow I was through my thinking ki hamara jo hai, whatever we are doing, that is it. That is UDA. That is not the case. So I am very thankful to people, to everyone, sir, for giving me this opportunity to come here and actually realize. And the biggest takeaway from me would be to take this back and tell people कि नहीं, इसके अलावा भी चीजें हैं. You have to broaden your horizons. It's not limited to what we do. And one more disadvantage of speaking last is the fact that most of the things have already been covered. There's not much for me to say. But I would just like to add that as being a submariner, from my point of view, there are covert operations that we do. And the point brought out by sir regarding 3D mapping, unlike to what we see in movies and videos, submarine mein there are no windows. You cannot actually see anything outside. The sonar is your only equipment, and whatever it's only your ears. It works as your ears. So the point of 3D mapping is very crucial. If you are able to implement it, the terrain, if we know and we see on a screen कि ये है हमारे नीचे, it will be immense. It will be of immense help, because I can tell you with assurity at this particular point, like people have told कि territorial waters होता है कुछ, उसके अंदर नहीं आना है, 12 माइल 24 माइल. I can tell you with 100% guarantee at this point of time, चाहे मुंबई हो या विशाखापट्टनम हो, there will be one Pakistani submarine there inside 24 miles. And that I can tell you with authority, because that is the same thing every country does. I have been there. I have been to 10 miles of Karachi, and it will keep happening. So my biggest point is कि if that 3D mapping technology is somehow made available to a submarine, imagine what we can do. If we are 10 miles off some coast and we are able to map their terrain and come back with that data, it will be of immense help. Rest, like I said, it's been a wonderful experience, and I'd like to thank everyone for the kind of knowledge that I've got. Being rest about geopolitics and everything, I think I'm too young to comment. I'll not speak about that. But regarding to the underwater domain awareness, it's been very enlightening, and I'd like to thank each and everyone for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very heartening to get your feedback. Very quickly, I will request Prafulji and then Ajay sir to give their closing comments.
Thank you, each one of you. It's been great interacting and getting to know. I mean, it's been, see, my whole journey with MRC, with Commander Das has been a big education for me. I've learned so much from you, interacting, talking to you, discussing things. So thank you very much. And I'm so happy that everyone is going with something to share, and you have become ambassadors for MRC to spread this message across the country, especially with the very important, crucial, critical forces of our security dimension for the country. I don't know, all good things have to come to an end, unfortunately. It's been very nice spending time together. But yes, we all have to go back to our work and carry on. But we'd love to appreciate, we'd appreciate if we can continue this engagement, like Commander Das has said, further, and much more deeper. And if you give us opportunities, we'd love to interact with every one of your organizations in whichever way we can do best. And look forward. Our team is here. We are building up our team. It's a very small organization. It's a very small think tank. I call ourselves a startup think tank. We are just 20 people. We started with just Commander Das, and now we are 20. But yes, growing, and started small, but we have always thought big. And that's the way to go. And like I said, this is a global common which needs to be addressed. And one of you said that we wish MRC had been addressed a few years ago, like ISRO was built or the BRC was built. If this subject could have been understood 30, 40 years ago, I think India would be at a different level. But anyways, it's never too late. And thank you for all your support, and look forward to more engagements. Thank you. Sir, please.
It has been a long, hard day and long, hard 5 days, I'm sure. So thank you very much for being here. And I think, I'm sure, I think MRC must be carrying a lot of perspectives from you. After I heard you all your feedback, I am sorry that I missed out on the 4 days. It would have been such a learning experience for me. I want to say more. It is already a long time. The only thing perhaps that, I don't know, integration of ideas is the key, I think. And because forces are represented here, maybe Indian forces do realize that from Himalaya to Malacca Strait, it is all interlinked. If at all there's a conflict, perhaps it will be one in the Malacca Strait, and in Himalaya maybe it fight to a standstill. I don't know. Doctrines are so dynamic these days. So, but I think that is what this group can bring to the table: the integration of ideas. So we close down Malacca Strait. They can't do anything in Himalayas, but do we have the capacity? So. So I take from this feedback a lot of points to ponder upon in terms of strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think from the bottom of my heart, and to my team also, definitely, it's been a lot of hard work for them. But we enjoyed these last 5 days. And one very important suggestion, which I definitely will take it seriously. Next time we'll have 1 day break for you to, because we actually completely missed that point that 1 day should have been kept for sightseeing and informal interaction. So definitely we'll keep that in mind. And whatever suggestions have come, we will definitely work on it. And as all of you have said, I think the peer learning has been the biggest takeaway for this. All of you have come, and I think the last session was probably the most valuable for me, at least. All of you speaking openly and discussing. So that's what makes us much more richer. So I'll not take any more time. Thank you very much. The certificates are ready. You please collect your certificates. We are not doing that formal distribution. I think we are all grown up for that. So please, and if there is any discrepancy in your spelling or something, please feel free. We can correct it. Right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And please be in touch. My number is with everybody, and my team is also available. Our emails are there. Our social media is there. So anywhere, in whatever way, you would like to reach us, I assure you, if a mail comes to me or a WhatsApp message comes to me or even a call comes to me, next 5 minutes you'll get a response. That is my assurance to all of you. And please feel free to call me anytime. I never say I'm busy. If I'm in the middle of something, I may tell you I'll call back, but not more than that. Thank you very much.
6 days, 6 days you can keep in the name of Madagascar. Madagascar dam visit. Yes.